All right.
All right, I think we got this working. I'm here with Isidafo. Can you hear him?
Hello, hello, hello. We have volume problems as usual.
Probably, but the question is in which direction today?
Yes.
Are we too loud or too soft?
Seems to be somewhat random.
Uh, well, no one's complaining, so I guess we can assume it's working or
Right?
completely failing.
Well, that's also possible. Maybe just no one can hear us at all. That's another possible explanation.
Also possible. Well, why don't we get started and find out? How's everything going this week?
Uh yeah, it's been all right. Um, you know, PTCS tomorrow, I guess. So that should be interesting. Even though, maybe not maybe not the format I would have chosen, but uh, yeah.
Oh, come on!
Well, definitely not.
Out of the what? Out of all of the formats we've done so far this year, these are the best.
Well, they are the best PTS runs they've had so far. It's not a especially high bar, I will say.
I mean, I'd probably
Um,
rank them number 11 if I include the 10 formats last year.
no, I prefer just live PD to the rocking chair from last year.
Oh, that's okay. That's actually true. The draft is better.
Yeah,
No, actually, I agree with you. The draft is better.
I mean live PD still would not be my choice, but at least it's not
No, I
somewhat
guess
less
I was
fast
thinking
paced.
about the constructed
Yeah.
formats, but you're right. Actually, that's
Okay, I'm more okay with live iron because it doesn't exist. At least it's not identical to another current format. Uh, the other ones, well, I guess the cap is slightly different, but the cap effectively exists. Uh,
yeah.
so, um, yeah. Otherwise, it's. I enjoy getting new forms of PTCS, and we didn't, so that's unfortunate.
Well, it's a low skill format in which the card pool is homogeneous. You're in modern era, and you're basically doubly rewarding people that finish the live missions at the top end.
As long as you play Logan Weber, team is good.
Yeah. So that's probably a good one to use to finish the gold missions then.
Yes, I would say so. Well, I mean, it is sort of funny. I think probably Live Diamond is less accessible than Open Diamond because Open
In Open
Diamond is
Diamond, you have the mission rewards, and Live
yeah,
Diamond, you
it's like
actually have to buy all the. Yeah, of course.
yeah, it's like 10 or 15 mission awards or something to play in that format. So
No, but we actually managed to have a live format. At the time, it's not accessible. It's kind of incredible.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah. In some ways,
so
actually, even the Live Open is more accessible than the Live Diamond because you can resell the cards for much, like
for
you
closer
buy the cards
value,
much
yeah.
closer to quick sell.
Oh,
Yeah.
definitely, yeah. No, it's not a well designed format, but I don't care that much because I don't really want the rewards except for Hernandez and a couple of the goals. So
See, I would play the
someone will
bigger ones,
probably,
except
someone will probably buy
I will
Nolan
sell
Ryan
them.
from me, but you know,
Um, Someone will definitely buy Nolan Ryan. I think it's a decent card. So, I'm not at a place at this point where I'm buying PTCS 100 rewards. I just don't have the funds for that. So, um,
if I get one, I will happily sell it to you.
I will not pay you
40,
much.
40 or 50K?
I'll definitely pay that because I want to flip it.
All right, you
But
promise not to flip it. I'll give you Ryan for 50K if I win one.
I would actually play him in a lot of stuff if I owned one.
I don't think I'd play him in anything,
But
which is why I'm happy to get rid of him.
I figured as much. No, I mean, it's sort of like it's obviously, if like the stuff in Control were flipped, it would be like an unbelievably good picture.
So, so
Um,
you're saying if the card creation understood shape well enough, it would be a better card.
well, it would certainly. I mean, I think like look, this is not. I don't think this is a particularly strong PTS first place. Like it's probably the strongest of last cycle, I guess, was the Jackie.
Maybe Hannes, but yeah.
Maybe Hannes, yeah, at the time. I think this one is much more in line with like Mark Pryor or something.
I was gonna say Pryor was probably on the weekend, but this is weaker than Pryor.
Yeah, I have it more similar to Pryor, I guess, or maybe even like like the Yaz from the first one, just as a pitcher.
But then of course it depends upon your Pryor.
That is certainly true.
Sorry, you walked right into that one.
I did walk into that one.
Sorry, Brent. I think people know this, but our stream does not have drops. So
No drops
we
here.
will drop some knowledge on you, but we won't drop some facts.
No packs. No packs.
Uh,
But there are usually plenty of places to get the drops. So definitely.
you got your choice. You got your choice of packs or knowledge. That's pretty much the deal, and actually, that's probably a discussion that we should have. This sort of
maybe we should
hold off
wait a
little
tiny bit.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
why don't we do a draft first? How about that? Why
Sure.
don't we do?
We have a draft. I guess we can do that.
Should we do a? We could do one of our chemistry drafts.
Yeah, I'm happy to do a chemistry draft. Sounds like fun.
All right. So for anyone that wants to try it, the challenge is really simple. Let's see. Does it matter which one we jump in? And whichever one we jump in, we're gonna lose, right? Because the rules.
I guess the one that's
we could do a
10
speed
minutes.
draft, but it'll make it a little harder for people to get the chemistry. We could still do a speed draft if you want.
Yeah, let's do a speed draft. Why not?
All right. Do a 10-minute speed draft. So the rules are really simple, though. If you happen to win, great. But that's not our challenge because you get plenty of perfect drafts where you try to win.
Yeah, who wants to win? Winning is
Okay.
winning is for losers.
So our challenge is as follows. Pick whoever you think is the best card just overall in the perfect round. But once you do that, for the rest of the rounds, I don't care win, lose, your job is simply to end up with the maximum possible chemistry. Highest chemistry wins at the end of your 26-man roster. But
With a legal roster. Yeah.
You have to run either 12 or 13 pitchers, and you've got to be able to fill out a complete depth chart.
Yeah, 11 is okay. I think we can.
All right, 11 good. All right, that's fair.
11's fine.
Basically, you got to run something that looks like a roster. You can't, you can't just pick like 25 pitchers because it worked for the chemistry. It's got to look like a roster. And just to make it a little bit different, actually pick the best player whatever you think is the best player for your perfect.
Yep. Sure.
Highest chemistry wins. All right. Well, what was the idea?
Well, I guess another good one to do maybe that would be also interesting is get the highest points on a single player.
Oh, would you rather do? All right. Actually, sorry.
Most
Hold
chemistry
on.
points on a
Let's do-
single
all right,
player.
New plan. Then should we do highest chemistry on your perfect card?
I feel like that locks you in
That does
too
lock
much.
you in. All right. Let's just do highest overall chemistry then.
Okay, I still okay.
All right. Here, I'll put the. So that's our challenge to everybody, and I think we've had scores in the like 18% range or something.
Yeah, I think someone got up to 20 with what was it? Was it Bob Gibson and I forget which other card?
Yeah, there's a really good combination.
It was a lot of years. Was it Javier, I think. I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
All right, here we go. Let's try this. 10 minutes, so we'll have to be quick. Here we go. I'm thinking. Oh, now this is tough because Eddie Collins is a plausible Best perfect.
He-
Randy Johnson
he-
maybe will have more. What do you think?
Eddie Collins is probably the best card here, though. Eddie Collins always feels really bad to draft because then you get Chase Utley and you're really sad.
Well, what do you think?
But
Collins or Randy? Maybe you go Randy?
Collins is probably the best card, but maybe Randy is better just in case to hedge it. Yeah, I don't know. One of those two. Yeah.
All right, well, Randy, here we go. Now we just care about chemistry.
Yes. So none of these cards have chemistry with Randy Johnson.
And I don't think we want a live. Well,
Oh, I guess the historicals do because they have Hero Heroes, but it's very little.
so it's probably Grote or Kiner. Maybe they're more Pirates than Cardinals?
Yeah, I guess there are a lot of low Pirates, so we'll be able to hit one.
All right, we'll go Pirate. Okay, we got another Diamondback who overlapped with Randy Johnson. That's
great.
Like a really clear choice, right?
It's not a huge overlap, I guess, but it should be a few seasons.
A couple years, right?
Yeah.
But I think
Like,
clearly we're going Kim, right?
Yeah, definitely Kim.
100% got to go Kim.
Yep.
So again, to remind everyone, if you want to join in, we're just kind of having fun trying to max chemistry. Doesn't matter whether you actually draft a good roster, but it's got to be like a complete roster. Let's see, we could have got another A, like another, yeah. What are you thinking here? So we could start Cardinals. We could.
But Norm Cybern, I believe, is the Kansas City A, so that's going to be tough.
Let's not do him. Maybe how about a Cub? Maybe we just start on Dutch Leonard.
Sure.
Or Dodgers. There are a lot of Dodgers in there too.
Well, Dodgers are split. That's a Brooklyn Dodger.
Okay, then let's do Cubs.
So probably Cubs.
All right. So
yeah.
we're going Dodgers. Oh, actually, we get two. So it's then maybe do we still go Gallon? Maybe you go like Stapleton. Start Sox,
Stapleton.
Red Sox.
Yeah, either one of the Sox, I guess.
All right. Let's do that. We should have gone Mets.
Well, we got Euclid for Red Sox. I mean, there's no overlap, but
no overlap. But you'll get you'll get the decade bonus with Kim.
Yeah, that's true. I guess we could take.
Oh, actually, he was a teammate of Kim's. I think he might have overlapped with Kim.
No, I'm not sure.
Right, Kim was on the Sox till round 05 or 06, so it's close.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact seasons.
And what else do you think here?
Well, at least has some decade, I guess, but it's not great. We have no Pirates or
the other option. Then let's take Shane Mack and hope we get some mission cards.
Oh, we could do that. Yeah. Okay.
We didn't.
We did get.
Okay, well, take Merrill Kelly for sure, right?
Yes, definitely Merrill Kelly. We'd have no Red Sox. We have no Pirates. We have no Cubs.
Kearns gives you a decade.
Actually, does Batty and
gives you
Mack...
the same year as Kim, even?
Oh, that's true. Batty gives you team with Mac.
I'm thinking Kearns is more, but what do you think?
Yeah, probably Kearns.
All right, let's do that. Oh yeah, we got six. I keep forgetting this. All right, so I think we're committed now to taking the mission card the way we did this, right? And we even get a decade.
Yeah,
who's the
not
other?
bad one. We have nothing here.
There's nothing.
It's a really bad round.
There's a red.
Oh, I guess just take the red. To take the red for Kearns, I guess.
All right, not a good round here. Case Wisdom saying Kim and you had 2004. Okay, so we at least get some overlap.
Okay. Oh, wait, Ionetta and Fuentes is great. That's a really good one.
Oh yeah, that actually is a huge overlap.
The problem with Roku is a Guardian, so he only has like 3 seasons to overlap with guys.
Okay, so it just doesn't work. Yeah, and we
could
have found out our future legend if we take.
Could have found out a future legend. Yeah, that's actually. If anyone knows, I'd be curious. If anyone has 2 future legends and can check if they have chemistry with each other or not. If there's a bonus for that, I don't have 2.
I assume it is for same type.
I assume there is a
type, and I'm guessing it's 5.
Well, I assume there's a.
It's either 2 or 5.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Either 2 or 5. Right.
All right, what are we picking? All right, maybe we just start going positional. We do have to fill out a depth chart, so do we just take...
How many pitchers? Could use
Either a
more pitchers, but
pitcher,
we only
okay,
have five
catcher,
pitchers.
Newt Bar. Oh, we got a
No,
catcher.
we have only one pitcher. We have Jojo Romero is the only pitcher.
No, we have 5 pitchers so far. Oh, sorry, I meant.
No, I think only pitcher offered to us.
Okay, do you want to take a pitcher then?
Probably we only have 5 and 8 rounds in. That's not great.
All right, taking a pitcher. Problem solved. Okay, Pete Rose is normally great for this because he overlaps with everyone, but I don't think he overlaps with anybody we've got.
No.
Tewksbury,
does he? Oh, if we had Grove, that would have been good, right?
We have. Let's see. We have 1 live Cardinal.
Oh, no, what's on that? Still wrong.
Turns out we should have taken all of these 50s and 60s Dodgers. It would have worked out great.
Yeah. Oh well.
Gleason would be a 3rd red.
Okay, sure. Guess that's better than nothing.
Does Koch overlap with? Because he played in a few teams, right?
I don't know which teams he played for.
Any of these. So everything you remember was on Oakland.
Yeah, it was on Oakland. And then the Mets, I think.
Yeah. So I don't think he hits anybody. All right. What do you think? We should pick one of the pitchers, I think.
Just pick Tewksbury because he's good. I don't know.
Just take Tewksbury. Might as well win the game. All right.
If they all do nothing, I guess he all does.
We got another Rockies bullpen arm.
Oh, nice. In the same era, too.
Yeah.
Excellent. And then I guess we could take the Slim Harris for Red Sox. We don't have a lot of Red Sox now. We only have 2.
Maybe that's best, though. We do need a starter, and we're going to get more out of that than a Met, right?
Yeah, definitely more than a Met.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, Tewksbury is a good card. I support playing that card.
Almost as good as Suarez.
Decent.
Miguel Castro. We're still
close. Yes.
Diamond.
Oh, Rocky Freeland.
Oh, yeah. And we need 2 pitchers anyway.
Yeah, it works out great.
All right, so we should take our last catcher here.
I guess.
Unless we have anyone else.
Dumit should have catcher also probably. He'll have a bonus with
and actually, he's better for ERA. Good call. So Dumit's a catcher. Or maybe he's a catcher in air quotes. We did get the foolish baseball.
A catcher in any other format, but
in this format, darn it, he's a cat. Actually, I wonder if he randomly has framing.
Oh, he was so bad though.
I know.
He was the worst catcher ever.
You know the way they break.
No, he doesn't.
He has more framing than blocking. It's just he's bad.
Maybe it's modern enough that they actually data from then.
Who's the other? Is it Hicks or we have a Cardinal? There's not much else. Or is it no? Probably it's Terrence Long, and just we continue collecting 2000s players.
Sure, I guess maybe it randomly overlaps. I don't know.
That hits all the era. So we'd like to have pretty much 5 hitters here if possible. We're allowed a pitcher.
Was George Scott overlap Dave Stapleton? No, they're too far gone.
But we're still probably taking.
Oh no, Scott and Torres have a big overlap, right?
Probably taking Scott and Bowling anyway.
Scott, Bowling, and Torres.
Yeah, all right.
The 3 Red Sox.
All right, that works out well. Now we really want hitters for the last 2.
It would take Gianfrido. He probably overlapped with Kiner.
Yeah. And Hinton, Soler.
Minoski doesn't overlap with anyone. Hinton doesn't overlap with anyone.
Any of these guys play with Soler at the end of their career randomly or something? Probably not.
We have 1 Cub. I guess it's Soler.
All right. Soler? All right, we got it. Here we go. Made it to the deadline. I don't even care about the roster, but just out of curiosity, they said it okay. I mean, actually, this is not a horrible draft, all things considered.
No, Slim Harris is a bit suspicious, but
most importantly, all right, what do you think our chemistry number is?
I think not that high. I'd say like 15.
Darn it, we made the same guess. All right, here we go. 16.62.
Oh, well, we got a ton out of Kim. Where did Kim get all that chemistry from? Was it just Randy Johnson?
No, he also overlapped with Euclid and let's see. Here.
Oh, he went to Colorado. He played in Colorado at some point, right?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so he also played with Fuentes and Ionetta.
Oh, that's why it's so much. Okay. I didn't remember that
All
until
right.
just now.
1,774 points, but, so 16.62 is, I think
Not
someone's going to beat
great.
us. Yeah.
Oh, someone should beat that. Well, we got a ton of Torres in that last pick.
Yeah, that was a good call on your part.
Who did he? Oh, Stapleton.
Let me see. I'll pull it up.
Oh, this,
Why
yeah.
is this? I'm trying to figure out what this is ordered by on the left here.
It's like something to do with like it's starters, then bullpen, then starters, then bench, but it's sort of random.
Yeah. Okay, 3-year teammate Stapleton, 2 years with Scott.
Yeah, but he also gets like because they're the same exact year on the card too, so they get 10 points from that plus the same team plus the card type. Yeah.
Okay. I think someone will beat us on this, but
someone should.
It's at least a respectable effort.
When I was trying for max chemistry and iron, Red Sox were pretty good for that because they a lot of their players seem to like play for the team for a long time, and they had like overlaps at the start and ends of their career too. So it was like the guy played for 10 years, you get like 8 with one guy, and then 2 with the next guy from the next era.
I see.
Looks like
yeah,
that's not bad then.
Yeah, but that's. I mean, the roster's actually not so terrible, even.
No, I think actually of the we were trying to draft a chemistry roster, but we may have actually drafted like an okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So, what to next? Is this about the point to have our broader discussion, or what do you think?
I guess, or we can do something else you want to do first.
I don't know. We keep trying to put it off. We could do our TWIP draft. All right, we'll do a TWIP draft first, and then we'll totally. All right. One more draft. We'll do a TWIP draft, then we'll have our real discussion. That sounds fair. So, all right, here we go. TWIP draft. We're in Comerica as usual.
But it's modern now, right? It's no longer 1995. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll put it back up again. Yeah, modern. Well, Rivera's probably the best card. We're probably going Dutch Leonard. There's an argument for Deacon White.
There's even maybe an argument for Alvarez.
Actually, almost is. Probably Dutch. Probably Leonard.
I think
White.
Leonard seems okay.
He's okay, but yeah. I mean, it's not in great shape.
Now, does this? I assume you can still get the other Dutch Leonard because they're different people.
Yes. Well, we could just go Deacon White and Rivera. That's the other option.
You could almost want White. Yeah, maybe White and Leonard even.
I think it probably is White and Leonard, but I'm sort of tempted to go Rivera. Krampenderis said 12.7. AZ Axel hit 11. So.
Oh, 16's looking better than I thought then.
All right. Well, we're not in last. I'm telling you, no, the chemistry thing is harder than it looked. This is actually.
It is hard.
I mean, no, it's a fun game. We're not drafting super effective teams, but it's kind of a fun game to just max out chemistry.
Yeah, especially when 10 minutes because you can't like go on Baseball Reference searching for everyone's teammates.
Yeah,
which is very helpful.
All right, well, we'll see how we do. I think the high we've heard on stream was like 20 or 21, right? So I know it's possible to do a lot better.
Yeah, especially if you hit one of those like 15-plus year ones, it's really helpful.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing with Rivera. So there are now a couple of Posadas in the card pool.
And a Jeter, and a Bernie Williams. So, I mean, if we were going for max chemistry build,
let's try Rivera and... Do we go Deacon White? Just because Dutch Leonard really is just not that good.
I guess, yeah.
All right, let's try that.
But I mean, if we're doing chemistry build, this is 100% Miller Rivera.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
All right, Joe Cunningham's legitimately good, and Wade Boggs is fine.
Yeah, he's not great. I mean, it's sort of.
I mean, as you know, I horribly overvalue I, but we'll get to that announcement later. Right?
Yeah. I guess so. White will go play first.
We do
That's
have
fine.
several announcements for our April Fools plus
That's true.
Future Legends 1 set, and that is definitely going to be one of them. We're going to be talking about
Yeah, a lot of things to talk about. Many things.
Oh, okay. Actually, this Bregman's good.
Yeah, no, that's the wrong Bregman. No, it's the right Bregman. No, it's the right Bregman. It's the right Bregman. It's the right Bregman. It's the right Bregman.
Let me see.
No, it's the right one.
No, it's the right
one.
Bregman.
Yeah, it's the right Bregman. First up only, but it's amazing. That card hits.
Yeah, exactly.
Like crazy.
Commanders, exactly. You're like, I'm going to do these 3 teams. I mean 4 teams. I mean 5 teams.
Yeah.
Exactly. We do have to pick a second one here.
The main die is not awful. Maybe Welch. We just have like no starters. I mean, Welch is not very good.
Maybe it's Welch is not.
Welch is really bad.
Probably it's die then.
Probably.
All right.
I mean, our positions are getting a bit weird. Like we're probably. Yeah, I don't know.
Is it a problem that it's single elimination and we haven't drafted a starter yet and it's the gold round?
We're not drafting one here.
Problem, right?
No, I definitely can't.
It's Badu by default, and then
yeah. I
actually don't hate Bobby Hogue.
No, LaFleur we could also maybe take.
But LaFleur doesn't have much of a ceiling.
No, he does not. It's not a very good card.
Hogue is at least a good reliever.
Yeah, Hogue is okay.
All right, whatever. Well, why don't I just go Hogue then, and
Where I guess so. Just go for relievers.
We're gonna throw a bullpen game. That's our plan.
All
right, now we got a real discussion. So everyone's gonna agree Nicky Lopez.
And probably. Well, it's either Ellis or Hank Robinson. Now we're gonna
have the Hank Robinson versus Doc Ellis discussion.
They're very similar.
I mean, I have Hank Robinson a fair bit ahead, but Ellis is like playable. However, this is a really righty-heavy park.
Yes, it is.
So in a righty-heavy park, I wonder if we're supposed to go Doc anyway.
Maybe. The Tim McCarver is also a decent card, but we're not taking no starters.
I'd be happy with Tim McCarver, and I don't. Think given what we've drafted so far, I don't think it's crazy to take Robinson and Doc.
But Nicky Lopez is like
Nicky Lopez is like the best second baseman in the pool, right?
Yeah, we're not getting better than that. I feel like we just got a good card. We should take it.
Robinson also has a lot more stamina than Doc.
I mean, I'm fine with either one, whichever one you want. I have them pretty close, I think.
It's probably supposed to be Doc in this park.
I'm fine with either one.
I actually also would have made a case for Johnny Hop, by the way.
Yeah, Johnny Hop. Well, we don't have a spot for him, but he is a good card.
I mean, if we hadn't drafted, 0 starters.
Yeah.
Then I would totally have made a case for Johnny Hop. I mean, it's.
So I guess we're just taking
win because there's nothing else playable, but.
Well, we can't. Okay. So if we do that, what's happening? Deacon White is going to have to go play catcher.
Yeah.
One of the outfielders is going to be DH.
Or Cunningham can DH.
Well, no. Then we have too many players. I think Deacon White has playing catcher at this point.
Yeah. I mean, well, Jimmy Wynn can put 2.
So, I mean, Wynn is definitely better than Mac, right? So we're always taking Wynn.
Right.
And then
the problem is what we want is a pitcher, and there isn't a pitcher.
Yeah, if there was even a semi-passable starter, we would take it. But...
Right. The problem is your other options are Casey Jansen, or you're basically. I mean, you're taking 2 outfielders anyway.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Second best outfielder, right?
Yeah.
So we just sort of boxed in.
Yep.
All right. Then it is what it is. Hey, we found an even worse mission card.
And we're probably taking it anyway?
Wow. I hadn't even looked at the rest of the round. Okay. Let's think about this. None of the lives is good.
Does Deneen overlap Deacon White at all?
I don't think
I have no idea which teams they played for.
No, they're off by like 20 years.
Oh, they were okay. I don't know. That's
Rosie
about the years like that.
Ryan is a card that exists.
No, Rosie Ryan's not very. I mean, Brabender is, I think, about as good as Deneen.
Okay. So one option is we take Ravender and Deneen and we're just committed to like two lousy starters. Do we even have any other option? Okay.
I don't see another even. I don't see.
Okay, Biagini is actually, this is a quality reliever.
Yeah, Biagini is not horrible. We already, maybe we just take Biagini, whichever one is.
Biagini and only one of the bad starters, right?
I don't know which one is worse. Isn't Valverde also okay, or am I misremembering that card?
He is actually, but I don't think with that shape. I mean,
okay, yeah, not good. Not good.
Wow. Okay, so the advantage of Deneen is that he's a bad starter with a lot of stamina.
I guess we get a very tiny amount of mission chemistry with Lopez and Mac. Maybe that's enough to make the difference.
It's our number 2 starter. He's never going to throw a game. All right, should we do it this way?
I guess. I mean, it's really not very good, but.
All right. Well, so Joe Judge, I don't quite know where we're going to put him, but we got to take Joe Judge.
Prendergast is like kind of.
I was going to say Prendergast is vaguely playable.
Decent. Yeah.
Vaguely playable is an upgrade. All right, that's an easy round. I sort of still want to take Jake Virtue because there's no starter again.
We have like 6 first basemen.
I know, but we still have no starter. I mean, can any of them pitch? Hold on, Jake Virtue's an old-timey guy. Can he pitch?
What does Beachy look like? Is he completely miserable?
Wait, Jake Virtue's nickname is Guesses. I'm a little worried about that.
Okay, that does not. That looks worse than Deneen.
Beachy is not. I think we got to go to a bronze round for the starters.
Okay.
We got to take 2.
What about live?
We got to take.
What about live Kyle Harrison?
Do you really want to do this?
It's probably better than Beachy.
And then we go Virtue, and Virtue's gonna play.
He's not. But maybe we're supposed to take like a Harold Ramirez to just like back up a bunch of stuff.
But come like game 6 or 7 of the tournament, Virtue's gonna get to play.
Right.
We're never getting to game 6 or 7.
No, I don't think we're going to make it to game 2.
Very unlikely to make game 2. But then we'll blow out the bullpen and won't make game 3. I see the discussion chat of OTP Go. Why don't we take that one up after?
Yes.
Yeah. Vidro?
Vidro is, I guess. Yeah, I mean,
I think the answer maybe is just Virtue and like it.
Do any of our Cunningham does technically the outfield? I think Judge is first base only.
I think we just take Virtue. It's at least a good card.
All right. I mean, sure.
Now let's get a starter. We didn't.
Is that Jimmy McAleer okay?
McAleer, sorry.
Yeah. Card's okay, right? I
assumed that was McAteer, but yeah, that card's fine.
And then, we got a bunch of garbage.
Hunter Renfroe is a decent live, but I think we just want the bad pitcher instead, right?
Yeah, is Gaff or Dobrnik?
Dobrnik is horrendous.
Okay, yeah, I'm not taking that.
Gaff is closer to playable?
Gaff is better.
All right, definitely Gaff it is.
Well, Gaff is a Gaff, but...
All right. We still need a starter. Actually, we still need like 3 starters.
Maybe Bill Deneen's definitely a real starter.
We still need like 3 starters.
We also need a backup catcher, which I guess we should just probably take now because we again got no pitching.
We got no pitching again. This is ridiculous.
Is Caratini or Ruiz better?
Well, which one
No,
randomly
yeah.
has framing because the game like doesn't understand catch your defense?
Okay, he has 60 some odd.
Caratini randomly has framing.
Great, Caratini it is.
Okay. Taiwan Walker, no.
I mean, it doesn't look like it looks like a worse Brent Gaff.
There is no alternative to
Uh,
Taiwan Walker in this round.
we could take a live.
Okay, actually, why don't we take Valentine then? Because at least he backs up like the three middle infield positions.
Sure, I guess, yeah.
Let's see if we get a starter.
And then we need to take all pitchers for the rest of the draft.
We did not even get offered a starter.
Okay, but Brock Stewart, we did. Cooper Criswell is a starter. Technically. It says that.
You are technically correct, which is the best type of correct.
And Brock Stewart is one of the better live bronzes. So,
Not in this park, though.
no, he's not.
Oh, I think Bender is decent in this park by comparison.
All right, so just go for the iron starters.
Yeah, there we go. We're going iron starters. What could possibly go wrong? Oh boy. Well, Tim Hendricks is good.
Yeah, can't really take him though because we need pitching.
Yes.
So I guess Ken Trinkle is okay.
Okay, so Sandy Vance actually.
It's got to be
I've never
Sandy
looked at
Vance
this
and Ken
card, but he
Trinkle.
looks plausible.
No, that card looks reasonable. So it's Vance and Trinkle then.
So
Yeah.
Vance and Trinkle. All right. Congratulations, we have made it through another exciting draft.
So this is what happens when you get no pitchers. It's fun.
I blame Doc Ellis.
So I guess Prendergast is our second starter.
Do you think we need a second starter?
And then I don't know if Harrison is doing this better, but it doesn't really matter at that point.
We never know. We might get a bye.
We might win one. It's very unlikely we win two.
You know what? I don't even think we should bother fixing this.
Well, no. This is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, but
Purdue is not playing. Judge is not playing. Deacon White's playing third.
But other than this being completely ridiculous, it's fine. All right.
Yeah.
Fine.
Maybe we should put the decent cards we drafted in.
Badu, probably you want to run him in center just with that bat? Or probably just run him instead of Mac.
Instead of Mac, yeah.
And then probably
platoon, I guess.
Judge.
Judge at DH. Yeah.
Actually, hold on. Does Judge randomly have defense first?
I don't think so.
No.
I think they're similar.
Judge has slightly more defense at first.
All right. Sure.
Okay.
And then I guess we should platoon Mac and Badu probably.
Why not?
Well, Badu is really bad VL. I mean, it's
Wait. Oh, you think we should have we could have Caratini play third. It's
Yeah, let's not do that.
It's a thing that exists.
I did happen to learn while I was looking at the live Open PTCS. Jordan Alvarez is eligible to play third.
Well, I think my favorite is when you try to do the live PTCS stuff that like every pitcher can play every outfield position.
Yes. I think every player on my roster is able to play first base. Like all 26 of them.
Yep.
Which is fun. But yeah, Jordan Alvarez has 9 combined rating at third base. Which is nice. That's good.
It's a
in PT 24 I would have had no problem playing him there, but not so much this year.
No. Possibly not. Possibly not. Okay. Well, let's
All right, should we talk about Go then, I guess?
Sure.
That was mentioned.
Yeah, sure. We can talk about some of this other stuff. You want to go there next?
I mean, so
Actually, sorry, hold on. We've been trying to start with the positives on this stream. So I think if we've got positive news of the week, we should start with that. And I've at least got 2 items. I don't know if you've got.
I have a positive.
All right.
I have a nice positive. OTP Go will no longer be taking up so much space on my phone.
Well done. Not quite what I meant, but you know.
I mean, I have a relatively old phone, and it doesn't have a huge amount of storage space, and that's nice.
I thought I was supposed to be bad cop today. No, I actually do have at least like two positive items that I think I can bring up. You know,
okay.
In an attempt to like keep the positivity flowing on stream and all that. First off, we dodged your bullet. No plasma disaster this week.
Oh, that is true. Very good point. That could have been real. I mean, I think, in all honesty, you were the one at the greatest risk of anyone by far
actually
for a plasma disaster.
Probably was. Wait, Jay Silvera, you have 43% chemistry in the draft? What did you manage to draft? That sounds incredible.
40% chemistry in the draft is insane.
I want to see that draft. Yeah, that sounds excellent. Well done.
I mean, that must have been a lot. Like, that's probably just Rivera Jeter Posada.
Yeah, no, that still is I mean,
that's still crazy.
That is still well done. We don't have the video thing going, but I am tipping my cap to you, sir.
Yeah, that's really crazy.
Absolutely. So that's one. But the other, is that working? Yeah. I know we don't usually talk about the card art on stream. But I ran across, just quietly, I think the best card art in OOTP. And I've got to give a shout out. But after we download this, then I will give my shout out. Everyone wants us to talk about OTP Go. It's like they think we're uncensored and banned from the Discord or something. I want to give a shout out to whoever designed this Jim Abbott card.
Oh, does he have? I looked at it. Oh yeah, he does have it.
That silhouette is just quietly incredible.
That is great.
So whoever designed that, I want to give kudos to the art team, for managing that one. We definitely we want to give credit where credit is due on this stream. This is well done, and especially that it's just quietly in there.
I will say, this is at risk of a major tangent, but when you first mentioned card, I thought it was going to be something to do with like the planets in the background or whatever they are in the background of the Future Legend cards being like in the wrong places or something.
Oh, that could be funny. Because I could say like this Shane Max, he's got two arms there, like the silhouette. So it's actually something I think that they've done specifically with the silhouette for Abbott.
No, I mean, I was I like most of the card art in this game. I think on the whole pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is cool.
No, but I appreciate the attention to like detail and baseball history in these.
Yeah, no, I agree. That is cool.
So, actually, while we got London Jury here, I got to ask you, who are you rooting for in the candidates?
I meant to check what happened. Okay.
Well, it should be game 2 right now, right? Because it
is. I'm just
North America.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious what the openings were.
Whether there are any Londons, you mean?
I don't think so. My guess is there will not be a London. Not a. Uh,
What is Hikaru's position here?
Hikaru played some weird stuff yesterday, so
Okay, well, this claims it's a Berlin, but I don't think I've seen a Berlin that looks like this.
well, Bishop D3 is a weird move. 9 Bishop D3 looks really weird.
It's deeper than I've got, at least. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like it says it's a Berlin, but this isn't. This is not a Berlin that I've seen.
I mean, it's a Berlin. I guess it's saying it. Actually, it's saying that it went off. That C6 is the move that sort of left theory. 8C6,
Huh.
which looks. I guess yeah, it is a little weird because normally you would play A6. And then B5 and C5.
That is just a weird. That
Or Bishop B6 and then.
I don't think I've seen a position like that out of a Berlin.
No, this is a weird one. This is a weird one.
And I also think I like black, but I'm not good enough to really like black.
Yeah, this one looks. I mean, it seems like it should be better for black because white just didn't bother moving their pieces, like their knight and bishop. So
That's
I guess
my understanding, but like at the GM level, people break all the rules that I've been taught, and they're good enough calculating to go.
Well, I mean,
with it.
what Hikaru did yesterday looked ridiculous, but I guess it's sort of okay somehow.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of like it, right? Like his strategy for the candidate seems to just be like, I don't play as much classical chess as these other guys, but I think I'm just better at calculating. And so I'm just going to get them out of book, make them calculate against me, and figure I've got a shot from there.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah. But also, I feel like the dynamic is kind of weird because it's like it feels like a large part of this tournament is just going to be trying to beat up on Abasov as much as possible. So,
yeah. But he also is playing along, right? Like it seemed like the game yesterday, at least, Abasov just was like, I'm white and I can make a draw as white.
yes.
And you can,
yeah.
But
yeah, you can make a draw. Like,
chess boxing.
yeah, chess boxing I don't think is very likely. It's been a long time since I tried to play blindfold chess. I probably would not be able to do it well.
Yeah.
At this point.
Well, I remember we tried to play against the stream once, right?
We did.
And I think that went poorly for. Oh no, that's what it was. We alternated moves or something, and we had completely different plans.
Yeah, we had a good position at some point, and then we sort of gave it away.
I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
But all right, well, we can keep following the game as we go. But I forget how we got off on that particular tangent. That one was probably my fault.
That's all right. It was a good tangent.
But the chat wants us to discuss OOTP Go. So, well, first off,
Mr. Black, if you want to play chess variants, there's ones I like a lot more than Kriegspiel.
Right.
But
well, yeah. First off, actually, it's funny because there was one variant actually on these old servers that I technically have played a world championship match in once, although I got crushed.
Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, some of the variants are really fun.
Yeah.
Yep.
If
you ever tried to play Taurus chess, that one is quite interesting. I mean, you have to play with.
Sounds like a bunch of bull.
Yeah, you have to alter the board setup a little bit because it won't work otherwise.
I'm
obviously
talking about a different type of Taurus. All right.
No, I got it.
So. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never played shogi. I've heard shogi is fun. Have you ever played that?
No, but the game I really tried to get into was Go, and Go is a wonderful game.
I've never played Go either. I've heard good
So
things about that
Go,
one
the
also.
problem with Go is that it's so deep.
Yeah,
So like one way to think about it is, like I don't consider myself that good at chess. I'm like at the level of I can play a little bit seriously, but get crushed by people that really play, right?
right. Yeah.
Um,
Same kind of thing.
but I can look at a grandmaster game, and if I were actually able to tell you what their moves would be in advance, I'd be a lot better.
Well, then
But
you'd be a grandmaster, probably.
but when I see the move, I can tell you, uh, good call on and enjoy. All right, I walked into that one, didn't I? um, but the problem is basically, so with chess, I can at least tell you what they're reacting to, what they're trying to accomplish. They just like have calculated a lot better than I have. And most importantly, their mistake rate is very, very close to zero.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. On the other hand, with Go, the weird thing was every time I played someone like 3 to 5 stones better than I was, even as I kept getting better, like a third of their moves, I just did not understand what they were trying to accomplish.
Yeah, the same thing happened with what was it, AlphaGo, right? Where like at least when the chess program started getting really good, like even though the stuff looked wild, you could understand what the idea was.
Yeah.
And then the Go one through was just like perplexed. They just could not understand what even the idea was.
I got up to the point that I was, maybe 2 or 3 Q or something, which is still like it's enough that you sort of know what you're doing, but not, good.
Right.
So like you think about that as a rating still of like -2 or -3.
Yeah.
Like a world championship would probably give me like 20 stones and still win or something. But even at that point, I could not understand, a bunch of the moves that excellent players made.
Yeah, it is a very.
But it's an incredible game.
It seems like a very. It seems like it's more abstract than chess in a lot of ways.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's deeper. Like, I feel like what makes a game really deep is like a ratio of how complex the gameplay is to how complex the rule set is. Right? Because you can always make a game difficult with complex rules. I mean, in some sense, that's kind of what OOTP is, right? There's a large number of rules, and so a lot of like what we're doing on a stream like this when we're evaluating cards is using the fact that we've taken a lot of time to learn these rules to like apply that to figuring out if cards are good.
And there are weird exceptions and caveats and all kinds of random stuff,
And chess is great in that it's relatively simple. There aren't a lot of rules, but there are still, like 6 different kinds of pieces. Right? Go, there's literally one kind of piece. It's a very simple rule set, but then a very deep game.
Yeah. Well, but it's also, I think, is it like it's less calculation intensive than chess is, right? Or am I not understanding that?
More, actually. I mean, that was my problem, is because with chess, a lot of the time, I do play by intuition. Like at some point, I realize I can't calculate a position, and I just sort of say, like, positionally, I think that's going to be better, even if I can't quite calculate what happens at the end of the line.
I see. So it's more that the intuition is very hard to develop in Go.
Yeah, I think in Go, you just ended up like having to calculate.
Huh. But I know shogi is supposed to be like really calculation intensive. Like it's just straight calculation because the pieces never leave the board. So it's just like it's constantly everyone's getting attacked all the time.
That makes sense, yeah.
But yeah. I don't know. I should try
people. I don't think that's the Go people want us to discuss.
Probably not.
So we should perhaps discuss a different sort of Go. Yeah.
Okay, I just say I really don't. Nakamura is now trading off his one active piece.
Yeah, but in return he Um,
I really don't understand that move.
no, actually, I don't understand that move. I was just saying I understand all of these moves. I I don't see how he develops. I mean, what's the plan then?
Oh, he had one active piece and now he's getting rid of it. Like, I don't get it.
I mean, I
This
guess the
looks like he's
problem
going
is
to get
maybe there's no
attacked
place
and he
to
can't
put
do
it,
anything about
right?
it.
Like, where else does he put it? You play like bishop. I mean, you could play bishop e4.
I guess, like, we could
But
play,
doesn't that just run
you
into
could,
like f5 or something?
yeah, I guess maybe the position was just bad before that. It doesn't look right, though. I mean,
No,
it
it doesn't.
really.
Um, we should probably at least put a link to the game in chat for anyone that's.
Yeah. Here, I can link here. This is the that's what I'm looking at it on.
That works. Anyway, right, OTP Go. Will you pay $10? You know, is it worth $10 to be able to mess up all of your rosters?
No, so I'll say I did not use OOTP Go last year either. I mean, it doesn't really work. Now maybe they fixed it. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to pay $10 to find out. But I just set up remote access to my PC, which I mean I had for other reasons already, but um, and I just used that to access. I can use my laptop or phone or whatever to access the game from there if I want to.
Yeah.
It does the job of queuing for tournaments just as well, which is really all that people are doing with Go anyway.
Right.
And yeah, it takes a little bit of technical knowledge to set that up, but it's not especially difficult. Like there's a million tutorials out there, I'm sure that will work just fine.
Yeah, I think so.
Or services that probably do it too.
I mean, I thought that Go was also an advertising thing. So I do understand a little bit that I know there are some people who would wait for Go to come out and then basically play OTP only for free, like entirely for free. Not pay for a license.
Yes.
So I could understand the idea of saying that it comes along with a license, but if you don't have a license, you have to pay something for Go.
Yeah, I think that's the way I would do that. I mean, the one thing I do like about it is, I mean, previously there was, Go was very abusable in that, it was pretty easy to like set up an emulator and make a million accounts. Not that I ever did that, but I mean, theoretically it was easy to do that.
No, but I can think of. I guess we're still not supposed to name names on air, right?
Yeah, I mean, if people did that, we shouldn't say it. Okay. I can say I did not do that.
I was not one of the people that did that. The greater than people that did that.
But it was very open to abuse. Whether or not it happened, not especially relevant, I guess, but it was certainly possible to do.
Yeah.
So at least that is. I mean, okay, if people are going to pay $10 per license to do that, I mean, they just should,
Here's the thing, though.
There's other issues.
The funny thing is that, like, it's the usual thing where OOTP screws up the PR at the same time that they make a decision like this. So there was a good point made, like, in our TBD Discord. They could have solved the PR problem, and it would have been equally stupid, okay? But what if they had just said, if you spend $10 on OTP Go, it'll come along with like 40 standard pass.
Yeah, something like that.
They wouldn't have gotten all of these complaints. It still would have been something I wouldn't have paid $10 for. It still would have had all of these other issues, but they wouldn't have gotten the same set of complaints. And it would have been a really easy PR decision to make because 40 standard packs cost them nothing and basically make no dent. Right? Yeah.
No, I mean, that's a fair point. I mean, I think also, you mentioned sort of giving a free Go license along with the desktop license, especially raising the price of the desktop license would have made a lot of sense.
Yeah.
On the one hand, I mean, I think that Go, having Go available for free was probably somewhat helpful in terms of like getting people into Perfect Team, and maybe they thought, you know, that they could make up that price by getting people to buy Perfect Points. I guess that probably wasn't happening. The price, you know, the price of Perfect Points really is, if you're going to buy points, you should really only, like, realistically, what you should do when you're buying points, you should figure out how much you want to spend and buy it all on day one.
Yes.
There's really no reason to ever wait.
That's what I do every year. It's just my number is 0.
Right. Yeah, and then that's, you know, I have no problem with people spending money to buy
No, neither
points.
do
Like,
I. I want them to support the
that's
game.
fine. But yeah, you should do all your purchasing on day one if you're going to do it. Like, there's just no reason not to. So maybe the problem was that, you know, the value proposition for buying Perfect Points with money just is not there at any other point in the year.
Right.
You know, like in forget even what it is, but like, you know, yeah, you can buy for $500. You can buy 1 million points, which
Well,
by
there
the
is
end
a
of the
reason
cycle,
not to do it, which is most of the people that bought 1
cards.
million points seem to have used those 1 million points in making really poor decisions.
No, sure, but like, you know, let's say you decide you're going to come in halfway through the cycle and you're willing to spend a lot of money to buy a meta team, like a meta league team. You know, like these $500 to get 1 million points is going to buy you what, like 3-4 cards, something like that.
Yep.
So you're going to have to spend like, you know, $4,000, and that doesn't give you any ability to make more. That just gives you the team once. Like, it's not a good value proposition.
No, but I mean, but the other problem is they actually need these free accounts, right? The fundamental difficulty with the market, you know, spend day one or not all. I'm surprised OTP lets their streamers say that. Yeah, it turns out that we are not actually, well, we are heavily censored by OTP, right? I mean,
well, okay, I mean,
we are.
To be fair,
we are not allowed to say a bunch of things in the public forums, so we are heavily censored by OTP.
I would have felt comfortable saying that regardless.
That's true, but you know.
But yeah.
But yeah, I think the point is, you know, for like all these day one cards, in the past there has been no reason to own a second copy of it. So now with the combinators, they're trying to create a reason to own a second copy of it. So maybe they feel that they can cut down on the new accounts that otherwise would have done it. But, you know, darn it, doesn't like basically every game in the world understand that growth is more valuable than like getting more out of your existing user base?
That is generally the case, as I understand it. Yes.
Like I'm no expert, but oh wait, actually, no, I did run a large online massively multiplayer sports game for a decade. And okay, maybe I am an expert. And when it turns out, and when it came time for us to decide to exit from that, it was the growth that people were interested in.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
So. Yeah, I mean, this is all, of course, complicated by the fact that, like, you know, out of the park baseball is a very, very small part of the whole Com2 ecosystem. Right. It's to the point where it's like it's very much even pretty much entirely segregated from all their like mobile only stuff. It's really it seems like at least it's an entirely separate.
Yeah, but you still might have thought that. But you still might have thought that they would. You still might have thought that they would basically, you know, tell people to. Yeah.
No, I mean,
growth is good, and that this is how you increase the value of your.
No, I mean that's. Like one of the things that I thought, well, really the reason for Outdoor Baseball to sell was in many ways to get advice on how to do growth, right? Because it's not like the Com2 games have been unsuccessful, right? They have a number of success. I mean, I don't play them, but you know, they've survived for a long time. So clearly people are playing them and spending money on them.
Yeah, no, and sometimes the culture just doesn't work. Like we were in discussions at one point with a couple major media companies, and just realized that kind of from a cultural point of view, it wasn't a fit for them to acquire us.
Yeah, that can definitely happen. I mean, I don't know anything about the inner workings of all the stuff there, so who knows?
Yeah.
But it does seem like in many ways that it's sort of like more of a hands off just investment than an actual like part of the whole thing.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Anyway, yeah, I don't think it's a great decision, but I will also say, you know, the product that they've put out in past years was incredibly buggy. There were a lot of ways to break rosters with it. There were a lot of things that didn't work. And as a free service that's semi-supported, I think you can get away with that. As a pay-only service, I think there should now be an expectation that's properly supported.
That's probably fair.
Right? Like you cannot release a non-functional version of Go if you're going to ask people to pay for the app.
Yeah, and I mean to be fair, like I don't know if this one is more functional or not. I have not tried it, and I
No,
almost certainly will not try it.
So
Unless somehow I get it for free. I have no intention to pay
right. Well,
$10.
I don't know about it all because, as you can see, there's no announcement about
it. Yeah, exactly.
So, when an announcement is up, I'll take a look and then I will know about it. But currently, no place that I have access to has announced that it exists.
Yes, that is fair.
But
you mean you don't monitor the Apple App Store and Google Play Store constantly?
No.
So that was your mistake.
Actually, I doubt it. At least in the past, when they released Go, they didn't release it in Europe at the same time as the US. So I actually could have gotten it anyway.
Huh. I wonder why they did that.
Yeah.
Well, London Enjoyer, that's good for them, but technically, I mean, the thing is, the forums that, when I attempt to log in,
I can log in on here. I'm on desktop. Let me log in now. Maybe there is a.
Yeah, sometimes you do have to. When I attempt to I can read the forums obviously without logging in because it's available to anybody.
Well, I can read.
Unable to log into my account.
I want to as well. I just, yeah.
Without.
But here, just logged in. That did not trigger anything.
So if you click Play Perfect Team, sometimes it pops up. These things are a bit. The announcements are a bit weird sometimes, but it just might not.
No, I don't think I.
Maybe you have to quit the game. I don't remember. Whatever.
No, it hasn't popped up. I can try quitting and rejoining.
No,
I've not seen one pop up.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, those announcements have always been a bit buggy. Oh, being before the forums Go is equally buggy. Yeah, I mean, probably not shocking. I mean, you're not going to probably rewrite your entire code base. But,
right.
Theoretically, they could.
It's different when it's a free add-on for the game or when you're charging for it.
Right. I mean, I had one that was really annoying and would have probably precluded my use of Go to begin with, if I'd wanted to. That I have, I don't have a especially new phone, so my phone is a bit smaller than like the new ones are, and it just like cut off the sides of the screen. There was no way to resize it; it just cut off the sides, which made it somewhat difficult to use.
Says he has an announcement. I wonder if they're doing some geolocation thing because it's not available in Europe yet.
Oh, maybe.
I can.
That could be the case.
Connecting via a US VPN and see if I would get an announcement.
I mean, that would make sense, I guess.
Not do that on stream.
Probably not. Also, that's probably going to make the stream explode if you try to connect a VPN in the middle of it. Yeah, that would make sense, I guess, to do that, right? Because advertising Go to you when you can't download it would be kind of silly.
Yes. And they've never done anything silly like that before.
No.
So, right. OTP Go. What do we got next? We've got at least two other significant announcements, right? should we do the eye thing, or should we do?
Well, I mean, I have some old weird model stuff of my own too, which is I think I just have a bug someplace, but I don't know what it is. So
Don't tell me you think Ranger Suarez is the best card in Silver.
I do not. I think he's like the 10th best starter in Silver or something, but that's still a lot better than you probably.
That's more sane.
No, but okay. I told you about Bill Campbell. Look at Bill. You didn't look at Bill Campbell. Look at Bill Campbell.
All right, but I do think, given that we've got the April Fool's set going and all that. Oh yeah, this card looks great.
My model says this is like the best iron ever. My new model. I think it's probably not 100% right.
I don't have it quite as strong as you do, but it doesn't look.
No, like it wants to play this in bronze.
I don't want to play this in bronze.
So I suspect I have some kind of a bug, but I'm not quite sure what it is. So anyway, keep that in mind, I guess, if I say some silly stuff about pitching.
I can join our Discord.
Oh, there you go. That will definitely work. But yeah, I'd also say if I say some weird stuff about pitching, it's probably because my thing is bugged. So ignore it.
You're saying I should handle the pitching for today.
Well,
I think that's what you're telling me.
It seems okay at the higher levels. At the lower levels, it's a bit whack. Like it's yeah.
Sounds like you're telling me I'm going to be handling the pitching for today. Okay, understood.
I think it works like pretty decently, like gold and up. But below that, it seems suspicious.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think this is the point that this is definitely the week that I should make a major announcement, which is that we have two major announcements really. But the first one, of course, is I've concluded that I've been overvaluing I. It's really not about walks. It turns out that, as much as what Tim McCarver might have said, back in my youth, a walk is not really as good as a hit.
It's, the brave stance.
A walk is not really as good as a hit. So, one of the things about being a scientist is if you get it wrong, you're supposed to own up your mistakes. So, letting everybody know, I have been, of course, horribly overvaluing I, and in the future, we will be using the new and improved model, which does not overvalue I to the same extent.
So you're going to tell me that.
So we look at a card like Aaron Miles. And we see the fact that he has no I, and then I run him in the new model. He ends up in F-.
Oh wow, he was F double minus last week. That's a big improvement.
I know.
Wow.
But I do think that, in conjunction with this set, that this is the point that I should,
Fair enough. So now you're going to tell us that in fact the walk is better than a hit, right? That's the joke.
So we're going to stop just picking all the cards with the big I, and
Yeah, we'll still pick some of those.
So yeah. just so you understand the difference in the model, mea culpa and all that. But yes, I've been horribly overvaluing on. And we're going to stop doing it on stream because we try to be as accurate as possible.
We do our best. We don't always succeed, but we try.
So should we go on with the April Fool's stream?
Yeah.
Wait. Isn't Hikaru about to lose a piece here? This hasn't gotten.
No, this looks hopeless. What is he supposed to do? he can't move any of his pieces.
I have no idea what. Is this where Jeff Francoeur jumps out from behind a curtain? Exactly, GSG. Jeff Francoeur was the best card in Silver last year. I have now come to see the light.
What move is a card supposed to put that improves his position at all?
King H1 and...
Like, yeah, but it's just like... I mean, that there's no... You're just asking to get checkmated. And yeah. I don't understand.
What do you play here? Yeah.
I don't know what you're supposed to play.
G3 and King G2?
That seems very slow. I mean, okay, you can't play Bishop D2 because it just loses a bishop. You can't play Knight D2 because it loses a bishop.
Well,
Knight A3 looks ridiculous.
The 1100 version of me just wants to play F takes E. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
Yeah, that one ended badly.
That looks red. That's dead, right?
I don't understand.
It's just going to be like Knight D5 and then.
No, this just looks over. This looks just dead lost.
Like Knight D5 and resigns almost.
Yeah, basically. I mean, you just can't move any of the pieces on the queen side. I guess you could try to play C4 and C5. Maybe.
C4. Well, okay. I guess C4 stops Knight D5.
If you could play C5 to C3 to C5 in one move, it'd be okay. Probably.
Yeah. Wait, C4.
I mean, it's probably still horrible.
C4. Okay, how about C4? Bishop takes E2, and then you can't play C5.
Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, at least your knight is a bit better defended then.
Okay, and then black just puts the knight on G4. He puts the other.
I mean, it looks completely hopeless. I mean, like, yeah, if you could move the pawn from C3 to C5 in one move, it's probably okay.
Wait, no, it's worse than that, because after knight G4, you can actually play knight G5, and white can't take, because queen H4 is...
Yeah, black's also saying checkmated. Yeah, yeah.
This just looks dead.
No, this looks hopeless. I don't understand it.
I don't know when we turned into a chess stream, but, you know.
How you lost in the candidates out of the opening in, like, 15 moves? I mean, like...
As white.
Yeah, that's insane. He's down 20 minutes. Like, what even went wrong? Did you just mix up his preparation or something? Must have.
He's playing for the content, Mr. Black.
I mean, losing in 20 moves is not much content. That's just getting crushed.
Yeah, but then he can go stream tonight.
I guess.
Anyway, yeah. So OTP Go. Look, I hope that means that that's gonna convince them they have to properly support it. You know, if they do properly support it, maybe there's a way to make it viable.
Maybe. I mean, I have to imagine that. I mean, one, the cost of the base, you know, the PC version of the game was already pretty substantially increased this year.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, you know, there was the launch discount that made it kind of the same, but that's over now. So it's you know, now you're paying the full, you know, whatever, $45, whatever it is. And you know, it seems like those two things combined are definitely going to have an impact on, you know, player.
Yeah, but you know it's going to be bug free because it comes with the world's greatest baseball sandbox.
Well, I can't really disagree with Sandbox. the other words I think I can disagree with pretty
No,
strongly.
no. It is in fact. I don't know if you saw the sandbox thing.
No.
I'm going to send this to you.
Oh. Well, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it is the ultimate. It is the ultimate baseball sandbox.
Well, it's the only one, I guess, then.
Well, I don't know of any other sandboxes.
Yeah, that's true.
Actually, I do. I mean, we used to have sands, and they were boxes we'd put in our colo, right?
I mean, I guess that's, some like letters of a particular font
No,
in a
no,
box.
as in like a storage area network,
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
Like if you if you a
those were good
sans serif
boxes.
font, you put them in a box.
That's a sandbox.
That's true. That's true. That's true. I don't think I really would refer to it quite that way, but
No.
not technically wrong, I guess.
No, but when we were running Buzzer Beater, that's actually how we named our servers. Is we named them after sports terms that we didn't actually want. So like our database server, our main database server was timeout, and then our backup was a 30.
Generally, timeout is not what one wants to ascribe to a database.
Yeah, our backup was a 30.
Right.
The sand was a sand trap, and
a
water hazard and all that good stuff.
Yeah, that's funny.
I thought it was a good server naming convention.
Yeah.
Sports terms you don't want your server to do.
Yeah.
The main game engine server, of course, was delay of game.
Yep. Yeah, which is of course perfectly officiated and has never made a mistake on that one.
Never.
Oh, seriously, why don't they just have a whistle or a buzzer that goes off when the clock runs out? Like, wouldn't that fix several problems? I like.
Yeah.
All the other sports have that. Why can't the NFL have that?
That's a fair point.
I think this is very strange to me. Anyway.
Yep. I agree.
They did. I don't know if you saw. There was a big rule change this year in the NFL. They can now review whether or not the clock expired before a play was run, like the game clock, which they couldn't do before.
That's a big difference, yeah.
I know, but how could they not do that before?
Because they sort of used to quietly give them an extra second. So the rule was,
I know,
but you look at the clock, and if the clock says 0, you then look at the ball, and if the ball has not been stopped, you blow the whistle.
That's still what works with delay of game, but at least now they can actually review it because it's so stupid.
Well, the one I never understood is why there was no camera inside the pylon forever. You have all of these goal line plays. Put a camera inside the pylon.
They have it now for some games, I think, right? Not for every game, right? I think some they still don't have it.
But it should be mandatory, clearly, right?
Yeah, it really should be. It's. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things about the way that. I mean, I hate basketball. I don't like it too. All these, basically, anytime it seems like when someone is holding the ball and it gets stripped, the person who is holding it touches it last is brushes their hands on the way out of them.
Yeah, but that's just
when they review it in the
law of basketball type things.
Right? Yeah, but for the first 46 minutes of the game it works that way, and then they review it in the last 2 minutes and it doesn't work that way.
That's true.
It's really weird.
But we're getting off on a tangent now. Anyway, right. All right, horribly overvalued. Which probably leads us into the other discussion.
Yeah.
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 I think this is one we just kind of want to throw a little bit at the chat. Do you want to take a shot at it, or should I?
I mean, it was your topic first, because I mean, we have somewhat different opinions, but
yeah. So you may have noticed that there's been a bit of a proliferation of affiliate streamers that kind of do exactly what we do on the channel. We've even got one that rates cards S to F now. The problem is the models aren't very good. And we're sort of trying to figure out what the right response is. Because what's happening essentially is there's a proliferation. Opinions are fine, but when the other opinions are wrong, it kind of doesn't work to argue with a fake expert, especially when a fake expert is being directly endorsed. And it's not clear that there's a lot of value. A lot of what we're trying to accomplish with the stream is basically giving information to the community and helping people that, are kind of trying to learn stuff about the game to get better at it. There are a lot of people that are good at this game, and they're certainly welcome to listen to the stream, and we appreciate the audience. But, if you're one of those people, you probably don't need a lot of our help. Maybe the stream is entertaining. It can still be fun. It can still be interesting to hear other people's opinions. But, you probably have kind of learned what's going on in this game, right? And I think the place we're adding the most value is for people that are trying to pick up the complexity of it, because it's a really hard game to make sticky if you lose all the time. And the problem with listening to fake experts is you will lose all the time, and then if you never have the experience of winning, you leave. But I don't know that it makes sense to basically be shouting into the void, back and forth with fake experts either. Like, I'm not sure where the value is, and I think Isidafo and I have different opinions on this, so I want to let you give yours. But, like, at least for me as a scientist, I spend enough of my day job, like, kind of fighting back against fake experts. It's not something I'd really like to voluntarily spend a bunch of time on a Friday evening doing. And, and to be clear, when I say this next thing, this is in no way a criticism at all. But we don't make money off the stream, and we're not asking to, right? We actively tell people, don't subscribe to the stream. We're not looking for money. We're doing this for fun. But, it's not a job. It's not something I'm getting income from. It's not something, it's something that you do because you enjoy. And, kind of getting into, a leisure time battle of like try to explain to people that you shouldn't listen to fake experts is not something I particularly enjoy. I get plenty of that as an astrophysicist. And so I'm not quite sure kind of what the right way forward is, except that this doesn't seem to be working. There is clearly a core audience, and it's a significant audience, and we appreciate it. The activity that we get in chat kind of is telling us that, especially given that we don't have drops. So anyone that's tuning into the stream is actually, you're here because you want to be part of the stream, not because you kind of want to passively sit and get drops, right? But I sort of feel like it's the wrong audience in some sense if it's only the experienced people that are coming to the stream. Because what that's doing is it's just kind of increasing the gap. And, just as I sort of said, it's good business sense for OOTP to build the community. I think the reason we're streaming is to help build the community. And I don't think it's helping to build the community if it's actually increasing the gap between the good and bad players. And especially when OOTP is essentially, directly endorsing fake experts. And not only that, but I I think if we get a chance to rate cards, we'll see this with, say, the PTCS cards. I think based on the mistakes that are being made in designing the cards, they're listening to fake experts too. I mean, we're joking about it, but Ranger Suarez is not an S plus tier card, even though an official affiliate stream is telling us he is. And our stock and trade is not that we're positive and our stream is filled with rainbows. And see now I'm getting into a different affiliate streamer, I guess, with the rainbow thing. But the point is, it's not our stock and trade, right? Fundamentally, our stock and trade comes down to we have a track record of being right about this stuff. Not 100% of the time. Everyone's going to be wrong their share of the time, but often. And so I'm not quite sure what the response should be to OOTP deciding to endorse fake experts. And I know you've got. I want to let you talk too, because I know you've got.
Yeah, no, I'll just
on that.
whenever you're done, I'll but
Yeah. Well, I just let you jump in. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess I would say things slightly differently. Well, pretty significantly. I have to say I have not spent a lot of time watching. I'm aware that these streams exist. I haven't spent a lot of time watching them. Really, I just skimmed through one of them very briefly, just to kind of see what was going on. I just have other things to do. But my impression was that yes, I disagree with a lot of things that were being said in that stream. In a way, which is, Charles and I disagree about cards, right? We'll have 40 cards here. Probably some number of them we're going to disagree on exactly how good or not good they are, but in general, we agree mostly. It's things like, particular types of metas or rounds and tournaments or whatever. But
the fact that I'm wrong about I.
Well, yeah. I disagree with some of these things in a way that is, pretty fundamentally means that our view of how the game works is just irreconcilable. And so at that point, if you're someone who's trying to get advice, you have a difficult situation. You have to somehow try to determine, these two streams are giving me basically opposite advice. How do I know which one to listen to? It's like there isn't really, two people are saying different things. Like, how do you tell? It's not so easy. Like Charles said, I think both of us have long track records of success in the game. And obviously, if I didn't think what I was saying was right, I wouldn't be saying it. So in some sense, of course, the reason we're doing the streaming is we think people will be helped by listening to it. And because it's enjoyable. And whether or not OGP is, having some people be affiliates, other people not be affiliates. Obviously it's up to them, but yeah, it does. If you have nothing else to go on, that's one way you might tell or try to tell which advice you should listen to. And then it makes what we're doing, really doesn't do what it intended to do. I mean, the goal is to try to, have these kind of in-depth discussions, which I think is different than some of these other streams. We as much as people joke about, we take 8 hours to stream and we go on 1,000 tangents. Of course, true. There's also a lot of very, in-depth discussion about specific small interactions or nuances or formats or whatever that, I don't really see in the same way a lot of other places. I guess really where I'm at is like, it's not it's not clear to me that that is something which there is a lot of people who are interested in at this point. Maybe there are, and I'm just sort of not aware of it. But yeah, I guess I'm. It's not so much that like I'm I don't want to like shout into the void. It's just that like I don't really know what if we're accomplishing something that we're intending to accomplish, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, first, I mean, as you said, yeah, I mean, look, sometimes we're wrong, but this is also part of like taking a scientific approach to things is you allow yourself to be, to learn from the times that your predictions don't match observation.
Yeah, and I mean I could list off a number of them, like from last year,
Sure.
Top of my head. Yeah.
But the fake experts aren't even wrong. They're just not working from facts. And that's a very different kind of mistake.
Well, I mean, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, not all of them, but there are some that are, just playing with all of the whole like gambler fallacy stuff, or like I've heard advice on affiliate streams like that iron cards are simply streakier than bronze cards if you play iron cards in bronze. If you take those kinds of approaches to the game, really bad things are going to happen. And so you're not working from facts at that point. You're kind of working from, whatever your unfalsifiable notions of how the world might work is, instead of how things actually work. And look, I understand there's a bit of a quandary, right? I mean, you sort of, there is clearly an audience for this, because given the size of the audience for this stream without drops, that activity says there's an appetite. But there's also an appetite from a lot of new players that are actually asking honest questions on these affiliate streams and getting answers that are going to drive them away from the game, because they're going to make the mistake of listening to them because they don't have a way of knowing better. There is a quandary here, okay? I mean, here's the elephant in the room, right? OOTP does not like us. They don't want people to hear our opinions. They've banned us from the main Discord in order to not have people hear our opinions. But then this creates a problem, because they have to find other strong players that are willing to openly share everything they've worked hard to learn about the game. And that's a really small set. The size of that might turn out to be 0. That's the fundamental problem.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there are two things I would say about that. The first is that I think one of the issues that is sort of causing the thing you mentioned about like, some sense like people are working from different sets of facts, and what I don't think are the best set of facts, let's say, or set of information rather.
Say facts.
Well, not facts. Yes, the best set of information is that the game does a really, really, really bad job of giving people information that's accurate. And if you don't spend a lot of time understanding that, you're going to be working off inaccurate information. You're going to end up with results that don't make a lot of sense, but they look like they make sense because the game tells you they do. The game's just wrong is the problem.
Right.
And it's not even necessarily immediately clear that that's the case right away. But I think that's a pretty substantial issue, because like I mean, I think I mentioned it before, but one of the things, the big things that I do with modeling, it's not so much that like, I have some kind of like brilliant innovation in terms of modeling. So the most important thing is that I take a lot of care in how I clean my data. And that by itself produces vastly different results than if you don't do it.
Data science is hard.
Yeah. But on the point of like, what is OTP think about this stream? I mean, yes, we removed from the Discord. There's never, as far as I'm aware, been a public statement as to why that's the case. Personally, I don't think it's because there's like a vendetta against me. I don't know with certainty because no one's ever actually told me what the answer is. You know, as far as I understand it, it's, that decision came from outside of the community and isn't really to do with me or Charles or any other particular person, but I don't know with certainty. I mean, I just don't know with certainty what happened. I don't think that's the case, but,
To answer Mr. Joe Hobo's question, you want to take a shot at that, or?
No, I mean, I was sort of, my point of view is not so much that, like, there's some, like, idea on the part of the developers that this stream needs to sort of go.
Well,
or that we need to go or anything like that. But that's been my experience, and everyone is going to have their own experience in that way. And there's a lot of stuff like communication, has been a struggle for a long time, and it's improved hugely over the years, but, there's still gray area where
we've still never actually been told that we're not affiliates.
I mean, I don't know that I would have been.
No, I suppose I would have been. So I've never been told that we're not an affiliate. Obviously, we're not. I understand that we're not, but there's never actually been any communication about it.
Sure. I guess so. Mr. Jehobo, as far as I understand it, and again, there's a lot of speculation here. And first thing I was like, please don't go chasing after any members of the dev team or anything, because
I think we can just give facts, okay?
Yeah.
They released a limited edition 10-copy Corey Kluber at a point when they had, previously released a 10-copy limited edition Sandy Koufax to a lot of community anger in a way that was bad for the game. We very clearly stated on the Discord the reasons that this was bad for the game and detrimental to the future of it. And actually, it was the last 10-copy LE that got released, so I'd like to think that was effective. But we were also banned from the Discord.
Yeah, so I would say my understanding of the situation was that it was more of a bad coincidence than anything else. And again, please don't go harassing people. It's just please don't do that.
Look, I think
but
I don't as much ascribe motivations as look at facts. Okay, when they're not communicating, we're not going to be able to get a straight answer. What were you thinking and why? Okay, but it is the case that we are banned from the Discord. This was taken by the community as something that was intended to and did have a chilling effect on speech in the Discord. There have been several statements from OTP that they only hear positive things about the game in the Discord and that they appreciate that that's true. So they don't want that as an avenue for feedback. And what's happened this year is that essentially the various things that this stream does have been replaced by new affiliate streamers. And very publicly so. So those are the facts. I interpret them as a decision that they don't want us speaking to the community simply because all of the facts are consistent with that interpretation. But you could come up with other interpretations and you might be right. Unless they communicate, unless they communicate, it would be very hard to kind of know whether that's correct. But at the same time, we've made our views clear for quite a while. and nobody's, kind of stepped in and said, no, let me correct that impression. And it's not very hard to reach us. So, so I think if we were way off on that, I suspect somebody would have let us know, but I can't prove it.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess the one thing, well, a couple things. So I don't see it as like there's been, but as you said, a replacement. There are people who are doing similar things, but there always have been people who are doing similar things.
It's not like more targeted.
I just don't really see it that way, I guess.
I mean, it's like a cargo cult.
No, but I mean, like, again, it's not like the idea to look at cards and say we think they're good is like somehow unique to us. I mean, it's sort of the the clear thing to do if you're going to talk about.
No, but there seems to be an effort to now have like one streamer focusing on each meta and really like have a.
Well, my guess, I mean, in all honesty, I think very, that may well have just developed naturally. Streamers, you don't want to compete with someone else because, yeah, I mean, it's not like this is a game that's played by millions of people. If someone else is already focusing on diamond, maybe you go focus on gold because there's no one else doing it.
I don't know. I'd rather focus on diamond and be correct. But
well, of course, and I mean, again, like I think, there to me at least there's more depth here on this stream than there is in other places a lot of the time. And what I mean by that is there's like, discussions of how metas will change and shift and why certain cards could be good in some places, not others, and things like that. So I don't know. I mean, it's I'm not. I'm not certainly willing to describe any motive on the part of other people to this because, and honestly, I don't have any evidence that's telling me I should do that. And of course, there's nothing preventing me from doing it. But I just don't. I don't like to do that without having some backing for it. That's just the way that I tend to operate. So. I don't think people are allowed to, go on stream and give their advice, and we're allowed to tell you that we don't agree with it.
Yeah, but I actually don't think we should. No. I mean, I think, arguing with a fake expert doesn't really end well. It's the whole mud wrestling with a pig thing, right? You both end up muddy and the pig enjoys it.
Well, the thing is that the big problem is that, there's no good way to have even to have the argument in this game because there's just no, like, if I'm telling you that card A is good and someone else is telling you that card B is good, what you might want to do is look at the performance of card A and card B, but the game prevents you from doing that. So there's just no way to determine who's right. I mean, it's impossible.
But again, it's impossible. That's not true. It's
in the information in the game.
The same way you figure out real and fake experts, right?
No, but from the point of view of someone who's brand new, how do you tell the difference? You can't.
Well, you could look at team score. Clearly that... Oh, right. Sorry. Sorry.
And I think in some ways, if I'm going to point to one thing that I think out of the park developments, would really, really benefit from doing is by giving people a way to actually understand how, like, access to all the information.
Right.
It's out, all the data that's out there.
But actually, I think they shouldn't. So there are two problems. The first is if you give everyone access to the information, you're giving an even bigger advantage to the modelers, but they're making money from the casual players, not the modelers, right? Most of the whales are not modelers. There are one or two who are, and those are really scary players to play because they're both excellent players and have all the resources. But the reason you can play this game as a free-to-play player is that most of the players that have all the resources are making really bad decisions with them. And, so it would be harder for the whales to win, and that would be a problem for them. And that's the same reason that they don't actually want to make it clear who the good players are. Because, again, they don't want it to be obvious that the whales are not actually winning when they're making bad decisions. It hurts their cash flow.
I mean, yeah, maybe. But I mean, it still seems like, if you just gave aggregated stats on player performance over like Iron Quicks or whatever.
They can't even figure out how to get splits right.
Well, that's, I think, a different problem. But
if you start aggregating stuff, the problem is when you provide it, people are going to say, oh, well, can you get rid of all the gym unknowns? Like they're going to... No, that's
well, yes, I can.
Well, yes, I also can, but that's because I actually apply a little bit of common sense to my data set.
Yeah.
Actually, it's more than a little bit of common sense. It actually takes some work.
It takes, well, some of it takes work, some of it doesn't.
By the way, I can tell you, since I just crashed, I still don't have the OTP Go thing, so it may be that they're actually a geography thing.
So here's the thing Monter done, and the tournament leaderboards are okay. There's two issues with them. The first is that the leaderboards are very much based on volume. Yeah. If someone queues every bronze daily in a week, and I queue 5 because I'm trying to qualify for all the PTCSs, the person who's queuing 25 will have more points than my 5. Always. Doesn't matter how good or bad their team is. Unless I happen to hit a giant heater and win 3 of them or something, which is possible but very unlikely.
Hey, it pops up now. Sorry, go ahead.
There's another issue, which because you might think, okay, the way to deal with that is to do it on a rate basis, right? But the problem is that, let's say there's someone who's just a exactly average player, right? They win exactly half their games, and they're trying to qualify for a bunch of PTCSs, and they play one, and they happen to win it. Well, they're going to stop because that's probably enough points.
That's actually what I did. I played exactly 1 silver last time.
And they'll go play something else. And then, when you look at an average, this looks like the greatest play ever. But in fact, what happened is it's just an ordering problem. They just didn't play the tournaments where their bad results would happen.
No, but actually the whole concept of this is designed to make bad whales look good. Look, why else is the tiebreaker for PTCS whoever took the most attempts played to get to the same number of points? It's actually the worst average placement that wins the tiebreaker, right? This is because this is the choice about what to reward.
Yeah, I mean, that tiebreaker does not make a lot of sense. I agree. Yeah, I mean, I think anyway, I mean, yes, if you had a system where every single player would enter in every single tournament and everyone tried equally in all the tournaments, then the average is great.
And that's true. I also don't try equally in all of the tournaments. There are some tournaments I enter because I want a certain number of points, to qualify, and I'll actually run a different kind of roster than I would because I'm trying to optimize for a specific outcome. Right?
Yes. I mean, that's pretty rare, but I have done things like that.
No. Well, for example, I mean, I don't think I'm going to put my best PTCS rosters in.
Well,
I'm optimizing for Keith Hernandez. I don't care about winning anything past that.
No.
So that means
even if you don't want to play the cards, they're going to sell for a lot.
So but that means a different build than trying to optimize for winning a Nolan Ryan.
I mean, I've done that certainly in tournaments. Like, I mean, I can think of one very clear example. Well, prior last year, right?
Dylan Cease, right? Where you
Well, Cruz, but yeah.
sorry,
Where
I meant Cruz. Yes, thank you.
Yes, I know. Where I basically ran down my fatigue in the semifinals, which is not something I would ever do normally. Normally I'd run down my fatigue in the finals, but not in the semifinals because I'd want to win the finals after the semifinals, but I didn't care as much. So,
it was the right decision. It was the right decision because you.
Because my random backups won 2 games for me and one prior anyway, but it was total luck.
Okay,
I mean,
but John was the right decision because Cruz was on a roster that won perfectly for you, right?
Pryor was, I think, in my bullpen that year, but yeah, it was not relevant. Not a relevant.
You're probably streaming him, yeah.
Cruz was a relevant card. Cruz was very good.
It was the right decision.
Yes, I think it was definitely the right decision. I mean, it happened to work. I got Pryor anyway, but that was not the goal.
Anyway, I think this is where we're stuck. So, I don't think it makes sense to keep doing a stream and just go back and forth like making parallel card ratings, with us against fake experts. I just don't see how that's productive. I'm open to suggestions for alternatives.
No, I mean, I will say, like, I'm not as opposed to that. I think, the sort of just doing what we've been doing. I think there are probably other things we could do also, and certainly if there's stuff people want to see us talk about. I know there's a lot of requests for a stream on modeling, and we did one of those last cycle that people seemed interested in, and I think if there's other stuff that like that which people want to see, we definitely think about doing them, or somewhat less regular stuff. I don't know. I mean, I think I'm kind of open to a lot of different possibilities. On
Mr. Black, we're capable of pointing to a leaderboard in PT24 too. I mean, that's the point. We're not new at this.
Well, the other thing is not to if my goal was to finish on a particular leaderboard every week, I'm pretty confident I could do it without really much trouble.
You just have to play everything.
Right. But that isn't my goal.
No, my goal this time was to qualify for all 8, and I qualified for all 8.
Right. And honestly, one of the things which I enjoy a lot about the game, and I know this is not everyone, is trying to understand a wide variety of different metas, right? If all I want to do is play Iron, let's say, I can just grab a ton of Iron data, look at it, and play the cards that are doing well. I don't need to do anything beyond that, and I'll finish towards the top of every week. But to me, that's a lot less interesting. It works. Nothing's wrong with it. I just personally don't find it interesting as trying to have success in a wide variety of stuff. And the leaderboards are very much, the number of PTSs you qualify for are very much in line with my goal, but the leaderboard for each category isn't, and that's fine. It just means that the leaderboards don't always tell you which the best players are. They tell you which are the players whose goals are most aligned with the leaderboard's goals. It's
Actually, are there no drops on the official stream right now?
know. It might be because like
I don't think I'm getting
we
drops in
have
the
a
official stream.
maybe because like we have a stream open, and so it's not recognizing that one as the stream you're technically watching, or I don't know. Twitch does some weird stuff with that sometimes.
Oh, that's possible. So if I close this stream,
Well, but maybe the fact that you're streaming it just automatically makes it your like watch stream.
yeah.
I mean, I have the chat up, right? So like maybe I don't know. I don't know how it determines which of the stream you're watching and not watching.
Possibly.
Other than that, you can't click the volume thing in the player. You have to click it in the tab. You don't want to listen.
Right. Okay. Well, then darn, I'm not getting my drops. I'll have to survive.
You'll lose out on the few thousand points. I think you'll manage.
Should be okay. But yeah, that's really I think the thing we wanted to throw at the group is like, what's the right plan? I just don't think like doing point counterpoint, you know, it's the same way that it doesn't work to like have a point counterpoint debate with like fake scientists. It never really gets you where you want to anyway, and it just sort of makes everybody look bad.
Yeah, I guess. And I mean, I think there's also, Monter Don said it. You're saying the audience recognizes fake from your lectures is too small. I think in some sense, maybe that's what we're saying, but I would caution that I don't think it's because that, like, I don't think that, like, people are just not thinking. It's that people don't have the ability, people are not given the information that will actually let them tell the difference well.
Well, not only are they not given the information, but, in a practical sense, when OTP makes somebody an affiliate, they are endorsing them.
In some way, I mean,
the assumption is that OTP is not going to have people, give us bad information in an official capacity. Now, it's true that if you've been listening, I probably shouldn't mention names, but, if you listen to the official streams, there are times that you will get bad information in an official capacity about how the game works.
I mean, I've found wrong information on the forums by the people that are developing the game. I don't want to say it's wrong, but information that is not in line with what is observed over large amounts of data by many people. We still have a situation where, as far as I'm aware, we've always been officially told that the reliever stuff boost doesn't exist, but everyone agrees it exists. Like anyone who's ever looked at even a single tournament's worth of data agrees it exists.
Yeah.
So, that's wrong information on the part of the development team. It's just wrong.
By the way, Hikaru lost, and I don't believe he ever moved the 3 pieces on his queen side.
No, he moved his rook back and forth, I think, at some point.
No, the rook on A1, I mean.
Oh, rook on A. Oh, yeah, he didn't. His bishop went some. His bishop moved. It traded.
No, the other bishop moved. The other bishop moved.
No, the C1 bishop moved. The C1 bishop eventually moved. Yes, it traded for the other bishop, and then he immediately got checkmated.
Oh, did it move? Okay, I missed a few.
Yeah, but yes. Yeah, so Roho, I think that's really where this stream can be different than other ones, right? Because like one thing that Charles and I have built in over the years is we've spent inordinate amounts of time, certainly too much time, understanding all the little intricacies of things to do with this game. And there's some of that stuff that you just will not find unless you spend that amount of time, and not everyone wants to or has the time to do it. So I agree. I think that's really the thing here that is more valuable than us giving letters to cards, because, as much fun as it is to joke about F- and S+ and all that, it's
They're not the interest. No, the interesting cards are always the ones we give like B or C to.
Yes, the interesting ones, and then where we have long discussions. Like we had a long discussion two streams ago about G-Man Choi against Dolph Camilli.
Yeah. But now that I've learned that I was completely overvaluing I,
you still want G-Man Choi more.
Even yes, but but now I have a better reason for it.
The interesting part of that discussion was not that whatever letter, I don't even remember what letter we gave to G-Man Choi. Right. It doesn't really matter. The interesting part was that we had this long discussion about why we want G-Man Choi or Dolph Camilli and in what circumstances and against what pitchers and in this kinds of formats and
yeah.
So yeah, maybe that's the way to do it is to sort of
yeah, but it's also
lean more into that.
But it's also, how do I put it? This is sort of the wrong audience in some sense for that, right? Like the problem is if the only audience for the stream are the players that are already strong, it's not so much helping the game. It's still fun, but you're just kind of taking a strong group of players and, like Rojo Vancouver is already an excellent player. If we didn't have this stream, you would still be doing really well at the game, right?
That is true.
It doesn't make it, it's not like that we don't want you listening. We're happy to have anybody listening, but, it's a more valuable stream for people that are picking up nuances for the first time.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of not sure. You're loving a combo blue. Well, you shouldn't be listening to our April Fool's stream then. Yeah. So I'm not quite sure then what the best way is to proceed, except that I don't think it makes sense to kind of continue doing a card rating stream in this way and just like pretend it's a dueling experts thing. I mean, we can go give every card better than Ranger Suarez an S+, but, that wouldn't be so useful, right?
No, that would not really do much of anything.
So I think that's where we're stuck. And Mandala, I appreciate the message. That's kind of a really nice, that's a nice thing to say.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, Mr. Black, that's right. We started by kind of showing data against model, and we could do something like that. The problem is, I really don't. So at least for me, I don't collect that kind of data.
Yeah,
I suppose I could, but I would literally be collecting it only to stream.
So I have some data, but over the years, every year I cut down the amount I collect because it's very time consuming and it makes my wrist hurt. So I don't have probably enough to really do that. If people want to send us data that is like reasonably clean and from the same formats over and over again, I think we could probably show that.
Show it on stream, but but to be clear, I'm not asking for data. I'm not asking for like a CWIT data intern or something like that.
No.
I collect I collect all of the data that I want from the game, but the amount of data that I want is very low.
Yeah, I guess the thing I could show, well, not yet because I don't collect any. I will almost certainly still collect all the league data and do that separately from my tournament stuff, like I've always done it. That I have a lot of, but it's only Perfect League, and so some of the performance is a bit squirrely.
But also you know, the fake expert streams are going to be plenty good at collecting data.
Um,
So I
like I said,
don't think collecting data is actually adding value on this stream.
no, there is a substantial
Um,
amount of skill to cleaning the data. Like I think people very much underestimate how important that is.
that's fair.
Um,
You know, and also I actually do think, you know, I mean, like taking pride in not using data is not quite right, but I do actually think it's kind of important to demonstrate that you can be successful at this game without collecting a lot of data. Like I think that's part
yeah,
of what I'm demonstrating on these streams.
yeah. I mean, I think in all honesty, I always say like, I model from data, and I do. But I do not go and collect data from like every quick I play or even anything close to that. You know,
Well, you have to model from
um,
data, but once you get the model right, you don't need to keep collecting data.
well, no, I mean, yeah, our models were slightly differently, but there is some element of I use new data to, I don't know how to describe this properly,
To decide what the opposing cards are in the meta.
well, not just that, but to, I don't know what the way to say this, is to sort of have some idea of where to start from, let's say,
I think
in
I
terms of
understand. I think I
the,
understand what you're saying, and because I sort of try to solve that problem by predicting it from the card pool instead.
yeah.
And that's one of the places that our models disagree, is it means that my predictions are what do I think people should be doing, and your predictions are based on what have people done recently. And the truth is not necessarily, you know, not necessarily either of those.
No, it's in fact never either of those, except for like I guess a quick or something. Then a quick is very close to what I do, but I also don't bother modeling them. So,
Yeah.
um, yeah,
So I think that's where we're stuck. And besides, in a technical sense, nobody's ever informed us that we're not affiliate streamers, and so we shouldn't be duplicating other affiliate streamers. Now I'm the one hiding behind technicalities, but
my affiliate streamer status has never changed. In fact,
that's true. Technically, you're a guest on the stream,
yes,
which is a
yes.
problem because I think I was supposed to then inform you about various things that you agree to being a guest on an affiliate stream, and I don't think I've ever informed you about those.
I
So I haven't done my
believe
job.
I believe I was informed about those by others, but I don't think you ever informed me of them. So
Right.
that is true.
So I probably was supposed to. I done screwed up.
Yep, yep. Get him, get him.
They should take my
Is it
affiliate status away for that.
is it that I just opened some random packs of one from a quick and pulled a Cy Young? Is it bad that I wish I was an Acuna instead?
Hey, well, you really are the Cy Young whisperer.
I know. I don't want the card. The card's terrible.
It is terrible, but every time you open cards on stream, you're pulling a Cy Young.
Yeah, I haven't streamed this time. It's just on the other monitor.
He's the Cy Young whisperer. What can I say?
Yeah. But I would like to trade it for one Ronald Acuna, please. I would much rather have that card today than this card.
Yeah. I'll sell you the lives I've got for PTCS if you want. I don't really care about the format this time
Probably.
around.
The only
I
ones
don't
I'm
have an
missing.
Acuna though.
I'm missing Acuna and Betts.
No, I don't have Acuna or Betts.
And Betts isn't even that
They
amazing.
they call you the
Acuna-
Ogre Whisperer.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Stephen Okert might be a better card than this year's Cy Young.
That's actually probably true.
So, last year's Cy Young, I was happy to pull.
Yeah, no, you were
Well, not the
pulling
tournament
them,
edition
and then
one.
I remember, I did a pack on stream, and like you pointed to which card, and of course it was the Cy Young.
Yeah, I pulled like 3 of them or something, and then a couple in the draft. Like, it was ridiculous.
That's right. And then didn't you pull one on Lap Stream or something also?
I pulled a different card in his stream. I think it was a Helton. I think. Yeah. That's me.
So you're the Cy Whisperer. I have not had that sort of pack luck so far this cycle.
This is when we streamer luck, etc., etc., etc. That's how it works, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
I will say, if anyone has, I wish I had saved that. If anyone still has that thing that was, I don't remember. There was a stream you did with Lap last year.
Yeah.
Where you whipped like a bunch of, I think it was spotlight packs or something.
Oh yeah, and I got a few good pulls, and people got really upset because I didn't get incredibly excited.
You like slightly broke even, like it was like a little bit over break even.
Yeah.
And then there was some giant message in the main Discord because we were still there then. That was like, I forget what it was so funny. I wish someone still had it.
Oh yeah, right. People were out. Lap probably has all this stuff archived. I think.
I really wish someone had that. I wish I had saved that. That message was so funny.
But what am I? Am I supposed to get really excited about pack pulls? You rip packs. You're gonna hit the the averages eventually, right?
No, Mr. Black. It wasn't on Twitch. It was on Discord. Someone posted in Discord after the stream. They like watched it back. Like they watched the video or something back.
Like, why am I not like thrilled?
They're like, this guy. Like, why is he? He's so I don't remember. It was really funny. Like he doesn't realize how lucky he is. All the streamers got all the like. It's okay.
Because I was supposed to be overjoyed that I pulled a couple cards. I guess. I mean,
it's like, that you pulled like 250,000 points worth of cards and 200,000 points worth of packs.
No,
or whatever it was.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah, okay.
Pretty much. Yeah, something like that.
That's maybe something that could be interesting. It's only useful to a very small number of people. But one thing which I really see a lot, and I don't know what to do about it, is people winning or pulling very rare new cards and underpricing them by like 5-fold.
Yeah, well, because the problem is that you have to actually understand whether the card is good, number one. And number two, whether or not it's good are, we probably shouldn't name names, but you know the names I'm talking about, going to think it's good because they don't know how to evaluate cards.
No, it's not only that. I think that there is not always understanding of how many points some people have and are willing to pay for things. And I don't know how to combat that exactly, but I think it ends up that a lot of people who pull really good rare cards end up costing themselves like many millions of points by doing that. Like, I mean, I think, from last cycle,
yeah,
there were a number, like the PTCS Jackie, right? One sold for 3.6 million, which sounds like a huge number. But that PTCS Jackie was probably close to a 10 mil card.
Yes.
It was the best second baseman by many, many wins. and also solved a lot of roster problems.
Yeah, and the
And
roster
yeah,
problems matter. Like, I never liked that George Wright card, but he solved enough roster
yes,
problems that I could kind of see where he was useful.
yeah, right. In the end, hung on even longer than I thought he would because there was just never another card that did his job that was readily available.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I think that was one that I missed on the evaluation of last year.
um, yeah, I mean, I'm
Because I
pretty
had more
sure.
value in 9, clearly.
Yeah, that was the problem with that one. No, I think. Well, I mean, the biggest one that I can think of that I think we both missed on the exact same way was the 84 Votto. Not
Yes.
because we misevaluated how good
No,
the
we
card was. I
both
mean, we
evaluated
understood
the
that.
card exactly right, and we
Right.
still gave it the wrong grade.
Yes. Yes, because we just didn't get the meta right. That was going to develop around Votto, basically.
Yeah.
Like we missed horribly. Um,
Yep.
um, oh, is this it? Someone found it. Oh,
Someone
thank
found it.
you.
Nice.
Thank you. Okay,
Oh yeah,
I'm saving
Pac-Man
this
X. I
now.
agree that most streams are designed around entertainment. This is, we clearly don't believe in entertainment on this stream. Um, let's see. But yeah, that was.
This message was so funny.
Yeah. I wish someone would juice my packs. That would be nice.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay, to be honest,
I definitely would not complain if somebody wanted to juice my
to be
packs.
honest, there have been enough issues with odds being messed up. Like, are we confident that we would actually want that?
You mean they might try to juice the pack and fail?
Yes.
Is that kind of what you're saying? I mean, I couldn't rule that out, right?
Yeah, it doesn't seem impossible that, like, oh, oops, like I can imagine, I mean, there's still remains ambiguity about the exact way in which the odds are determined because the odds listed in the card shop um, are still not they're still ambiguous.
Yes.
So
Yes, they are.
um,
That would be funny if an affiliate, yeah. That is a fair point. If they tried to juice packs, they might easily fail.
it could fail. It's within the realm of possibility, certainly.
But enough about OOTP Go. Anyway, I think this is all to say we're still trying to figure this out, but I don't know that we're gonna keep doing this next week. There at least needs to be kind of a little bit more feedback from the community about whether it really makes sense, because I don't think it's actually helpful to do the whole point counterpoint thing.
I will say, I mean, I admit, I have gotten some messages from people who watch the stream regularly and enjoy it, and really appreciate that. Like, we're not trying to say that.
No,
those,
no, it's just
but yeah, I mean, I think definitely we're I think both somewhat unsure of what the best way to proceed is, and
well, it's like it's a game. It's for fun, and it doesn't make sense to kind of be trying to put correct information out there in a way that you're actually at war with the developers trying to promote bad information. That just doesn't seem like the sort of situation that actually is fun for anybody.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, like definitely, if you have an idea for something we might do that would be fun for you and you think would be fun for others, like
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it
we're
worries me because
open
like
to
the other thing that I was hoping we were doing with this
reach
stream
out.
was educating the developers. And it's clear from the card content this week that that has not been a success. And I'm
I
actually,
definitely.
go ahead, yeah.
So sorry. No. So I was.
Go
You hadn't
ahead.
finished yet. So no, I was saying I have somewhat. I think a somewhat higher opinion of the. I mean, obviously, April Fool's cards, most of them are not good, but they were not supposed to be good.
But the
I have a
PTCS
higher
cards were
opinion of like,
supposed to be.
yeah, I would play all 6 of the PDCS rewards. I don't think all of them are great.
Well, I would too, but that's because I don't own very many cards.
No, I would play them all owning every card.
No, I wouldn't. Definitely would not do that.
No.
Not unless Nolan Ryan has ridiculous chemistry or something.
Well, Nolan Ryan probably does have a lot of chemistry with some players. Given how long he played for.
Then maybe he's a bullpen piece if he has enough chemistry.
No, I mean, I have Ryan. Well, okay. My newer thing has Ryan as the best starter. I think my old thing has him like 3rd or something.
Okay, but you were just saying you don't fully trust your pitching model right now.
I trust it decently for the upper levels. I don't trust it very much for the low tiers. Or at least I'm not confident it's good. Like I understand why it's getting the answer it's getting, but I don't. It doesn't seem like it should be right.
Yeah, I'm not getting the same kind of weird stuff from my pitching model, so I think I'm happier with it. But
yeah, at the high levels, it's giving me stuff that I understand and makes sense. I mean, it likes some cards that you don't, which is always going to be the case.
Yeah.
But it's mostly giving me the stuff that I was expecting it to give me, and so I'm happy with that.
See, the thing is, Mr. Wrestling, I don't care how it's received by the devs, right? The devs have made a choice that they don't want to hear, and they don't want other people to hear what we're saying. So it doesn't actually matter to me how they receive it. They're not going to receive it anyway.
One thing I have no idea who has decided what they don't want to hear. I mean, I'm not sure. Basically, I think, there were some things that we mentioned last year, toward the beginning of the cycle that ended up happening later on in the cycle, and once those things happened, there was some attempt to.
There was suddenly a recognition of, oh, wait a minute, these things they're saying are correct, and we better do something about it.
And then,
even though it's a bit late, but then to be clear, we're headed for a similar cliff this year. I believe you have also isidafo. I know I have reached out to OOTP to try to explain this to them, and nobody's been interested or willing to have that discussion.
Yeah, I have reached out during the beta with some of it actually. So yeah. It's been
well, because it's clear as soon as you model it. But this is exactly the problem. This is the problem with promoting fake experts, is that when you promote fake experts, at some point you start listening to them.
Some of the stuff actually was to be honest, I thought relatively clearly dangerous with no model.
Yes.
So, yeah. On that one, I'm not sure what to say other than like, I can understand where some of the ideas came from, sort of, but I would have really hoped they'd get discarded quickly. And apparently they didn't.
No, they haven't. Anyway, we should probably move on, because if we are going to rate cards, we should probably do that fairly soon. If we're not going to bother with it this time, I understand that too.
Also, during the time we were talking, Abasov blundered in one move and lost.
Really?
And Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a super obvious looking blunder, but he lost quickly. So probably it was obvious to someone who's actually good. I mean, it looks very greedy what he did, but it doesn't. I don't. Okay. Oh wait, no. Yeah, I don't. Oh.
Which move?
No, but.
We could totally make this a bad chess stream. That would be fun.
Yeah, it's saying Bishop B3 was really bad, basically because he can't stop Rook F7.
Let me see. Bishop B3.
34 Bishop B3.
Oh, that.
Like, it looks weird, but it doesn't. I don't see immediately how it's crushing, and then he just like loses in 3 moves. It kind of looks like Rook E6 is holding stuff together a little bit, but I guess it just doesn't work.
No, once you realize that you have Rook AF1, that does look crushing. I didn't see it until he moved it, but now that I see the move, it's like, okay, yeah, that actually looks completely.
Oh, because you notice you just trade everything to 8 pawn queens. Okay, that's the problem. All right.
Yeah.
You just cancel the 8 pawn. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, then it loses. Then it loses.
Yeah. Anyway, look, maybe the thing to do. I think maybe this is a discussion to have within the community over the next week. You know, I don't know what a good plan is for kind of.
No, maybe the thing to do. Let me do this. I'm gonna post. Hopefully, Kenise is okay with this. Where is it?
You're gonna put Kidney's Discord in there?
Yeah. Here, if this is Kidney's Discord, it's sort of just a. I don't know. It's Kidney's doesn't play Perfect Team anymore, but still kind of use Perfect Team a lot. If people want to join there,
we'll be back later this year.
We're both relatively active, I guess, in there.
He's probably listening now, right, Kidneys? Just move the stream to Kick. There you go.
Yeah. Well,
if we move
then
the
we could
stream
really
to Kick,
say anything.
No, because if we move the stream to Kick, then we get to keep a greater percentage of all the money we get from subs.
That's true.
Just saying.
That's true.
Actually, that is one thing, by the way, that has been on my to-do list that if we're otherwise planning on wrapping up, I definitely am going to do, and I'm also looking for suggestions on. I was talking with Captain Kegleg about this. I definitely want to do some kind of fundraiser stream. I know we don't ask for subscriptions because we're kind of not looking to make money off this, but I also know that there are people in the community that like the idea of supporting the stream. And I think a good way to do it is to set up some kind of fun fundraiser.
Yeah.
So that way we can kind of do something positive, but and we'll definitely think of a way to do that.
Yep. If you donate enough money, we'll play Laverne de Suarez. Right, that's.
Yes.
But no, I will say actually,
I might run him in the bullpen in my live silver.
My somewhat suspicious thing actually thinks Ranger Suarez is not that horrible. It has him like I think 10th or something for silver starters, which is honestly better than I would have thought looking at the card. So maybe it's just my thing is that my thing is bugged. But yeah.
When we get off stream, we got to debug your pitching model.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong because it doesn't. I mean, I look at all the stuff and it looks fine, and then it says nonsense.
And then it says that the Campbell card is the best card in bronze or something.
Yeah, I think Phil Campbell's great.
We'll be back next week with.
I mean, I can kind of understand why. Right? Because it's just saying that P-BABIP is not a great rating, and he has a lot of the other ratings.
Yeah, so I will say I've heard a lot of discussion about PBABIP being overrated. Um, I think there's a point worth making there. So I don't want to get into the details. Obviously, from a modeling point of view, I've got a model for what PBABIP is doing. Uh, it's not a model that I've changed since about 3 days into the cycle, and it still does. It still is predictive. Um, PBABIP is not as important this cycle, as it was last cycle at the ratings range that we're looking at.
Well,
And I think
so
people are catching up to that. But there's something to consider. So last year at launch, the difference between the good and bad PBABIP cards was like 100 points of PBABIP, which is enormous. Um,
100 points
and
of Babbitt allowed against me,
sorry, yeah,
yeah,
excuse
the
me.
result, not the rating. They're just named the same thing. It's dumb.
Right. The difference between like allowing, a 330 and 230 BABIP against or something.
Yeah, which is
Um,
just ridiculous.
but let's say it turns out you get to the point that you're durably saving 15 points of BABIP against. I think it's very easy for people to compare that with last year and say, oh, it's not so significant. 15 points of BABIP is enormous. If you actually work out what that means in terms of run prevention, that's actually an enormous difference in kind of all of the value. So,
Yeah. No, I mean, I saw some of the stuff that you and other people had posted in their tackle necks, and like, I think one of the things that is certainly the case this year is that PBABIP is really noisy.
yeah. So I do get a different fit than you do as well because but this goes back to the discussion that Isidafo had about one of the most important skills in the data analysis is figuring out how to clean your data properly in a game that doesn't allow you to actually directly get things like splits and therefore doesn't actually give you the tools that you'd really like to have to clean it.
Yeah.
This is legitimately a problem. And that would probably be a fairly lengthy stream talking about like how you would go about really detecting cleaning it and some of the different tricks you could try.
Yeah, and the thing is that the other thing I'll mention is that some of the things which we did our model when we did our stream modeling, at the end of P24, we did it in Python because that's what we both use. I know a lot of people use Excel. Some of the stuff which you really want to do to deal with some of this data cleaning is not exactly. I mean, it's okay. They're both Turing complete languages, so it's of course technically doable, but it's not really feasible in Excel because the program would crash like constantly, probably. And Excel crashes all the time. So,
by the way, I discovered the answer is I have to use a different browser if I want to try to get drops.
Yeah, it's probably something to do with you being logged in and streaming or something.
No, that still isn't getting me drops.
No, then I don't know.
I wonder.
I guess you have to be logged in to get the drops anyway, so that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Really suggestion.
Weird. All right. Well, I'm not getting my drops today. Darn.
Oh well. Do you get drops from your own stream if you have drops? I don't know actually. I guess probably yes.
I think you have to actually be watching it, not just be streaming it.
Yeah, but I mean, I have the chat open. Does that count as watching it?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, I'll just go 5 packs light. We'll call it good.
Yeah, that's only 2 quicks. So
More than two. You don't win every one.
Yeah.
Although, actually, in Iron, you can come closer than you'd think at the moment.
I don't know. Since I put my Bill Campbell in, I'm winning a lot. It's probably because I have other good cards on my roster, not because of Bill Campbell.
New meta. Is there a Bill Campbell combinator up?
I don't know. I don't think it's very good. I just don't know why my model says it's good. That's the issue. Oh, there is one up for 20K. That's a bit rich. There's also a Bruce Campbell.
There's no need to bring Rich into this.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. My apologies.
Yeah. Anyway. So, what are we thinking? Do we want to...
Maybe the way to do it is just to, like... Okay, probably we should talk about the PTCS awards. I'm guessing people will be interested in that.
But Keith Hernandez is good. The golds are good. Don't bother with the others.
I have a slightly different opinion, but most of the same. Keith Hernandez good. Eddie Bell really good. Jim O'Toole's kind of okay. Sharon McGee's kind of okay. Daryl Strawberry's kind of okay. Nolan Ryan is pretty decent, but probably not worth paying for.
It's probably worth a little more than a quick sell.
If this were like, December, and the card pool's like this, and Nolan Ryan was the PTS award, I don't know, probably pay $1 million for it or something. But
I'd probably be happy to sell it to you for $1 million.
Yeah, but that's also just because I, at that point, usually have more points than I know what to do with and don't care that much.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's a fine pick. But Buddy Bell and Jim O'Toole should be switched. That's, I think,
yeah, well, they still don't know how to evaluate cards yet for this meta. That's the problem.
Buddy Bell is really, really good. And he's a shortstop. Don't play him at third, please. Play Bautista or someone.
All right. Well, what are you thinking then? Are we doing cards or not? How do you want to do this?
Maybe we just, if there's cards people want us to talk about, we can talk about them. No?
I got a draft I can do in an hour.
You do a draft? Well, that's the 1919 one, isn't it?
No, this Friday night? Let me
I
see.
think so.
I don't
That could be
remember.
fun to do
I just queue for whatever's got room at this point.
I think that's 1919. But yeah, I guess if people have cards they want us to talk about, we can talk about them, I suppose. I mean, I don't...
All right, let's talk about a few cards. Maybe we'll go quick then.
We don't have to do it. I mean, okay.
I don't want to promise we'll do this next week, but I don't mind going through some cards this week.
I think we can pretty quickly give Fs to all the pitchers, the hitters who are pitchers, right? Rizzo, Davis, Culberson, Velasquez are just really, really bad. They're not supposed to be good.
We can at least show it on screen, but
okay.
No, actually, one of them is interesting. One of the golds I think was interesting.
So I Russell Martin and Dave Steve. Steve I actually kind of think is pretty good for a 40.
Let's bring up Steve. Let's bring up Steve actually, because he's kind of an interesting card. And besides, Lap will never forgive me if we don't say something nice about Steve, right?
Yeah, I mean it's probably just Steve is good against the right cap metas, but yeah.
Sorry, not that Steve. This Steve. Here we go. Dave Steve. He's technically got 5 pitches.
Yeah, the pitches are weird this year, but they don't really matter, so whatever.
Yeah, all right. Dave Steve. I love this. We're 3 hours into the stream and we're actually gonna start rating cards. This is gonna be great.
Yeah. We don't really have to. We could just skip around what we think are interesting.
We can try it. Um, right. So Steve is kind of a weird one to me in that if I try to play him in iron or like low iron, he just looks awful. He's like
Um,
the eighth best 40 or something for me in low iron.
I mean, it's
But
depending
go
hugely
ahead.
on which play you're getting, right? Like if you get
Better versus
righties, this
right than
card's
versus
pretty good.
left, yeah, for
Yeah,
sure. But the weird thing is, if I run him in an open cab, he's the best 40.
yeah. He's really good against open
Yeah.
good cards. Yeah.
So the more of these open caps you have, the more of these open caps you have, kind of, the more this card does want to play.
No, I mean, yes, Steve is definitely not a card that I would play in low iron or anything like that. But I think in a lot of caps, probably like gold or above, it's going to be pretty good.
I mean, the problem is that when you say pretty good, yeah. So Mr. Rush, you're asking about a follower, but the problem is in an open cap, you're not using your 40 overall as a follower. I mean, you really don't want your 40 overall as pitching. They have to do a certain amount of it, so you have to have some of them on the roster. But you'd kind of like to avoid having him pitch too much. Um, so yeah, he's more survivable. Uh, so maybe he's got some use in these caps, just because he doesn't get torched as much as some of the other 40s.
Yeah, I think we'll get use in open caps with higher ceilings.
And there do seem to be a few more of these this year, at least so far.
Yeah, there's a gold cap. There's an open low cap where he'll definitely be a useful piece.
Yeah,
Open high cap, I think, is in 1933, so he's probably not very good there.
right,
Um, but yeah, there are some formats that he's probably playable in, and
right,
there is because he had such a long career. Theoretically, there's possibility for big chemistry with some future card.
right.
Um, most of the 40s are just like really bad players who didn't have a very long career, so um, yeah, that's nice, I guess.
Makes sense.
Did you mean to put the Be Right Back screen up, or
Oh, sorry, did I hit the wrong thing? Didn't mean to. What
unless
did I do?
unless you meant to put the Be Right Back screen up, you hit the wrong thing.
Okay, try that again. All right, sorry. He's only useful for caps, and it's only specific caps. Like a bronze cap, he doesn't play, and he doesn't play any of the early era stuff. And some of these caps are early era. Like he wouldn't play a modern bronze cap. I think it's got to be a bigger spread, but the current bronze cap is an early era, and then he definitely doesn't play.
But you also just don't need relievers there. It's like what, 927 minutes. You
Yeah,
just have your three stars. And
is
that's
that 27 or 22? One's 27 and one's 22. I
it.
forget.
Yeah.
The gold. I think the gold is 22. Maybe in the bronze is 27.
Yes, I think gold 22. But I mean, for Steve, it doesn't much matter. He's not going to play him either way.
Yeah, so I think that means it's probably no more than a D, just because is that right?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe a C. I don't know. I mean, it's a solid card. You'll see play. It's hard to know with the 40s because this year we have, for whatever reason, there are like a huge number of 40 pitchers on release. So I'm a little unsure like how 40s are going to develop this year. Like last year we had, 10 or 15 40 pitchers, and this year there's like 41, it says.
Yeah.
So, um, if this is like all we get for the year, then Steve will play for a long time probably.
So I'm thinking, yeah, I mean, but I actually suspect what's going to happen is we're about to get a bunch in the live update. That all these new
We
cards that
could.
get added may just be a lot of 40s.
We could. I mean, there are only 5 live 40 pitchers, and they're all pretty bad. But yeah, there are going to be a lot of new lives at some point. I can't say I've seen Ishii.
I haven't run Ishii, but I'm also often in these caps. I've actually concluded that all of the 40s are bad, And the gap between good and bad cards is bigger this year with the new engine as well.
Yeah.
So if all of the 40s are bad, I'm sometimes picking the 40s for chemistry instead of for skill.
No, like Ishii is very low control. Ishii is 17 control. That is not a card to run. Like, but a card like I think Chris Welsh is probably one that I've been playing in a lot of places.
I'm running
With
Welsh and
42.
Ryerson at 42 is a fair
Ryerson, yeah. Ryerson also. There's not really a lot of 41s though, right? It's mostly 42s.
But there are several 40s that have good chemistry with a lot of key cards, so I'm often just choosing to do that instead of running the best skilled 40.
Yeah, there are a lot of places where I've been running Ryerson plus Bill Travers plus the 41 Pedro Garcia, who all played for the mid-70s Brewers.
Yeah, so there's that, or there's the Clyde Wright has chemistry with a couple of the players that I run.
Yeah, with like Rapaz and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's another one you could definitely do.
All right, so maybe we'll call him like a D plus.
Yeah, maybe something like that.
All right.
I don't think we need to do every card though.
All right, Rizzo. Anthony Rizzo. It's an April Fool's card, so the barrier's fairly low, but if we're just treating this as like, are you interested in running the card? No.
I'm not. And insofar as I don't think I would have been willing to run the Batman anyway, but Curry Foley renders it useless regardless.
Yeah, I mean, I feel a little bit bad giving F minuses to like April Fool's cards because they're sort of intended to.
No, I don't think we should give minuses to April Fool's cards. April Fool's cards should be the floor.
Yeah, because I think the intent is to do something like that. But
this card was not supposed to be good, and it succeeded.
I will say I can think of one use for this card. This is not a horrible opener in low iron. Well, no. Like if you start thinking about kind of what cards you want to run as openers in low iron, this is in.
I don't know. There's got to be something better than that. I mean, if you just want like lefty crusher, there's Rogenberg.
Or you run Tim Hill. Matt
Tim Hill would work. There's Joe Jakes, I think.
Jakes? Yeah.
How do you pronounce that?
I thought it was Jakes.
I think it's Jakes.
Music lessons will let us know.
Yeah. So I think probably just enough.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to think if there's any reason to have him, but no, I don't see one. All right, we'll give him an F.
Yeah. I like Rogenberg a lot as like a lefty specialist.
Rizzo first.
Then
we can go to Chris Davis.
You can give Davis the F already. It's fine.
I mean, there's a little bit more here than the other. Love the 20 hold runners. Have bad memories of this guy on the mound as a Sox fan, of course.
Yeah, this game was against the Red Sox, right? This one that he pitched.
Yeah.
I think we talked about this.
After they brought Chris Davis in, we decided to like bring in a position player in Darnell McDonald to throw against him.
We talked about this on stream last year at some point. This game, yeah.
Yep. I was trying to see if I'm getting drops. I'm still not getting drops.
Oh well. No drops for you.
They owe me 5 packs.
How could they do such a thing?
Yeah, okay. We're not going to really take Chris Davis seriously as a.
No.
All right.
No. We also should speed up if we're going to try to do all these cards. Like a lot.
All right. Well, we'll speed up and all that. Because we got to do a draft too in the next hour.
Right.
Charlie Culberson. Well, this looks a lot like Chris Davis, except he's 50 overall and there's less rating.
The only saving grace for this card is it plays 5 positions, and you might take it in a draft sometime when you just need someone to play all positions, except that Live's player position is here. So probably it's going to be very hard to use.
So we should give it one of the letters in draft.
Yes, we should.
Russell Martin. Now, I gotta say, I was disappointed that we didn't get the Ty Cobb from the year that he became actually the first player until 2019. This is my trivia question for the stream. Can you name the player who matched him? Until 2019, Ty Cobb was the only player that had a 10 home run plus 1 save season.
Oh, remember that you gave me the trivia question? I don't remember who the other person was.
Yeah. Someone in chat will get it. In the meanwhile, we'll look at this Russell Martin, the third baseman Russell Martin. Look at that eye. Look at all that eye. Oh, wait, right. April Fool's dream. We're overvaluing eye horribly. We've been overvaluing eye horribly. So now that we've fixed it, this card is awful.
Really?
Right?
I mean, I have it as the best third baseman VL in Iron.
All right, let me actually run it. I was trying to do the whole overvaluing eye bit. I'm trying to,
Yeah, we should have picked a different card that was actually bad.
I'm in eye detox, okay? Yes, my model has this as the best third baseman VL.
Yeah. It's a rough two-way card, though.
It's a one-way card.
It's a one-way card, so it's going to be a little tricky to build around, but it's a solid card. It's a very playable card.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, like a C maybe, or a B?
And by the way, yes, well done. It is Stevie Wilkerson with the save in 16th game.
I'm actually somehow more surprised he had 10 home runs. He did not have a lot of power.
Yeah, so you only want to run this card one way, and it's not a direction that really exists much in. I
mean, there are a couple of cards that you can play in Iron that are left-handed, but not a huge number of them.
And they're mostly out of the pen. I think I'm probably seeing a few Brett Andersons, but I think that's probably a mistake as a starter.
Yeah, I like Anderson out of the pen, but I agree. There's Wei-Yin Chen and Sherry Smith, who are both kind of fine.
You'll see some, yeah.
So lefties exist, but they're not a huge number of them. Probably.
Well, then I think clearly the appropriate grade for Russell Martin is to put him back at C.
Yeah, I think C is fine. I'd much rather run a card like Hunt's or something, who plays other positions and can play both ways more reasonably.
Yeah. All right. Vince Velasquez.
Okay, I do have to complain about this one a little bit, not because the card's obviously really bad.
I'll just put the F down. We're not giving F- to April Fool's cards.
No. But there is another. Vince Velasquez made one of the most amazing plays I've seen as a pitcher defensively. He got hit. He's a right-handed pitcher. He got hit on his right elbow by a comebacker, directly on his right elbow. And the ball ricocheted almost to the third baseline, and he ran over and picked the ball up left-handed, dropping his glove, and threw it to first left-handed for an out. So I'm a little sad he doesn't have throws left, but.
Aww. But the card's an F.
Yeah, it was an amazing play. I have no idea how he did that. He threw it hard, too.
Nice. A lot of adrenaline, I guess.
I guess. I've tried to throw with my other hand. It is very hard. It feels so awkward.
Jorge Posada. This is not going to be a quick discussion.
No. This is going to be...
You know how we say we sometimes don't trust our models? I want to run this card at second base in Iron.
I don't want to run it at second, but I think I want to run it at DHVR and put Curry Foley in the field.
I can see running him at DHVR as well, but I actually just want to run this card at second.
I will say I'm not even convinced he's an awful catcher VR. Like the VL bat is really bad.
Yes, yeah. You can't let him touch lefties, but I have this as my top second baseman.
No, I mean, to be honest, this is probably the most interesting card that's been printed this cycle so far.
And then there are the chemistry bits with this card too, which are going to help us.
Yes. So this is, I mean, if you, so a Silver Posada, actually that's a good question. What kind of chemistry does the Silver Posada Combinator get from this Posada? Probably just not teammates, right? They were never teammates. They were the same person.
I don't know.
Because Silver Posada is a very good catcher.
Oh, no. Sorry. I guess I'm thinking about, so for the non-combinator version, there's a marking of just same card.
Yes, but that's for the non-combinator version, the identical card. It's not the same card.
It's not the same card.
So my guess is he'll get team and year. It doesn't apply here, I guess. Team, year, decade, type, and that kind of bonus, but not a teammate bonus, right? Because Jorge Posada wasn't his own teammate.
Sorry, Tactile X. I think isidafo doesn't mean the chemistry bonus on the same roster. He means for a combinator.
Yes, I'm sorry. I meant for combinator, right? Yes.
How much value this card has.
Can I feed Iron Jorge Posada to Silver Jorge Posada? Because Silver Jorge Posada is a really good card, right? Like, that's a card that we want to play in Silver. Or certainly in the meta.
I'm a Red Sox fan. I do not want to play this card in any format.
So, funnily, the Silver Jorge Posada splits the other way. Like,
although I probably am going to play that card in some formats because he's good. But I don't want to.
Yeah. So, if this card gets like 150 combinator points for the other Jorge Posada, it's unbelievable for that.
Yeah.
You can buy a couple of these, you hit the 500 max, and you'll just feed these rapid fires to the other Posada to level them. It'll be really quick.
Yeah.
It is really good for leveling Rivera or Jeter if you happen to have one, but you probably shouldn't play Jeter, and Rivera is way too expensive for how good he is.
Yeah, but if you level Jeter all the way to blue, then you still shouldn't play him.
Right. Yeah, I mean, maybe at some point, there's a Pettit or something that's really good, or actually good Rivera, and then this card becomes incredible somewhere down the line as combinator food. But I guess, maybe at some point there's like a high iron floor cap, and you're running this for chemistry alongside one of those guys. There's definitely options there where this can be a useful card for chemistry or combinator or whatever.
Yeah. Having said that, he's not allowed to face lefties.
No, I'd rather have the pitchers face the lefties than him.
So where does that leave him?
Maybe another C?
I was going to go B, but I'm happy to go C.
It's a good card, but it's so difficult.
All right, well, we'll put him back at catcher.
To know how to use him, right? Like, I have to do something very odd to put Folding in the field or play him at catcher. Like, it's just really awkward. I don't know. Okay, if he has no chemistry with the other Posada, then he probably doesn't have combinator points.
He's got to have combinator points. I mean, if nothing else, he gets same team. Yeah,
he'll have same team. Actually, this one also the same team. It won't have any other boost. So this will just have the regular 5 points for combinator towards. Oh, by the way, also, if anyone has not seen it already, I posted in that in Kidney, I think it's pinned in the data sharing channel in Kidney's Discord how the combinator boost points are calculated. Yeah, if you're curious, you can take a look.
Gary Sheffield. I'd like to just give him the Yankee F-, but I'm afraid we've actually got to talk about this one too.
Uh, I'm.
I mean, he has too much eye, but you know.
I don't think I'm ever actually playing this one. Like, it looks good.
So I again have like no lefties in bronze, even more so than iron.
Even if there were lefties, like. I like Stahl better. I like Milligan better. I like Dunn better. I mean, that seems like there's just kind of there's not enough there for me.
So I have this as the second best bat, VL and iron. Obviously, nowhere close VR.
Right.
Um, but at exactly 60, anything with a bronze floor cap,
Well, that is true. I
I'll
did
be
not
playing
think
this
of that.
card.
Do we have any of those? Let's see.
Or like a bronze only or something, if that comes up.
Okay, there is a bronze only, but I think it's not a cap. Let's see.
Why would you do a bronze only that's not a cap? Sorry.
Okay,
Stop asking
tournament
stupid questions.
tournament lab is a bronze floor, but he's not eligible because he's not a 50-year restriction.
Right.
There is a weekly that is only bronze but no cap, so he's not going to play there unless you're going to play him in open bronze, of course.
I don't think you quite do. I think
So then you don't.
you
Yeah.
just play Bresnahan instead, and you also get some like positional flexibility.
Yeah, I don't think you're playing this. I'm happy to give this one right now. It's a much better F than like Velasquez or something, but
I mean, it's a Yankee. I'm always happy to give it an F.
maybe we can give it an F plus in case there's some future bronze floor
I think
thing.
the card's better than this, but it's a Yankee, and so I'm happy to give him an F.
Okay.
Never gonna hear a complaint from me on that.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case.
This Colton Wong, center fielder Colton Wong. Way too much eye. F. Well, way too much IVR. Let me look at him VL.
Yeah, that seems about right. Just
No, still enough.
if he had much less eye, then we'd play him. But
Yeah,
as
but
it
this
stands,
much eye, way too much eye. And,
way too much eye.
I do want to point out that this is the first card I've seen in a while that has these weird base running splits.
Yeah, that's true. I'm actually sort of curious how that would play.
I'm not sure. So it's an interesting card maybe for testing the engine. It's an F for actually winning games.
Yeah, I mean, that stealing ability, I guess, is probably not quite high enough to make it actually worth running him.
Right.
So it's close. It seems like it's definitely, it's a little lower this year, the number you need to start trying than last year.
That sounds right. By the way, I don't know how much you've been watching laptop streams.
Every now and again when I have the chance, but not all that often.
So, good idea or bad idea? I'm thinking of trying to make my like walk up at bat music this season kitty kitty.
It's an idea. It's definitely an idea.
What you're saying is we should go on and talk about Joey Ortiz.
Yeah, maybe that's better.
Well, let's go on and talk
That
about Joey.
That might be a better idea.
I need new ideas for at bat music, and I'm always up for for trolling, especially in visiting parks because they still let us bring our at bat music.
Really? Wow.
I know because the problem is technically this year, because it's a limited number of parks and there are fewer parks than teams. The solution is that every park is formally a neutral park, even if we have to travel to these neutral parks. So when we play like a road doubleheader, we're actually the home team one of the two games.
Huh. Interesting. Okay.
So we get our bat music, and in the past I've been picking like bad country songs or something because they they wouldn't let me go with some of my choices.
Not sure I want to hear what they were then, but yeah.
What?
I'm not sure I want to hear what those choices were then, but uh,
Well, if you're gonna be on the road, I wanted to go with Hit 'Em Up, and they decided that I couldn't.
it's probably a reasonable choice to not allow that one.
There's a clean version. You're not a Tupac guy?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like exactly a baseball music to me somehow.
No. No, but bad country songs are always fun.
Yeah, bad country songs much more in the baseball style. I agree with that.
Yep. So I just kind of am going through my, collection of bad country songs from like the 80s and 90s.
There you go.
Um, something like that. And then there was the one time for like one of our home games that my teammates kind of pulled a bit of a prank and they switched mine out for yakety sax,
Ah, yes.
which was
Uh,
well
it's
done.
a good one.
Yep.
If it didn't play while you were attempting to play defense, that would have been.
Man, defense is hard this year because the problem is that they're making me move from short to second.
Oh,
And like I know second
yeah,
like sort of looks like it's like second base looks like it's sort of just shortstop, but it really isn't.
yeah. I'd imagine for like double plays and such, it's gonna be much different.
Yeah, no, it's completely different.
Yeah,
And like no, but the big thing is I've never tried to turn a double play without being able to kind of see the runner coming.
right.
So
Yeah,
like if you're not used to it, you just hear footsteps and like, if you've been doing this for a decade or something, you don't worry about it, right?
yeah, yeah.
But for all I
Especially if
know,
you have
for all I know, we've got a league full of Chase Utleys, right?
right.
Um,
So Joey Ortiz.
right. Joey Ortiz. You want to say something nice about Joey Ortiz?
Yeah, I think this guy's actually good.
Let me see if I can find something nice about Joey Ortiz.
Nah, I want to play this card at shortstop in silver.
Actually, I don't want to play him at short, but I seem to want to play him at second.
Yeah, the one position I don't want to play him is where he's listed at. That third doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, no, I don't really want to play him at second. Okay, so I have him as the third best second baseman VR, third best VL, but best two-way.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I it still wants Lip Pike because it doesn't understand that he
Left-handed.
doesn't know how to play defense. Yeah. But if no, I mean, I would play Ortiz at second too. I just like him much better at shortstop.
But actually, when we talk about Rocchio, I'd rather play Rocchio as well.
I want to play well. I want to play Mauricio. I want to play also Mauricio one way. But I'm not sure which position. But Mauricio is very much a one-sided card.
Yeah, so my model at least likes him a little bit better at second of the two. But I also kind of think he's skippable because I think you don't need both Ortiz and Rocchio, and I'd probably rather play Rocchio. And part of this is I still want to play Cintrone one way and just throw that bat at second. Or third, I guess. But there are other bats you can throw at third.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely prefer this to Rocchio, but I think that's it seems like my model prefers defense in the middle infield, and yours prefers the defense at third more than mine does.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So, yeah, it seems like it's mostly a difference of how we're valuing defense at the various infield positions.
Yeah, I mean, I think as for the bat, I mean, this is certainly a glove first card.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Rokio's bat, maybe it makes sense to talk about the two together to some extent. This is a better bat that you're getting with Rokio.
Yes, I mean you're giving up
Even
what is it,
without the
15
power.
points of range or something.
Yeah.
So that's
So that's really the difference. Is it's kind of a bat versus glove thing. Um, and I end up having Rokio come out a little bit ahead at second. But especially even at short. Like this 85 range is not a bad shape for a shortstop. So I'd rather play Rokio at short and Ortiz at second, comparatively.
yeah. I mean certainly when I play them both, I would play Roku at second. But I'm not 100% sure I'm gonna. I definitely want Ortiz. I'm less certain I always want Rokio.
Okay, and I think I come out the opposite.
But Mauricio is also a card that's interesting to me because he's not a shortstop, but he's I think also a viable second baseman, third baseman even.
So where does that leave this group then? Well, maybe Rokio and Ortiz, maybe we can sort of take together. So I think I end up with maybe they're both just around a B because they're sort of interchangeable a little
Yeah,
bit.
I think that's pretty fair.
Like I said, I slightly prefer Rokio. You slightly prefer Ortiz. In a cap, then I'll save 6 points and go for Ortiz.
Sure. And if you just have to go one way, I like Mauricio VR, but obviously his VL is not great,
Let's pull up Mauricio.
and he's not a shortstop anymore.
Hey, he's way too much eye. Okay, so my model still doesn't like the shape of this bat quite as much. So yeah, I just don't think I end up wanting to play Mauricio at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's only one make card and probably only get third for me, and then there's other options. So I'd probably give it like a D or something.
Yeah, I don't
Mr.
even.
Hope,
I'm just looking. I don't even have him on the board at third.
let's see where I got him.
Maybe I still like I a little bit.
Yeah, no, I mean, I have him as like sort of in the top group VR and then really bad VL. But there are other options. It's not like you can play Sano, for example, who's much better VL. And
at third, I still play Rokio even at third if I had to. But I mean, I'll play Steve Braun up before I play this card. I think.
yeah, I like this.
Steve Braun has even more gap power.
There's a new Michael Bush also, who I think is quite a good hitter and can play third. Or a good hitter VR, I should say.
Yeah.
His third base is not exactly great, but as we know, I'm usually okay with that.
So Mr. Joe was asking whether these other cards play up at all. There isn't really any low gold though right now, right?
Well,
then you're playing Nicky Lopez in full gold.
You're also running into Buddy Bell.
Yeah, in about a day you're going to run into Buddy Bell, then that's fair.
So, yeah, and there's Versailles too at low gold too. I think is better than all of these guys as well. Though Bell is the way.
So Mauricio, I think, is an F.
Yeah,
I'm somewhere on the make it higher though.
I'm somewhere on the fence between D and F. It seems like a decent card. I just don't know that I'll ever find a use for it.
You want me to bump it up?
Nah, I'm okay with an F.
All right. Then Victor Scott. The second, sorry.
Well, he's sure got a lot of stealing. I wish there was anything else.
Problem is you got to get on base to be able to steal.
Yeah. And it's not, I mean, his defense is good, but it's not even like it's amazing. It's just kind of okay.
His profile's best in center, but there's probably not enough there for it to really make sense. I mean, I
Just
have him
like
like
Gerard
eighth.
Dyson.
I have him like eighth in center VR.
Yeah, no, I mean like Dyson is kind of the same profile, but just a better card.
Okay, so this one's probably an F.
So just an F. Yeah.
All right, that one's a pretty easy F. He's the sequel, yes, Mr. Black. Josh Donaldson. No, but the Billy Hamilton well, okay, there were two
No, the
center
Reds
fielder
one.
bronze Billy Hamiltons.
Yeah. The Reds one is similar to the Reds one at the start of the year. It was not
one,
similar
okay,
to
I was gonna say the Reds one. Yes. Okay, then we agree. All right.
Yeah.
Josh Donaldson. No, but I'm not gonna hammer an April Fool's card.
Yep.
But I'm also not gonna play it.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So Michael Busch listed at DH.
Always good that they're listed at DH.
What?
It's always good that they're listed at DH. That's the positive side,
this
right?
one actually, I don't hate playing left if I'm going to do something with. The problem is that there are actually some decent left field bats right now in silver already.
So I think the big
you're gonna don't you just play Berkman?
Well, the thing, I mean, this also plays third and first and right because of this future legend eligibility stuff.
Yeah, if these cards weren't mostly awful, that was possibly game breaking. But fortunately, the cards aren't good enough for it to matter.
Yeah, most of them are not great. So I don't know. I guess the thing is that if you play Busch and Berkman, you're basically just hoping that no one has a left-handed pitcher ever, which might be the case.
It's hard to find lefties, and you know what? This discussion's going to end at Ranger Suarez, isn't it?
Something. Definitely, yeah.
I promise we wouldn't talk
can always
about
play Ranger
Suarez on stream.
You can always play Ranger Suarez. Actually, my model might now think Ranger Suarez. Let me check. He might now think he's the best left-handed starter in silver.
Yeah, anyway, just run like Berkman, Tuck Turner or something if you really want to. Run Henrik.
Yes, my model is saying it's suspicious, but it's saying the only playable left-handed starters in silver are Suarez and Live Alex Wood. Like, not that they're great, but it's just they're sort of mediocre.
My model has the top 15 starters in silver is all being right-handed.
Yeah, so if that's the case, Busch is on the roster because Busch hits. And at the worst case, then he's just the backup to Berkman.
I still don't think so, though. So if I kind of try to grade out the bat, I don't have Busch as a top 10 bat VR in silver.
Really?
Yeah, so I've got Berkman number 1, Clark number 2. Then there's a bit of a gap. Then you've got a bunch of first basemen in there. You've got Spielborgs, who probably should be a DH and is even better VL maybe, but you'll play both ways. I mean, but then the problem is you have like 5 first basemen in there, so it's not quite that easy. But then you've also got a card like Curtis Granderson.
Yep.
But the point is, this card can't DH, and now that I've finally gotten off my everybody, I is the only important thing, and singles are important too. I do kind of like the 166 BABIP of this Tuck Turner.
I still don't have the Turner all that good. I have Busch number 2 VR in silver behind Berkman. But it's like very close to number 2 and like number 8.
I mean, yeah, I also have kind of a big cluster in there. And Busch has a little more positional flexibility than like the big blood of first baseman. But the big blood of first baseman do mean that if you run Busch, you're kind of doing it because you intend to put him in the outfield.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're playing like Ken Phelps or something, right? You're going to play Busch over that. It's just sort of a better version with a little flexibility.
Right, but Phelps is sort of down my list.
Yeah, I don't have Phelps all that great either, but Busch is an upgraded version of Phelps.
But the problem is I'd
You know,
rather find room for like Berkman, Spielborg's, Turner.
well, Berkman is never missing the roster. He's the best hitter by a mile.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think what is that? Bush is maybe like a C or D. I think. Like he's good in some particular meta with no lefties, but as soon as there are lefties, he's probably done for. I mean, that's a D.
Even there, I don't think he quite makes the roster, but your model does. So let's call it a D then.
Yeah, I think a D is about right. I'd go.
Okay.
Right now,
So Tactile next, there's another reason that Turner's not going to look good in your data. And that's one of the problems with using data, basically.
well, it's not inherently a problem. It's one of the things you have to be aware of.
Okay, I'll let you go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, because like you can. It just depends whether you think what you're seeing people do is going to continue or not going to continue. Right? If it continues, then the data's fine, and if it doesn't, then it's bad. And it's hard to know always, I think, which is the right answer.
Well, okay, but also, how do I put it? One of the problems with cards is that you also have to look at how they're used. So, for example, my bet would be that if you start getting a bunch of Michael Bush in your data, he's not going to look as good as you'd think because he's actually going to get a lot of at-bats versus whatever lefties exist because people are not making good rosters.
Yes.
So there's a kind of a gap between the people that are making good and bad rosters for how effective a card is. Tuck Turner as a mission card that's not that hard to finish and is on a lot of rosters. Basically, the average quality of the manager playing Tuck Turner is lower than the average quality of the manager playing Berkman because it's harder to get.
Yeah, that's
again lower
true.
than the average quality of the manager playing like a more difficult packable.
Yeah, the thing I'm not sure that Turner in particular will be affected by that because he's a switch hitter. He's not super splitty. But I don't think his usage will be. The thing I'm worried about with Turner actually is that your data is having a huge DH penalty, which applies a lot more generally to Bowdy hitters than power hitters.
Well, there's a DH penalty, but also no. But the other thing, it's not just will you play them against lefties. The big one is will you run him into the ground because you don't understand fatigue.
Oh yeah, but I mean, with the small exception of the card that really only exists for the very, very like top players, I think that one mostly evens itself out. I think more people platoon correctly than do the fatigue correctly.
Could be some of each, but like,
yeah,
one of the things that this means is that you'll find that when a new packable comes in, they often look much better even if you don't change the player pool, the first few people that run them, because the first few people that, well, it depends if it's a good packable or a bad packable. If it's a bad packable, they underperform at the beginning. If it's a good packable, they overperform at the beginning, basically because good or bad managers are running them.
Yeah, it also, I think it depends sometimes on the type of card.
Yeah, and basically the ways you can make a mistake.
Yeah. But at least that one is not so difficult to deal with, I don't think.
Tuck Turner's not as bad, but actually, I mean, you say Tuck Turner's not splitty. I want to point out Tuck Turner is actually pretty splitty.
Well, but he's not splitty like, Berkman or something. I mean,
he's not splitty as Berkman, but that's actually a problem in the sense that for Berkman, he's so splitty, everyone figures out they shouldn't run him both sides.
Yeah, that's fair.
Turner is splittier than he looks, and so you shouldn't run him both sides if you can avoid it, but a lot of people do. And actually, the other problem is because of Berkman, you often can't platoon both of them. So if you put them both on the roster, you maybe run Turner both sides by default. So if you were able to collect data with splits like you'd want to, of course, you'd be able to figure this out from data.
Yeah,
But
which
you
is
can't.
one of the reasons why League is much different for me than it is for tournaments.
Yeah.
Because I actually have a lot more information on what's happening. There's splitting beyond just the handed splits. There's home splits and usage,
Right.
pinch hitter splits and all this kind of stuff.
Yes.
It's very helpful.
So
on that, Mason Miller.
Right, Mason Miller. Oh, and then I got to do a draft in the next 12 minutes. Mason Miller, not the live Mason Miller, but the future legend, who, as you know, is a similar shape, but a little more, especially in the P Babbitt. Plenty of stats on the card. I've said my nice thing about him.
Yeah, so what's kind of funny, I was saying, I'm a little suspicious of my lower tiers who seems to think BABIP is not important and all that. Yeah, it seems this card is great still. And actually, even the old model kind of hybrid thing thought this card was really good.
I have him as the 8th best starter in silver, but he converts and even though he converts the bullpen pretty well, I think it's fringy at best. I think he converts the bullpen well enough that you do want to play him out of the pen, but it's sort of fringy.
No, I mean, I have this as the best silver starter, well, not Sandy Consuegra tradition because he's not really a starter probably with the borderline.
Well, is this guy really a starter? He's got 52 stamina.
I don't think he'll have borderline. That's the big difference.
Does anyone know whether I'd have to buy the card to check. Does anyone know whether
he
the card
shouldn't? I think Consuegra's issue is that his stuff is too low, but I don't know that with certainty. But yeah, Consuegra has 30 stuff.
I think either way, the 52 stamina is a big problem because if I try to run him and Consuegra both as starters, and yes, darn it, I'm running Consuegra as a starter. I know I'm not supposed to. I'm doing it anyway. I can't really run both of them as starters.
Yeah, I'm not super worried about that. Like, yeah, Tewksbury also has kind of lower stamina, but I think it's fine. I mean, they'll throw enough pitches.
Tewksbury's stamina is higher than it looks, and so
it's like 70-ish.
So is Consuegra's. Sorry, no. What I mean is.
No, I mean yes, I understand, but
sort of a low stuff, high control shape like Tewksbury or Consuegra is going to be more efficient with pitches.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't mind that much. If I give anything to my bullpen, it doesn't, unless it's a cap. In a cap, I'm a little more concerned. But in an open,
yeah. What's Miller's last 10, Kava? You're saying it looks like his last 10 is 10,300.
10K, yeah.
So,
which is, even though I think he's very good starter in silver, more than I would want to pay for this because Consuegra's 1,000, Tewksbury is a few hundred. There's other options.
But I like the fact that it's allowed to be 10,000. We don't have spotlights. That's a big improvement to the game.
Yes. Oh, it's great. Great. I really like how we can make decisions of whether I want a card or not just buy everything that's available.
Right.
Yeah. But anyway, I think even if you're not going to start this, it's got to be in the bullpen, right? There's just so many ratings on it.
I still have it as fringy bullpen. Like I said, I have it as about the number 8 starter. I expect he's going to convert pretty well. I mean, he only converts somewhat well, right? Because he has sort of one good pitch and not two. So he will get a boost.
He has this giant velocity, too, which will help him quite a lot.
So we'll get a nice stuff boost. I think you do want to run him out of the pen, but I don't think it's as obvious.
Yeah, I think I'd probably give him a B over some amount of uncertainty of whether he'll have borderline or not. I don't think he will, but it's possible, I guess. If he had
I'm closer to a C, but I don't mind bumping it up.
Yeah, if he had 15 points of stamina, I'd probably give him an A.
B minus?
Yeah, B minus, sure. All
right.
That's fine.
Why don't we do the draft before I forget to do the draft?
Good idea.
Seven minutes. We can do it in 7 minutes. Or no, I think we even get the full 20. I think it's 7 minutes plus the full 20.
Yeah, we should get the full. No, I think it changed this year. It's until the last person finishes or 20 minutes server is first.
Right. Except
which
for
is
the
actually
speed drafts, they then do this horrible thing where they cut you off 5 minutes after the last person signs up. Even if you,
oh
but you then have to wait 15 minutes for Sim 1 anyway. So it's a speed draft, but not a speed. Yeah. Anyway,
yes.
1919. Different formats to sort of tell you not to run the bullpen, but we might run a bullpen anyway. Best of 9.
Well, the
Flat
thing is
card.
that you actually get not a lot of pitchers now. It's much harder to run a bullpen in this.
So you're saying we shouldn't take Suter? This is not a great start
Fortunately,
for
all of our
1919.
cards are
It's probably
really
Huey, right?
bad. Oh, yeah, all these
Probably
cards are not
Huey.
good.
Huey is the
Probably Huey.
least non-1919 version, right?
Yeah, I mean, he is BABIP. That's good. We like BABIP in 1919. We like I in 1919.
He doesn't really have high,
Fortunately,
but he has
he has
BABIP.
way too many points in like error instead of range. But
Yeah, but he has BABIP.
yeah, it's probably the best card. Stewart is also the complete wrong shape for the 1919.
Yeah. Well, Erstad's just so good. We're always taking him anyway, right?
Yeah, yeah, Erstad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
And well, we haven't talked about Heston yet on stream, but I still think we want Cavaretta.
I like
In
Heston, but it's very much the wrong shape for 1919.
Yeah, so here's the comparison. I'll put that up. We're going to talk about Heston later. It is the wrong shape for 1919.
Yeah, I think it's a good card in Modern, but in this, I'm not interested.
Yeah, I think it's Cavaretta, who's actually just legit a good card.
Yeah, Cavaretta fine. I mean, if this were Modern, we'd take Heston.
Right. But. So I think here we're still taking Austin Barnes, even though the framing doesn't help as much.
And probably Blankenship?
I don't know. He's got a lot of eye. I mean, are we allowed to do that on this stream?
Yeah, good point.
I mean, because there is this Tim Foley who has no eye.
Oh, God. Guess what we want in 1919? No, oh, wait. Don't do that anyway.
Probably his Blankenship, right?
I mean, Miley is okay, I guess.
Probably his Blankenship, right?
Probably Blankenship.
So, yeah. All right, it's Blankenship. I'll let you talk me into the player with all the eye.
So generous.
So, in addition to Frank Chance,
so Frank Chance is like the best card in the format, which is great.
I wouldn't mind getting a pitcher. Do we literally not have a pitcher this round?
Well, we've already seen 5 out of our 14 starters. We do kind of need starters.
I'm actually looking. We literally have a pitcher this round.
We do. So I guess.
So I guess we should take another hitter.
I guess Andres Torres probably.
I was looking, but there's just not a lot. I mean, normally I look at a card like this, and with a low avoid K, I say he's going to get a lot better in 1919. But the problem is, even getting a lot better, this card's not good.
No, it's a lot of defense. The gap power is okay. It's probably still better than like the lives or random stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't completely hate Goldschmidt VL, except
we don't have a place to play him though. Is the problem?
He plays second base.
We don't have a place to play him. Is the problem?
It's Andres Torres, huh?
Yeah. I mean, it's not a great card, but
okay. So it's Brandon Lau, but we think it's still Bobby Lowe.
Yeah, it's definitely Lau. It's definitely.
I think it's Bobby Lowe, probably.
I think he's just weird. I think that's what's going on.
Could be Bobby Love as well, actually, because that's really the etymology, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Either way, that card is not a 1919 card.
No. Red Smith isn't either. Okay, it's probably just Torres and.
Cesar Tovar is just kind of a worse version of Torres.
All right, it's Torres, and we hope he doesn't play.
Listen, at least we got Frank Chance.
So, in addition to John Knight, John Knight is very much the right shape here.
We do really want to start it, but I think that Jordan Wicks has Knight is good. I think Jordan Wicks has the wrong.
I think Jordan Wicks is flat enough. He's fine.
Oh, do you think he's fine? Yeah, maybe he's fine.
All right. He's not perfect, but he's
Not
like,
great.
we need a starter. He's flat. 62 stamina is fine for 1919.
That is a weird pitch mix, I gotta say. But
Yeah, I'll put that up again.
Cliff Floyd
Yeah,
is not the right card. Yeah.
that's like my pitch mix, after blowing out my shoulder. It's like I've got the changeup, I've got the changeup off the changeup, I've got the ethos. Cliff Floyd's tempting.
In 1919, really?
Not as tempting. All right, let's
I
go
mean,
Jordan
VR is still
Hicks.
probably okay.
Well, I was
Need
also
a
just
starter so
thinking about
badly.
the chemistry bonus
Uh,
because I don't mind making some chemistry picks here. All right, actually, as much as we want pitchers, right? We've got Henrik, who maybe doesn't fit 1919 as much, but you know,
kind of want McEwing.
but Sottles is also pretty good here.
Justin Moore is also okay, right? I
Like
think.
this, I think we want our second catcher.
Do we have any starting pitchers here? Or, I guess not.
Well, we
Oh,
have
Holland is not.
Maholm is. I mean, this is actually not a horrendous
Oh,
shape.
it's not as bad as I thought. It's not that bad.
That's
I
not
do kind of want
horrendous.
McKnight though. McKnight seems very useful for chemistry plus making sure we have a reasonable backup all the time.
Hmm.
It's a
Okay,
weird
we need,
card,
we need
but
two more starters, probably, right?
we definitely need two more starters. And I did have an issue in this one of these where I didn't get 7 pitchers because I wasn't paying attention. But we do have to pay attention to make sure we have enough pitchers left to get to 7.
Let's go Maholm then, just to
All
be
right.
safe. Maybe McEwing's just a little too greedy.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, now I feel better about it because we didn't get a bunch of pitchers here either.
So Al Hollingsworth is a lot, very low control, right?
Moderately low control. I mean, for
It's not as bad as I
silver,
thought, but
I
probably still
think
not great.
probably we take him and stick him in the pen. And actually, no, Seth
How many
Lugo.
pitchers do we have?
If you switch his P BABIP and homers allowed, he fits the era fine.
Yeah, we only have 9 pitchers left. And we need to get 5 more of those 9. So probably we should take one here.
Okay,
I don't know which one.
let's take
Wait, Collinsworth?
and then
I don't know any of
I don't
these.
know any of these other cards, which is a bad sign.
Yeah.
You know what? If we don't know any of the other cards, why don't we take 2 pitchers?
Okay.
Just
Corey Snyder.
just get
8
it out of the
first
way.
base. Yeah, so I guess Eelbar?
Let's put the comparison up here. He's pretty splitty actually, so I think maybe Lugo's less splitty.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, probably not one will ever get in the game.
Hopefully not, but we need enough pitchers to be able to submit a roster.
Yes.
I'd really like a legitimate starting pitcher here somewhere.
We didn't get one.
No.
That Pete Mickelson is not horrible, but I don't know what he looks like.
No, this is not really the shape we want.
Oh, no, not so much.
I
guess Fletcher
I'm looking. Flannery's
is not
shape
terrible.
is okay, but the card's awful. Fletcher, this is not the shape we want if we could avoid it. Do you play some defense?
Yeah.
Doubt it has 100 range.
Well, that's something.
Maybe actually doubt it makes sense just as a backup, if nothing else.
Yeah, I guess that's fine. We only have 2 outfielders, so.
Wow. Flannery, Fletcher. I haven't even looked at Buzzhart, actually. You know what? Maybe just Buzzhart and keep adding to the pitchers just in case.
Yeah. Sure, I guess.
We don't want to start him, but right now he's our third best option.
Yeah, we're gonna need the starters eventually, so I guess the pitchers eventually. So I guess it's not the worst.
Well, we've got Kitty. I have to take Kitty, right?
Oh boy,
Okay, he's not actually good for this era.
he's not good for any era.
Mike Fichlin is actually a card I like here.
Yeah, the worst
range and the three.
There are worse cards out there for sure.
Yeah. Let's see. Matt Moore, no. The live Grisham's better than this, isn't he?
My version's the silver and actually pretty decent. So yeah.
Maybe it's Kitty anyway, actually. No, he only plays first, though. I don't want any other cards.
Sosa probably plays 1,000 positions.
This is just the wrong
Round is
shape.
really bad. Yeah, round's just bad. I don't know what to do about it.
We'll go Kitty. I can tell Laptop I put Kitty on the roster.
You sure can, unless you put him on the reserve, which wouldn't really change the team at all.
Yeah. All right, so I've got 3 cards I like, but none of them's one of the pitchers.
Same. No, I'm almost
we only have 4 pitchers left, and we've got to take 2 of them, by the way.
Okay, I'm fine passing these pitchers. These pitchers are not very good. Actually, hold on, there are no pitchers here at all.
There are no pitchers.
Okay, so
I like McIntyre, I like Theobald, I like McAuliffe. We only get 2 of them.
No, Karen's is also okay with all the framing.
Oh, actually, Karen's also plays catcher.
Yeah, Karen's is a very good catcher. Karen's like 110 framing or something.
Yeah. But the bat's not great, and we have our 2 catchers for the era. So I think it's McAteer is maybe the 3rd best of these cards, but we need the outfielder.
I think McAuliffe is the best of them.
So Theobald's the better defender.
McAuliffe is completely not good for the era, but McAuliffe I think is a much better card than Theobald.
But all he has is eye. Do we really want a card where all he does is, eye and power?
Well, it's good. I mean, the eye is good in 1919. The power is less good.
Problem is Theobald has no BABIP either.
Yeah, Theobald is not going to hit.
No, he does have 94 range, and he only plays second. And McAuliffe plays 3 positions, so I guess we go with McAuliffe.
But we do have King, who plays a lot of positions, and Blankenship plays a lot of positions.
Yeah, I mean, Theobald, obviously the 94 range matters.
Yeah. McAuliffe is probably more of a third baseman than second baseman.
Are we starting Blankenship at second? Because you can put Blankenship in the outfield.
Oh, that's true.
And then maybe we go with Theobald or McAuliffe as a starter. So as a starter, I like Theobald better.
Okay, so let's try to. Do we have a DH in this or not? I don't remember.
What? Do we know the rules of a draft? All right, let's see what we got. We get a DH.
Yeah, okay. So then we're gonna put Chance at DH or Kevert at DH.
Right.
Oh, we could put Kevert in the outfield.
Well, this says we can put Keveret in the outfield. We can't really put Keveret in the outfield.
No, if we had no DH, we would have put Keveret in the outfield to fit both him and Chance in.
But no, Blankenship goes in the outfield, so we want an infielder of some sort, right? Knight doesn't have to play third, but he can. Huey at short is fine.
Right, Knight can play either second or
I think one of these can be our starter. So then probably it's Theobald, because then you want the defense.
I guess McAuliffe is also really splitty, so we're only going to be able to play one way.
All right, let's do this. Okay, well, Andy Hansen is a complete bailout.
Yep, that's helpful. We probably should even take another picture as a decent one, but it doesn't look like there is.
Actually, Simber is decent one way.
Okay, sure, why not?
Now, lefties do exist.
No, they don't. They're fake.
Fake news?
Fake news. Has anyone ever seen a left-handed person? Are we sure they exist?
I haven't. Tony is like, a profile for an era. No, actually, the reason I want to look at Tony. So this is the kind of bat that you'd think doesn't play in 1919. But you see how he's got this 21 avoid K? With that 21 avoid K, his like 78 BABIP is actually going to play way up. This is a legitimately good bat for the era.
We already have a lot. If we hadn't taken Kitty, we could have maybe.
We can bench Kitty. Kitty's just there to have the good walk-up music.
Okay.
Leninger's asking what Hansen looks like. Sorry, I'll put Hansen up on
Hansen's
for you.
Good. Well, certainly good for this era.
He's fine. He's fine at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually kind of like Tony, and then we can bench Kitty, right?
I mean, he's our fourth first baseman, but why not?
Fourth, 1, 2. Oh, one of them's a DH, and yes, he's our fourth first base. He's our third first baseman because Kitty's sitting.
Right. All right. Sure. Why not?
All right, we need a pitcher. And everything else is negotiable, right?
You have to take a pitcher, correct?
And we have one pitcher to take, I believe.
So Matt Gage.
Let's take Matt Gage.
Yes,
It could have been worse. Could have been better too, but it definitely could have been worse.
Yep. So I believe this version of Bleferi does play catcher and is not that bad.
Okay. This Luplo is
fine.
Fine.
Luplo's
I'd rather
fine.
him in a modern era.
Yeah.
Bleferi claims to play catcher. Doesn't really play cat. Okay, he claims to play catcher, but his nickname is Clank.
Not a good. Yeah. Not great. Not great.
I'm gonna say Clank is not the catcher you want. But let's take him just for fun.
Frank Tavares is actually a good card.
Oh yeah,
We definitely take him.
Tavares is a good card.
No, I missed him.
And Bernie looks fine.
Sure.
I mean, he's not good, but he.
Yeah, looks fine.
All right,
I mean,
we
this
did
is
it.
the irons in it. Yeah.
We did it. What do you mean the bullpen? Oh right, yeah, right. The bullpen failed because we probably don't want to run. So what do we decide we're running? We're gonna run. Wicks,
we're definitely running Wick,
Mahalam, I guess.
I guess Lugo's better than Hollingsworth. I'm not really sure. No, maybe Buzzhart. Be better. Buzzhart might be better. Okay, can we start Andy Hansen? Is that impossible? Probably it's impossible.
Buzzhart's probably better. But maybe the answer is on Buzzhart. We throw him at 18 batters faced.
As long as Matt Gage doesn't come in, that's good.
Well,
Matt Gage comes in. It's a little
Matt Gage from coming in. All we got to do is bench him for a few days. Problem solved. Actually, Matt Gage is not. This is not that bad.
You really think he's not that bad? I guess you do risk running out of pitchers.
Yeah, I think I just would prefer not. Well, it's not definitely not a two-way player. Hold on. That was a misclick.
Yeah, we can play first though.
All right.
We made a two-way player.
Probably we start Barnes both ways, although.
Yeah. Barnes is better. This looks fine. I know we should put Blankenship in the outfield.
is not DHing. All right, hold on. Cavaretta DH.
Yep.
Right.
Blankenship in outfield. I guess that's to be right.
To the outfield, Theobald second.
Yep. I'm going to sing both ways. So, copy it. Oh, that's true. We did. We missed a good chance to take more first basemen. We took Gage though. Gage is the first baseman. He believes he's the first baseman, so he is one.
You're taking Valvoni, yeah. The Phillies to be first baseman. Remember the Phillies just decided to put like the worst gloves they could collect in the field and see what happened, and then Alec Bohm somehow turned from like a complete butcher to slightly plus somehow.
Yeah, then they figured out that was not a good idea somehow. Who knows how?
Funny how that works. Yeah.
Yeah. turns out that in real baseball, punting third base defense is not a good idea.
You say that, but is anybody? Oh, right. Yes, people have tried.
Yeah. Yeah.
But punting shortstop defense is actually worse.
That is true.
So, let that be a lesson to you Yankees.
Yeah.
All right. We can get back and read some cards, I guess, right?
We should definitely there should be a speed round at this point. We have like 35 cards to go or something.
Are we allowed to involve speed and Joe Strawberry?
Oh goodness.
Just asking. Where do we get cards from?
I mean, there are tanking checks. Are there drug tests?
Well, I mean, the game does now have chemistry.
That is true.
So, All right. Kyle, not as much teal this year?
Yeah. That card was so good last year.
Was, but this too much eye, right? It's an empty bat eye, nothing else. What do you want with this card? Right?
As long as this Frank Chance guy exists, it's going to be hard to print a better gold catcher.
Nah, he's got too much eye. My model's running someone else at catcher.
So it's running him at first?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Also reasonable. Teal's.
You caught me.
Yeah, I mean, he's the best 80, but again, the only gold 4 is a no cap. So it doesn't matter.
Because somehow we've decided that it's much more interesting to... Okay, could we please try actually constructing rosters before you put a format out?
Okay, to be fair, in this one, it does actually run room playing build to landscape, which I would otherwise do. So there's one card. There's other captures I also prefer to teal, but it does stop me from playing to landscape.
Well, now that I got rid of I want to look at Mike Sandlock.
I don't think I've ever seen that card.
Neither have I. Let me pull the card up. Why do I want to look at Mike Sandlock? Oh, because he has 114 framing.
Yeah, that would do it.
That's why I want to look at Mike Sandlock. I don't know why he has 114 framing, but I
definitely don't value framing as much as you do, but well, okay. I also want to run, I think, Austin Wells ahead of this as well.
Okay, so I have teal like around 10th among gold catchers.
I think I have him like 8th or something, but yeah, it's
like an F.
It's an F. And again, local doesn't exist, so it doesn't matter if you play in it or not.
Max Meyer. So these flat profiles are actually better than they look right now. But they're just cards with a lot more stats.
No rating points.
Yes.
Where rating points?
Give this one an F for Future Legend?
Mm-hmm.
Or there's an F minus because he's a less than a Future Legend. Maybe it's an F. What do you think?
It's just an F, I think. It's probably vaguely playable in silver.
All right. This one's vaguely playable. Whoops. This one. Wait. Oh, because I only show cards with sell orders.
What? No one has a seller for this card yet? What's wrong?
No, but there's some buy orders up. 97 range, just play him at short, right?
Yeah, this is not a third baseman.
I know he's got 113 arm. He can play third base fine, but just play him at short.
No, you should. If you're gonna, I just want to play Bautista at third. Bautista hit ball far.
I do have this as your best third base option as well. but Batista's very close, and Batista doesn't play
I have
short, and this card does.
I have his number 3 at third. Batista, Keith, and then Bell.
I have VR. I have Batista, Keith. Okay, but okay. So to be fair, when I say I have this one first, I have Bell, Batista, Keith, but the gap is like a quarter of a win covered.
Yeah, they're all pretty close. Yeah, agreed. And then it's a very long ways down to the next options.
Yes. Yep, we got the same thing for once. All right, we're getting there.
But he's the best shortstop I had done. This is a
now that I stopped overvaluing I.
Wait, does this play in low diamond? Probably it does, right? Sure. Yes, I have it as the best low diamond shortstop.
Yeah, I think this one gets a plus.
It's S plus, right?
I think so.
Just really good.
Jordan Wicks. Well, as you know, we drafted him, so he's the best card ever in 1919.
F?
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, this is so one comment before we F this one. It is hard to find lefties in gold. And the best cards VL that are lefties in gold tend to be pretty splitty. Because this is not splitty, so the funny thing is I only have this as the 12th best starter VL in gold, and even behind Iwakuma, who's a righty. Okay, but as a just plain old starter, because like both hands exist, I have him as the 3rd best lefty starter. So he's still not a top 5 starter. He's like, fringy, 10th-ish. But now that Jim O'Toole's coming out, who we're going to talk about in a moment, I could imagine that you try to build a roster with like 5 lefty starters.
Yeah, you're giving up Webb then, though.
You're giving up
That
Webb?
seems tough.
Okay, maybe then you run Webb and 4 lefty starters, maybe.
Okay, I have Steele as like the live Steele as the playable lefty starter.
Yeah, so live Steele and Jim O'Toole are going to be playable.
Jim O'Toole,
and then
yeah.
You're reaching a little bit for Wicks. And then in the same range as Wicks is the Brendan McKay we're going to talk about.
Agreed.
But you're also at least getting some bat, so maybe you think about it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a particularly useful bet, but yes.
I don't think it's a great plan, but I just want to point out that I think this card will see at least a little bit of play because, well, the place I would try it actually, so here's the problem. There are these gold caps, and in a cap, everybody's going to be running a card like Berkman because there are so many righties in the meta. And if, let's say people run both Berkman and Sean Green, right? Because they're both mission cards. If you've got these two very splitty lefties. What?
I assume you mean someone else. I don't think there's a Sean Green card.
Am I? Wow. Cliff Floyd. It's been a. Why am I confusing Sean Green and Cliff Floyd? Is there?
Those are not very similar players.
I'm trying to figure out why I'm combining Sean Green and Cliff Floyd. I mean, I guess they're roughly similar eras, right?
Sort of, and they both play the outfield. But that's pretty much where it ends.
Yeah. Okay, I definitely mean Cliff Floyd. Just so we're clear.
I'm realizing now I neglected to put Luke Easter on this list because I was filtering the date on the wrong.
Oh, okay.
One, so
we'll get him at the end. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the point is that you now have these very splitty lefties, right? Because you have all these splitty lefties, and especially as mission cards, they're just going to see a lot of play. I think is a viable shot. So I would not think about doing this in, say, a weekly gold or gold cap. I wouldn't think about doing this in a weekly gold cap because at some point you're going to run into someone that knows what they're doing. Sorry, I should be more polite about that. At some point, you're going to. Oh, you know what I mean. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah, Newcomb's in there. I just filtered that date column and everything that was April and later because I thought that was all of it and
didn't
forgot
they
that
used
Easter
to
was
have a
released.
list of the new releases somewhere? Did that just
No,
disappear?
it's in the card list now. I'm just
No. But
I
I
just
mean, I
did it
thought there
wrong.
used to be like on the front page. I thought like the default here.
There there
Oh, I see it is.
is.
No, they just moved.
Yeah,
Okay, I was gonna say I thought it used to be right here and it disappeared, but it's just that
it's
they
still
changed the
it's
UI, so
still
it is right.
showing the wrong dates sometimes, and I'm not quite sure why. It's got to be some like
Okay, but in any event, we've got our
yeah.
list, so that's fine. So yeah, so the point is, with all these splitty lefties, maybe there's a viable strategy of just trying to run like an exclusively lefty rotation.
I mean, I don't know. It feels like like okay. I think you have to play Webb. Webb is just too good.
So Webb and four lefties. Yeah, I don't think it's a great idea, but I just thought it's worth raising if you're thinking about like value. I think in
Yeah,
a do or
it's
die gold is where I would more think about it, with the idea of kind of saying like, maybe I'm gonna get by if the first couple of rounds against teams that are just throwing lineups in and not thinking, and then I actually run Webb as like my number 3 starter, so that I
mm,
have a matchup edge when I make round
yeah. The
3, and when
problem
I
is
lose
for
one or two, I just reset.
Thomas do or die. You really, really want to put your best starter first because he gets to start twice if you go to 3 games in the finals.
Yeah, it's probably right.
So I mean, yeah, it's more of an option now with like O'Toole plus Wicks plus McKay. That was
Okay,
when
so it's still
before it was
probably an
like
F, but it's just worth
yeah.
thinking a little bit
No,
about.
before it was really just Steele, nothing else. And we just got 3 lefties 1 week, so it's worth noting. I agree.
Yeah,
It's a good point.
because like if you start going all lefty, this is now a top 5 lefty option.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
probably number 5 of the lefty options, but
Um,
or 4, I guess. But yeah,
Lorenzen, I mean,
mm,
like
I
this
don't.
was legitimately a two-way player, so it's not a crazy April Fool's release. There's just not enough in the card, but
No, there's not enough. Yeah, it's just too bad on both sides. If this were like a
VL,
silver
I've got
something,
him.
it would
VL, I've
play.
got him
But
ninth in center. That's the place I got him
I don't
highest.
think I even have him that high, to be honest. Uh,
Okay.
yeah, I don't. Nowhere close.
All right. We'll move on then. Jim O'Toole. So we are just talking a little bit about him. This is the one that should have been the low gold. Buddy Bell should have been the high gold. Um, it is actually a decent shape, and we do need lefties. Where do you have him? I think I mentioned I have him like 5th or 6th.
Yeah, about the same. I have Webb and Steele as my top 2 pitchers in gold, top 2 starters in gold, by some amount, and then a group of about 5 or so guys, which actually includes McKay. I have McKay a little bit ahead of Wick. So my next group is O'Toole's in there. So yeah, he's playable. I think.
I've also got Consuegra up there because I still just insist on running him as a starter. But
I don't even have him there, but I wouldn't make my starter, so it doesn't.
yeah, I kind of still insist on trying it.
But yeah, I think O'Toole's playable. Seems okay.
One thing I wonder is whether O'Toole's going to have chemistry with Buddy Bell.
They should, because they have the same subtype in the card list.
Right.
So I'm assuming that they will.
So if he's a fringy, let me think. So if he's a fringy starter on release, what does that make him? Like a C-ish?
Yeah, I think like a C-ish.
All right. And again, I will point out, so you want the PTCS rewards to be meaningful if you're going to do this. Of course, you also want the tournament format to be meaningful and sensible, and there's a lot of other things you want, but, O'Toole is not a great gold reward.
No, I mean
Buddy
if you
Bell
if
is
you
probably
switch,
a little bit strong for the low gold, but O'Toole is not actually a great reward.
no, I mean if you switch Bell and O'Toole, they're basically both cards playing up half a tier. and then they're about right.
Yeah, I agree. But it's the same. But this is where it worries me, is because this is going to keep coming back. That kind of it's this fake expert problem again, where I think they don't understand the shape they should be aiming for with these cards. We'll get to that, Keith, in a moment. Colt Keith. Hey, we got a tiger. Want to take a shot at Colt Keith?
I mean, I really like the bat. Like,
I
I
got
just
it as the best second base bat.
I don't know where I want to play. I think the outfield is not quite good enough. At second, I prefer like Lopez and Knight. At third, I prefer Bautista. At first, I like Chance and Berkman platoon's better. But I'm not. I think it's a good card. I just don't quite know what to do with it.
So I've got him as the third best overall bat in gold. But
I do as
best,
well.
But fifth best VR, and the defense doesn't play anywhere. And the problem is, if I'm gonna kind of run at DH, I'd still probably like rather run a platoon of Will Clark and somebody, maybe Shumpert or something. So his advantage would be if you're going to get him to back up positions, but he can't really play second, and there are other cards I'd rather play at third. So I think I just don't play him.
It's weird because I mean, it feels like he's like second and third at a bunch of positions.
Yeah,
and
but I
normally
still think
that
I
would
don't play
be
him.
like enough to get you in somewhere. But yeah, it does seem like it's hard to find a
So I
spot
think
for him
it's a
to
really
go.
good F, but it's just an F. But you should draft him.
Maybe it's like a D because there's going to be like some future legend chemistry or something that I don't know. It feels there's enough here that there's going to be some use for the card.
I don't know. I mean, I think in general, if you can't think of a use on release, like if it were a splitty card, there's an argument that maybe he gets better. But it's not a splitty
Well, no,
card, right?
but the cards can get better now with if the right chemistry stuff gets released for them. Like if let's say Future Legend Set 2 is like 2 weeks from now and it's really good and there's a lot of chemistry for it, like then he's a playable card.
I'm not sure that's true though, because you really need more than just the set chemistry, right? The problem is the big chemistry comes from teammates, and the Future Legends never get teammate chemistry.
You'll get year also. You'll get year plus decade plus the probably 5 points I'm guessing for the card. Like that's pretty decent.
I don't think that's enough, especially because the Future Legends will probably include some middle infielders.
Well, I mean, as a first baseman, probably. We're at that point, right? You're gonna put Chance at catcher. He plays at first. I don't know. I just feel like there's enough.
But at first,
Like,
I mean, you need some really big bat.
it's a good bat. It's.
Yeah, but it's not as good of a bat as Will Clark.
I mean,
VR.
I'm not even sure I agree with that, but certainly as a two-way, I prefer it to Will Clark.
As a two-way, I do. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I agree with you. I don't see a great place to put it right now.
Yeah, so that's
With
why
all
I think it's just like an F that you're happy to draft every time you see, I think is the answer.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I just give it a D for just plays a lot of positions. It's close enough that maybe
right.
There's some build that it ends up in.
Okay, let's give it a D. Austin Wells. Listed as catcher. Good bat for a catcher. I don't want to play him as a catcher because I'm still big on the whole framing thing.
Yeah, I'm very willing to play as a catcher. I have this as the number 2 catcher behind Chance, tiny bit ahead of Delancey.
Okay, yeah, and I'm bigger on framing, and so I don't want to play him as a catcher. And then if I don't play him as a catcher,
no, he's not a catcher. He's useless.
Anywhere to play him.
Yeah, agree with that. It's a catcher or nothing.
I think I might get more interested in playing him as a catcher. You need the right era, so it needs to be an early enough era that the framing's not as big, but not too early. So like 1998, I think I would like this card.
Yes, it's probably 70s to 90s. It's going to be good, something like that.
Yeah, sounds
maybe
about
even
right.
60s. Yeah.
Um, but modern, I don't like him, and early, I don't like him.
Early, yeah, there's going to be better stuff, I'm sure. Modern, I think he's like okay. I mean, I like Chance better as a catcher right now than a first baseman, though. Of course, he's really good either spot. Um, I don't know. I'm maybe I'm putting this on my roster. Maybe I'm not. Seems fringy to me. I'd probably give it like a C or D.
I don't think I'm ever playing him, but he's higher in your model, so he's probably not an F then.
Yeah, let me give it another D. Maybe
All
I'm
right.
not totally sold.
Okay, that sounds fair. And I'm entirely not sold, but I understand that that's because of the way I'm valuing framing,
Yeah,
and everyone's got their own secret sauce there because you really can't get it out of stats. You're
that's for
inferring
sure.
it from different stuff.
Yeah,
Okay, Brendan McKay. So we talked about him a bit before. It sounds like we both have him in the like 10th or even a bit lower range as a
I've been
starter.
slightly higher than that, but I'm still at one playing with it. If it's a pure start, I'm not interested.
Yeah, so the question is the bat good enough to play him as a two-way card? He's only eligible at first, right? Plus DH.
Yeah, I mean, maybe right now he's close enough that if it's a really tight cap, the problem is Curry Foley is a card.
Well, the other problem is that it's not a tight cap, right? The one gold cap has a cap number of 16.
Right. Yeah, it has
It's
to be a
18
tight.
it's 1822, I think, is the cap, right?
It has to be a tight cap, but is he even like better than Foley? I'm not sure. I guess I
Similar.
could look, but probably similar.
So it's probably
In
still
which case,
fine.
you probably don't care.
So it's just an F.
I think it's just an
Okay,
F.
but it's an F with the same discussion on Wix that if you start getting interested in running a lefty rotation, he is in
Yeah,
that build.
I think this is a slightly better pitcher than Wicks, and obviously the
Actually, you know what? The way I might use this card, this is not that splitty of a lefty, and he has a bat. I think this is potentially an opener if you right now you don't have a lot of righties that you want to run openers for in gold, but this is not a bad opener because then you do get to kind of use him as a combination of a bench player and a bullpen arm.
yeah, that's true. I guess in a no DH format, this will be one of the five best starters then probably.
Okay, so maybe he's like a D minus.
Maybe it's like a D, yeah, or D minus, sure. I do think it's a better card than Wicks, so I think D minus is fair.
Okay. All right, found a use for him. There we go. Jared Jones. Um,
We did not find a use for Jared Jones.
he's but he's fully trained at pitcher,
That's good.
and
I
we're
like
giving
that.
him an F for fully trained.
Sounds good.
Because he's fully trained, so he should be recognized for that.
Oh, we should do Easter before we forget, since it's a gold.
Yeah, Easter, sure.
I think it's an 86. That doesn't really matter.
Is it Easter 86? Is there anything you really want to say about him, or just
Yeah, he has pitching ratings. They're
his pitching
weird.
ratings?
I don't know why he's pitching ratings because he didn't pitch a single inning in his major league career, but they're actually pretty decent pitching ratings.
And I can't
He
see
has
him in the card shop, so there's not much I can say about
he
him
has
except that, you know,
he has 180 P home run, like 150 control, one stuff, and 40 P abbott, but no pitches.
but no pitch, like literally no pitches, or
No pitches. No pitches, no stamina.
so he can't pitch. So
So he
then,
can't pitch.
okay.
I don't know why he has pitching ratings because he didn't pitch a single inning in his career.
Then we're gonna give him an F question mark.
It's still an F, but it's really strange.
It's an F question mark because we question what's going on.
Yeah.
All right. Rafaela, fun player to watch. I love the defense. I would love to find ways to kind of use this guy in any sort of like, diamond floor cap, just because he's going to back up a ton of positions and play a lot of defense.
Yeah.
Actually, I have him as okay in center, just in low diamond.
Let me see. Yeah, I have him as pretty
He's
good.
got
Like
101 range.
no, I mean I have this and Mays as the two best low diamond center fielders, the gold. So yeah, he seems alright.
Yeah, I've
Oh,
got Mays ahead of this, so I still have the gold Mays ahead of this. Mays is a little bit splittier. Both are not as good VR.
yeah, I guess the
But
nice thing about
if I
Rafaela
had
is
to
that
run one, this is the one I run. Sorry, go ahead.
I guess the nice thing about Rafaela, you can put him on the roster, and even if he doesn't start somewhere, he's going to end up playing enough probably.
Yeah, he just
Like
kind
he's not,
of he can fill in all these positions. He's good for roster building, but I don't think he's actually ever starting anywhere. So
but like I've got him like fifth at shortstop, fifth at second,
yeah,
like so he's not awful, but
no, but he's never
um,
starting anywhere. But the fact that he backs up everything makes the roster construction easy. So he's probably like a D or something, but he makes a lot of
yeah,
rosters.
yeah. Oh, Mr. Wrestling, to your question, gold shortstop recommendation: wait a day and buy Buddy Bell. There you go.
But otherwise, Nicky Lopez.
Yeah, or yeah, mostly Nicky Lopez, but really Buddy Bell.
Sounds about right. There you go. Two recommendations. And Buddy Bell should be cheap because there will be what 10
320.
tournaments times 32.
Yeah,
So there'll be 320 copies, and there are a lot of teams that are in more than one tournament. So, probably 150 of them are going to flood the market, really quickly.
yeah. He should cost I guess between 3 and 5K. Oh,
You think
yeah,
it'll be up to
yeah.
5?
Actually, no, you're probably right because people will be more motivated to sell than at the end of 24 when there are a lot of points flowing around. Yeah, you're probably right. Probably be 2-3.
Yeah, and don't feel that you need to buy the first copy. There are really going to be 150 copies or something that have to hit the market. So, buy copy 75 and you'll be doing much better.
Yeah. Or win one. Also works.
Also a plan, yeah. Are you in any of the PTCS? Let's see, Ricky Tiedemann, while we're doing this. Moderately splitty lefty. So not quite as good of a card as last year, of course, coming out earlier in the cycle. Stamina is a bit of an issue. If he sticks as a starter, I have him as the second best lefty, but like 6th or 7th overall.
Oh, I just have him as the second best starter, period. I mean, Webb number 1, because Webb is silly. And then Tiedemann 2, and then Halliday.
I've got Webb, Halliday, bit of a gap. But the stamina worries me a bit on this card.
Yeah, I'm not. This is enough for me. I'm really not worried about it here.
But I think this is one where when we converge on a model, I think you're going to come down a little bit on the card, is my guess.
Yes, I suspect. I suspect yes, but I'm not entirely sure because well, my model wants to run more power than yours, so it'll like this card better for some period.
Anyways, Fringy.
Yeah, I think probably like a B. Yeah, probably B.
I was going to say more like C.
Either
The
one.
stamina is a problem too, right?
Yeah, C's fine. It's a decent card. Not
C
great.
plus?
Yeah, that works.
All right. Sherry McGee. Sherry McGee. Okay, well, if I talk about this card, I'm just going to explain that they don't seem to understand the shape that they need to make and say all sorts of bad things. So I'm going to say nothing about this card and let you handle it.
Yeah, amazing that I actually want to play this thing at second.
Second. So I have second as the best place to play him if you're going to put him somewhere. But as much as I don't hate, don't love second base defense, I still have him as like 4th at second base.
I have him as the best second baseman.
He has the best bat of the second. No, Colt Keith has a better bat.
I have McGee, Knapp, Frisch, Keith, Rafaela for 2 ways. than Nicky Lopez.
I've got him sixth two-way. Got Frisch, Knapp, Blankenship, Lopez, Panic.
Okay, so the eye is still there to some degree.
I like Blankenship for his defense.
I'm kidding.
I like Blankenship for his defense, I swear.
I'm not sure. We had a kind of long discussion about Roquio, Roquio, Ortiz, and Mauricio earlier. I think we kind of thought that both Roquio and Ortiz were good, but probably only want one of them. But if you want the whole thing, no, probably just go back because it was kind of long.
I'll still play De Montlevy, but you know how much I like my big BABIP guys.
That's you, Mr. BABIP.
That is me, Mr. BABIP. That is my nickname, right? BABIP Bot.
BABIP Bot, exactly.
Right. So Sherry McGee, yeah.
No, I mean I actually think it's a pretty good card. I'd give this like a B or something. Like I don't have a lot ahead of the other second base options.
You're not actually going to play him at second?
I am.
I'm not allowed to say look at the eye because we're doing the whole eye is overrated bit this week. Look at the BABIP. There's not enough BABIP on this card.
I mean, I agree it doesn't look like a card that should be very good, but it just seems like there's enough that it sort of thinks it works.
I've just got this absolutely as an F, like not close to playing. I do have second base as the closest shot at playing him.
The second base, if you're going to play him, definitely second. The bat is not enough for the outfielder first, and obviously shortstop the defense is.
Yeah, but there's no defense at second, and like defense matters at second.
I usually agree with that statement. And somehow it seems it still wants it. Okay, does he have a lot of turn double play? Because sometimes I end up liking the double play guys a lot more than everyone else.
I guess I can't pull it up without looking at the card shop. But I also am valuing turn double play at second. Okay, so looking at the comparison.
No, he doesn't have any double play. He's like flat 65s across the board on defense.
To give you an idea, I've got his bat as 2.25 wins better than Nicky Lopez. And I still have Lopez ahead at second base.
Huh. Just interesting. Usually we're very much the other way around at second.
Yeah.
So confusion has set in.
In any event, if I get a Sherry McGee, I will happily sell that one. That one no problem.
Yeah, this one I might buy. I don't play probably enough low diamond because it doesn't play up, obviously.
But I'd rather just play Frisch.
Probably good. Yeah, I mean I have Frisch, Knapp, and Sherry all close.
Yeah, I'll just play Frisch and
So that's why it's more like a B, maybe even a C. But I think it's a playable card. Which is weird because I shouldn't probably.
I think it's completely unplayable. Like
I don't know.
Like because of Nicky Lopez, I pretty much have it as an F-.
Yeah, I mean, if you want the defense, obviously Nicky Lopez is going to be a lot better. That's.
Or Joe Panic. I'd rather play Joe Panic.
I don't like that Panic card very much. I don't really have that one all that.
I also don't like that
great.
Panic card very much, but I've got him ahead of Sherry McGee.
Yes. So I don't know. What do you want to give this? I mean, we're very much not agreeing.
C or D with a question mark?
Sure. Yeah, maybe a D with a question mark. I'm not
All right.
usually sold, but
definitely as like a serious PTCS reward that you've put a bunch of effort into getting, it's a miss.
Yes, I would like it to be stronger. PTCS. Yeah.
And especially as one that looks like it was intended to be an outfielder. It's not close at an outfielder.
No, not. The weird thing is, like, in some ways, maybe the way to think about PTCS cards is like they should play up half a tier.
Sure,
except for the high diamonds, which can't play up half a tier because then they're way too strong.
Keith Hernandez. What about Heston? He's got a lot of power VR.
So this is another one where I think I just want to. I think that is enough. I just want to put him in the outfield. Like it's kind of like Chew, but he is less splitty.
I just want to put him on the bench, or no, in the clubhouse, or in the stand. In the stands, that's where I want to put him.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty happy
I
to
think
play
Chew's
this
the
one.
right comparison, but I think Chew is significantly better VR, and the card is still too splitty to really want to play both ways. And if you're going to play someone both ways, play like Merv Rettenmund or someone like that.
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
And the defense isn't good, so you're probably playing him in left. You can play Sherry McGee.
no, I think we both agree he's better than Shane McGee as an outfielder.
Okay, so just pure bat in left field. The order I've got is VR, that is. Narrowly Cavaretta, but he's only technically a left fielder. So really it's Chew, Berkman, and then Heston is kind of what I've got.
Yeah, I mean,
But
I agree, but I mean,
three, I think is not enough here. I think you play the two
no, but I
straight
mean,
ones and you play a VL option.
I don't. I'm definitely playing.
Platoon.
I'm definitely playing this over Berkman. Like it's maybe even if it's slightly worse. I like this has a real BL bat and like plays the defense better. I guess Berkman is first too, but
I think I'm gonna play Chew. Maybe a card like Harry Walker in center. But I'm basically gonna play Chew and Rettenmund in the corners. I think.
they're not super interested in Walker. Rettenmund, I think, is okay.
Someone in center could be Averill.
So I don't know. Kirsten, I think, is like playable, but not great because of Chew. If Chew didn't exist, I would really be happy about this card.
I agree. Without Chew, this makes a lot more sense.
Maybe it's like another D or something.
That sounds fair. Jackson Merrill. Well, a little bit splitty. So the problem is the defense.
Yeah,
I don't
that's bad. There's no place to put him.
Anywhere to play a card with this defense, so he needs defense to play with the bat. And
yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Vlad,
it's kind of a weird mismatch card.
Who I think it's clearly the consensus of chat is this is a bust, right?
Correct. Yeah, him and his 15 career WAR near MVP season.
Absolute complete bust.
Who would want that?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, but the card is actually sort of a bust. Like it's one of these cards where the colors make it look like there's a lot there. But there's actually not quite as much BABIP as we want, right? Are you gonna
I think the problem is at first he's running into Hernandez and like Helton even. I guess you could platoon him with Helton.
Yeah, okay, no, so it just doesn't work then, yeah.
Yeah, and then at third there's just, even Bautista, I think I prefer to
Why
this
is he
at
not
third.
showing up? He should be somewhere. That's why he's not showing up on my screen, because he's a full diamond.
Yeah, that would do it.
I was going to say, I remember seeing the card was somewhere on the list.
Yep.
He just wasn't right at the top.
Yeah, but at third I prefer, the Mission Longoria, even Bautista. So
he's got a good bat for third. He's got a big bat for third baseman. It's actually not big enough.
Yeah, in PT24, there's a very good chance I would have wanted to play this card at third base VL. But PT25, not so much.
I'm not even completely sure, because I think the bat VL, I might just rather play Cintrone still. Look at all that BABIP you get.
Exactly.
He's got 196 avoid K.
Yeah. I mean, if I could put Bregman at third,
Yeah.
But well, if we could put Bregman at third, it wouldn't be a diamond probably.
I mean, actually, I would play Buddy Bell at third VL in front of this too.
Yeah, I have them close, I think.
Yeah. Vlad's bat's better, but the defense is worth something.
Yeah.
Could also, okay, well, you could also play Edgar Martinez at third. That's what you would have done in PT24.
No, his bat isn't good enough for that.
His bat's pretty good.
Not for playing. He's not that good.
Yeah. All right, it's probably an F then.
Yeah, just an F.
The Bregman, on the other hand. Now, I know there's supposed to be an April Fool's set, but this card's just, really, really good.
Yeah, I have him as the number 2 shortstop.
I have him as number 1, shockingly, not just VL, where he's number 1 by an enormous margin. I've got him number 1 both ways.
I have him number 3 VR and number 1 VL, of course. And number 2 slightly behind Ripken overall.
No, I've got him ahead of Ripken. Look at that. Look at the difference in don't say I.
Avoid K.
Yeah. Look at the difference in avoid K.
No, it's a really good card. I mean, I don't think you're playing this. You're not playing this in open. I don't think.
Well, I would if I had it because I don't have. I haven't invested in the big cards. But yeah, it's probably like an A then.
Yeah, I think it's like an A.
But I think it's a solid A.
Yeah, it's a good card.
Mason Wynn. Well, remember everything we said about how good Bregman is?
Are we sure they didn't switch places by mistake or something?
This is probably an F minus.
Probably. I mean, again, this is probably most interesting at third, but then Bautista just sort of crushes it.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't play in gold, yeah.
Now we get to the best card of the set by far. This is the one that actually should be the overall topper. Of course, is this Keith Hernandez. Look at that defense at first base. Oh, right, and all of the other stuff on the card.
Yeah, so I have this as the best diamond first baseman by quite a lot.
Yeah, I have him as the best diamond first baseman by over a win.
Yes, something similar. I do not have him as the best open first baseman. Close, but not quite.
I do actually, but it depends now a little bit on park and era stuff. In the right park, he definitely is.
I have Olerud kind of enough better VR that even though Hernandez is better VL, I prefer Olerud a little bit.
There's also some value to real defense at first. I mean, it's not as much as real defense at short, but
yeah, no, there's value there. But yeah, I mean, it's a really strong diamond for sure.
This is the card I want from the PTCS. I don't care so much about anything above it, but I'm going to be optimizing my rosters to try to basically make a semifinals.
Yeah, I very much agree that other than obviously that I think I could probably sell Strawberry or Ryan for more than Hernandez. I would if I had to own one of the three and couldn't sell, I would.
If you're not allowed to sell it, take this one. Yeah. Sure, if I win a Nolan Ryan, I'll happily sell it. I haven't had any pack luck yet this cycle, so winning a Nolan Ryan would, kind of bail me out points-wise, but I'm definitely not keeping him.
No. So to be honest, I don't think it's unless the card is basically so good that it's going to play for 6 months. I don't think there's a single card I would keep right now with League not existing and me not having any points to actually do stuff. Not enough.
Fair enough. And you even got a couple 100,000, you were saying day one, just from whale sales.
Yeah, I still have a few 100,000 and I bought a couple 500s.
Yeah, I've never had more than 70 or 80K the whole cycle yet, so. And Anyway, Hernandez, I think, is just an S plus.
Yeah, I mean, I have him close enough and open. I think I'm on board with that.
All right. Kyle Harrison. Um, and then there was silence.
No, I actually don't think this one is so bad.
I've got
Amazingly.
I've got him 11th among starters.
I have him
Well, I'm
second.
including a couple starters that you probably don't want to start.
So I have Medlin first, which is,
Yep.
questionable. And then this is number 2, actually.
Okay, I've got Medlin third if you include him as a starter. Still want to run Holiday and Webb. I mean,
Well, I mean, I like Webb still. I don't
I'm
like
still
Holiday as
running
much.
Pineda. I'm running Tiny Bonham.
But I mean, I'm okay with playing Rigetti, for example, in Diamonds. I'm guessing you're not.
I'm nowhere close to running Rigetti. Yeah,
Uh,
but
I'm
you know who I
sort
will
of
run
okay
over
with
this.
Feller.
But you know I will run over this because I'll run every card of his ever as Cliff Lee.
I don't like Cliff Lee that much. I mean, I think he's okay. He's like in the 10th range for me, but
Yeah, so I do have him as the 4th best starter VL, but the problem is actually behind Medlin VL as well.
yeah, I like Medlin a lot.
And I don't think there are enough lefties to try to run a lefty rotation. He does convert okay to the bullpen, if need be. But the problem is there are some good, like pretty cheap bullpen arms. But again, there are no good lefties, right? Like, I think I don't have a lefty bullpen arm in my top 10 in Diamond right now.
I have one, but you're not going to like it.
Tom House?
Nope. It's going to take you a lot of guessing.
Live John King.
No, but that's not a ridiculous guess.
Rob Murphy.
Yes.
I have Rob Murphy in that range, actually.
Okay. It's a weird card.
It is a weird card, but I have Rob Murphy in that range. But not quite in the top 10. Like he's a little outside it. I just don't think Harrison plays. You want me to bump him up though, because I would just give it an F.
I'd probably give him like a B. I think he's a solid diamond. I don't think there's a huge difference between the various like diamonds, but especially when cards like Medlin and Rigetti and Webb and
the other problem is if I want
accessible.
to run like Medlin, Pineda, and so forth, then it's hard for me to run more low stamina guys.
I guess I'm generally not super concerned about all the stamina guys and non-caps. But yeah, it's nicer to have more of it. So I don't know, somewhere in the middle there, I guess, or whatever you think makes sense.
I'm definitely on the lower side, but where do you want me to average?
Yeah, somewhere within the C with D, then I guess like C minus or D plus or something.
All right, let's C minus. Evan Carter. Where did we get? There we go. Evan Carter. Well, we can scroll down on this one, but I's overrated. But I still do kind of like the card.
Yeah, this card is really, really, really good.
Does he play up? Because I've got him as a top left field option. I've got him one way top center field option. I'll still run K-line the other way. I've got him as the top right field option.
So in full diamond, I have him like the best everything in the outfield.
Yeah.
If you go up to open, the only outfielder I really like much better is Strawberry.
So, give an S.
Yeah, I think S plus. I mean, I just want to play as an open.
All right, let's do it. We'll give him an S plus.
That seems really good. I
Daryl
might even
Straw.
prefer this to the Keith Hernandez, actually, if I had to pick one of the two.
Maybe, yeah. But I guess the Keith Hernandez will probably be more limited.
Yes.
Strawberry.
No, I don't think they're. So I think we both agree Logan Webb is good in Diamond. Open, I don't like him much. I like Rigetti, and I think Charles doesn't. But this is for Diamond, not Open.
Rigetti, don't think there's any roster I'm putting Rigetti on.
Webb is really, really good though, and also Webb, the way Webb's ratings are, scales well to playing up. So, yeah. If it's a cap, put Webb on your roster. That's, I think, a pretty solid rule for PT25 so far.
So I just noticed I got some packs, so it means the quick's finished.
There you go.
The easy way to tell.
So I have no idea for League Play. I haven't attempted to model it to this point because I do not care until Perfect League starts, which will probably be in like a month plus from now.
Does League Play exist? I mean, I guess I'm in a league. Maybe that's where my team score is not very good.
That must be it.
Daryl Strawberry, he's got power. Got some eye. Too much eye, really. I mean, who wants a card with that much eye?
No, I mean, I do have Strawberry as the best right field option. You know, not much ahead of the new Langford and Carter. You know, pretty close to those guys.
My PT24 model likes Strawberry.
But yeah, it's mostly because I just don't think right field is all that strong of a position right now. Like, you know, we're thinking of playing cards like Carter and, you know, Alkaline VL and Open. You know, I don't think this is a great card. I think this is just a card that happens to be in a position where there's nothing else.
I've got him a little bit ahead of Carter in right VR, but you know, with those splits, I'm not sure he quite makes a roster anyway.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think, you know, this and Carter are pretty close probably. So certainly, you know, if one's 99, one's 100, you're gonna take the one that's 99. But you can also put Carter in left and Strawberry in right, which is probably what I do, given the choice. I don't know. It's probably like a C or something. It's a fine card, but it's not like a giant meta breaker or anything.
All right. Well, we'll be generous and give it a C, but it really is like a C. You don't get anything for making the finals of a tournament.
It's mostly just because right field sucks. But that's the main reason you want this.
Yeah, but you know, but the combination of these is also like there's not an understanding that the PT25 shape is different than 24. So the people changing the game engine still have not talked to the people making card ratings.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but that's certainly possible.
Skeens. We got Skeens. Good facial hair. Splitty card. But you know, he's actually really darn good VL also.
Yeah. I got this as the number two open starter.
I've got him number one. It's close, but I've got him narrowly number one. With the 79 stamina. So sorry, I should say I've got him number one, like sort of expected ERA, and number 3 in expected WAR because of the stamina.
Fair.
Right. There are a couple high stamina guys there.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like some of the other cards I like actually for open are the lives, like Valdez and Freed. I think are pretty solid.
Yeah, they're not bad. Freed's a bit splitty, but
you know. Yeah, I'm generally more okay with the splitty guys. But yes,
Valdez. This isn't as splitty as Freed actually because the way things scale.
Yeah. No, I like Valdez definitely better
That's
than
a good
Fried.
price
Valdez
on
is,
Valdez. I should actually just sell mine, cash in, build up some points, and punt PTCS because I don't care about Nolan.
yeah, I paid a lot less than that for Valdez a few days ago. So it seems like it's an elevated price for PTCS.
He'll be cheaper day after PTCS though.
He will be. He'll probably. I mean, I think his low 10 was like 30-ish when they were announced, and then on a pull out, obviously.
Yeah. So actually, if I don't want Ryan, I should probably just sell mine.
I mean, he plays in two formats, so that's the. He's obviously the best starter, so he's gonna play in the cap too.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna be short on PTMS points though.
No, no.
Um. Yeah, it's actually probably better. Well, it depends what I could sell it for. Like if I could really get the 60K that this seller's asking, I would do it. For
It's not
46, I don't
impossible to
think
get
for
60K.
46, I don't think it's worth it.
It's not impossible. I mean, if you list it, you might get 60K. It's not impossible.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think I saw someone paid like 70 or 75 or something for an Acuna. So yeah, actually, more than one person was in that because Acuna's L tens up to like 60K, which
Well,
is
that's a good. Well,
crazy.
that's a good plan. I think you should pay 500K to buy cards to try to win a Nolan Ryan that's worth 50.
I mean, you could sell them back.
Okay, so let someone else pay the. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, probably.
So I don't know. What's Skeens is probably an
Schemes though, I
A.
do have like an A. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's enough better to be an S, but yeah, he's a good card.
Okay. Sounds good. And then Nolan, as I said, is just an F for me. He's not, he's, seventh or eighth among starters. Probably converts the pen fine, so maybe that bumps him up to like an F plus or D minus. But
Yeah, I mean, I have Ryan number one. I'm like barely ahead of Skeens, but number one.
no, I don't have him
Um,
close.
so I also give him like an A or something. Still, short of what I want to see in a PTCS reward. It's the same thing as last year, right? With I guess it's actually similar to the Yastrzemski, right? Where the Yastrzemski came out and the Mantle came out, and they were like very similar.
I don't think they're at all similar though. I
So
have this
yeah, I
card.
mean,
I have this card at a similar level to you, Darvish.
I definitely don't. I'm a lot better than Darvish. I don't like Darvish,
I don't like Darvish either.
but I also think is better than Darvish. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this is
And you know how much I like these cards that that have reverse splits too.
right. This is almost certainly a place where
It's about as good. Okay, this card's about as good as the live Logan Webb.
no, this is almost certainly a place where like the way that we do our opponents is the determining factor here. Because
Yeah.
what I'm kind of looking at an open is like, okay, there's this giant mishmash of like weird cards that aren't all that good, and Ryan strikes them out.
Until you play competent managers, and then Ryan gets lit up.
Right, and that's where we're coming at differently.
Okay, but if you're thinking about it as a league card, the problem is you end up in league playing against other managers the same level.
I'm not thinking about anything in the league card. I don't think it's a very good league card, but I I don't care if it's a good league card right now.
Okay, but as an open card, like you're gonna get through the first couple rounds anyway, just on card quality. So I don't see why you need this.
Because it's going to be, I mean, it's going to be through lower rounds all the time, and also like in caps it'll be quite good because it'll strike out all the random low irons.
Yeah, but it's also gonna walk guys. Can't hold runners, so they end up on second or third. You know.
I'm not. I'm not concerned about this against random junk. I'm concerned about it against like the really really top cards, but I just don't think there are enough of them at this moment that it like concerns me. So
I think the ratings are in the wrong places. I mean, I think this is
the
something
ratings.
where the ratings that are good on this card are sort of rating. It's this problem where kind of people aren't actually learning what the game engine's doing. Uh, this is a shape that would have worked better at other levels and just doesn't work better at this level.
Yeah, I mean, if you switch the control and the stuff, this is the best starter by a ton.
Yeah, sure.
Like not close at all.
Sure. But instead, Greg Maddux exists.
Yeah. I will say, like, this was an attempt to print a Nolan Ryan 100 Nolan Ryan that functions. And yeah, the only time you're going to be able to do it is right now. Like, you will not be able to do it at any point in the cycle, even if, So, on the one hand, like, sure. On the other hand, even this, which is probably still a slightly juiced Nolan Ryan,
would have worked in PT24, but it doesn't work in PT25 because
well,
the game engine is different.
The thing is that I do think it works right now because it's playing against enough trash. And not to say that people are like trash because people don't know what to run. Trash people don't own the good cards yet.
Little of each.
Yeah, most of the people don't own the good cards. This is sort of a mediocre 100. Like, it's playable, it'll do stuff, but it's not like to the level that you'd like to see for PTCS first place. Even under my impression, which is probably as optimistic as you're going to get for it.
Yeah, but as a packable, I'm still not going after this card.
No, I mean, as a packable, I think this is a totally fine card. PTCS reward, it's definitely on the lighter end.
Packable, I would rather have Maddux, Bradley, Hamaker, Cisco Carlos even.
In the long term, I think I agree. I just don't know what when that long term hits. I need these cards to be playable. Is really the question.
Okay, but if you add in schemes, that's already 5 packables to beat it.
Well, I don't think those beat it right now, right? I think this is the best card right now. So the question for me is, like, I'm pretty convinced that once everyone has all the good stuff, Nolan Ryan will not be great, but will it take longer for Nolan Ryan to lead the meta or for everyone to own all the good stuff?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, let me run this card against, like, gold. Okay, against gold, I have him up to, like, the number 3 starter.
Yeah, I can check what I have him against gold. Probably quite good.
So he does get better against gold.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get better against because he's going to strike everyone out. We're playing a lot of low avoid K cards at the low level, so he's gonna clobber them all.
So if you make this card a gold, I've actually got him quite good. But as a perfect, I've got him as an F.
Yeah, I mean, so if I had to evaluate Nolan Ryan against what everyone owns right this moment, like if we freeze it and no one can own new stuff, I think the card's very good. If I have to agree, like Nolan Ryan versus Bradley or Maddux or someone in 6 months, not even 6 months, like 2 months, then I'm going to probably prefer Maddux and Bradley. But then the question is, like, are there 5 better pitchers than Maddux and Bradley at that point? Probably yes, I think, which means that I'm not worried about it.
Okay, but if you think you're never going to get any real use out of him, you don't want the card anyway. I mean,
no, I think I'll get use out of him right now. I think, well, I won't, but I think someone who cares about League or who plays a lot of open tournaments could right now.
Somebody who has a lot of perfect points in their account and wants to transfer them to me will get a lot of use out of this card. Yes.
Yeah.
I will happily just play against him.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely not the card I want to run into you in particular.
Well, yes.
So I don't know. I mean, generally I'm pretty happy to just kind of give cards where they're, where they're against, like, at the moment with some future projection. So yeah, I think for me it's kind of similar to Schemes right now, and therefore it's an A. If I had to pick one of these 2 to own and never sell, I'd probably take Schemes because I think it holds up slightly better, and they're pretty close So I don't know. It seems okay to me. Certainly not great first place reward, but usable.
All right, so where are we going to rate him?
Just a question mark. I don't know. I mean, it really just depends what you think you're getting.
Heath Hernandez. That's what I think I'm getting.
Sure.
I don't care after that. uh,
So I don't know. Just give him a question mark.
All right, I'll give him a question mark. Moving on.
I think there's one card left, right?
3 cards left. Don Newcomb.
There's 3 cards left. Okay. First LE25 of the year, right? Or am I remembering?
Yep, they've gone from 100 to 50 to 25. I really hope they don't go to 10, but, been there, done that. This one ain't
Thankfully,
good.
it's not very good.
It's not even as good as Nolan Ryan.
No, much worse than Nolan Ryan. It does have a actually pretty solid bat for a pitcher. Not going to matter because you're never going to play the card as a pitcher, but...
Well, that bumps it from an F- to an F.
Sure.
Wyatt Langford. Well, I like the power. The gap power kind of is worth a fair bit. I think it's a little bit of a DH at the, kind of at the perfect level.
I agree. I mean, okay, so I think Carter is better, which is a problem because Carter's 99 is 100.
Yeah, and I think as a DH, this isn't good enough.
I mean, I think it's like in the top range as a DH. But, I mean, like, I have a similar hitter to, like, the Chase Utley, for example.
VL, I have it a little worse than Utley, but pretty close, yeah.
So, yeah, you're getting a very fringy DH. It's probably okay in the outfield right now because its bat is good compared to other outfielders.
Well, I mean, the problem is that Kaline's a much better hitter VL.
Yes.
And a little bit better defender.
Yeah, you have to be playing this as a two-way probably. Like, there's some other, like, Erstad is probably better VR.
Yeah, so you don't really want to play this as a two-way.
Yeah, it probably has to be a two-way DH, and it's just not that great. I mean, I have it, like, marginally better than, like, the other DH options as a two-way, but it's probably like a D- or something.
I can't even see how you quite make that work.
Yeah, I guess maybe an F is
I think
fine.
because Kaline is so available and Kaline just sort of dominates the card.
Yeah. I mean, it's better VR than Kaline, but yeah. I guess, yeah, you're probably right.
It is, but like it's not enough that you wouldn't just you do get to put 5 platoons on your roster.
Yeah, no, that's true. You can play, Erstad or Larry Walker or something.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And finally, we got our Tony Suck. Doesn't seem to exist.
Did they take him out? What happened to him?
We'll come back and do that next April Fools.
I like you made him a peak and an 1883. That was a good touch.
Had to, do the best we could. Didn't know which type I was guessing.
Just make sure everything's covered.
Yeah. We'll save this one for next week.
Oh, it's so funny because there actually is right now a place for Tony Suck in the meta.
I know.
It probably won't exist in like a week once all the new lives come in.
It's true.
Right at this moment, there is actually a place for Tony Suck to have
I thought the whole discussion was like, we're not going to put one out last year because, if we put him out as a release card next year, there's a way to use him. I do remember a whole discussion about that.
Yeah.
But
We'll get him eventually, right?
yeah. Just get this time. Lucy won't take away the football.
Right.
Um, yeah. Uh, all right. Are we good? Let me see what else we got. I think that's about it.
I think that's
Oh,
pretty much it.
ooh, hold on. Well, I can do a speed PD. Oh, actually, you know what? We could do could do my PTCS draft. That's always fun
You
on
want,
stream.
if you
Because our
want, and I
drafts
don't know
always
that
go
you.
so well on stream.
Yeah, as I say, I don't know that you really want to subject yourself to the stream for this, but
I don't really care. It's only Nolan Ryan.
okay. So basically, if we don't get Logan Webb, we should just quit, right?
No, because we're going for Keith Hernandez, so we can be missing one card.
Okay, but we're missing taking a perfect in the gold round.
All right. Here we go. What is there anything interesting about this draft? Let's see. It is modern era. It's flat. No, nothing interesting about this draft. Let's do it. Well, it's not the first round we want. I guess it's Acuna, but
Yeah, it's Cunha.
just because there's nothing
Gotta
else
be
it can
Acuna.
be.
Acuna, I think, can play third base.
Let me see. Technically Acuna can play second base.
There you go.
Let's not play him at second base.
No.
Well, Nolan Jones is.
I like Swanson a lot. He has a tremendous amount of range.
Actually, you know what I realized? Give me a second. I realized what I should be doing is running my live model.
Wow, what's the point of that?
Just in case. According to my live model, I should pick Logan Webb in the first round.
Yes, Logan Webb was good.
See, it's a good model.
Yeah.
I do like both Nolan Jones and Swanson.
Yeah, I've found that shortstop is a tougher position to fill with the lives than like third and outfield are.
Nolan, I want to play at third, I think.
Yeah, it's just that there's so much flexibility. Like you can just stick random guys at.
Swanson, I do have as the second best shortstop option VR. Like I'd rather have Lindor.
Yeah, they're probably pretty similar, I guess.
He's flexible. I think with 102 range, I guess we're always putting him at short.
No, he's only shortstop.
All right, we'll go Swanson. Yeah, we'll go Swanson. All right. Well, we could take another shortstop.
Not a very good round.
Could I just go back and take Nolan Jones?
That would be nice.
Like if they'd let me, I'd totally go for that. Let's see. Okay, Peralta's awful.
Holmes is good, but it's a reliever.
Okay, I do have Holmes as the best.
Yeah, Holmes is really good.
Let's just do that.
Best diamond reliever.
It's a bad round. You at least take a good card, I guess, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say because it's a reliever. It's always those bad to take relievers in the first few rounds. But
I do like that it's a 24 stamina reliever.
That's true. Yeah, something.
I think. Yeah, all right, I'll just do it. Well, we got bailed out.
Hooray, we did it! And then probably Jazz?
Well, the fact that we got bailed out means we actually can pay attention to this draft now.
Yes.
Now that we got bailed out, okay, all right. Now we're taking this draft seriously. All right, so let me run my gold model. You know what? It likes Logan Webb.
Wow.
Did you know that?
Amazing.
It thinks Logan Webb is a pretty good option here. I must be way off.
That's shocking.
This Will Benson's actually not bad.
I like Chisholm a little bit better, but I like Benson too.
Let me see where I've got Chisholm. Where are you playing Chisholm, actually? Are you playing him like middle infield, or are you playing him...
Either corner outfield. Probably not center, but either corner.
Yeah, model doesn't really like Chisholm as much, actually. Um, hmm.
But I think it's one of those two, right? They're both better than Duran and Marsh and Marte.
Well, so Duran, yeah, doesn't make sense. I'm just wondering whether a second pitcher is a better way to go here.
Rotating Houck.
Tanner Houck, I have actually pretty good. Problem is the 55 stamina.
And none of the starters have stamina. You're not going to find. I guess Houck's okay.
Well, are we running 13 pitchers, I guess, is the question. Because if we're running 13 pitchers, I really want Houck. I think we might be supposed to run 13 pitchers if we have low stamina guys and all the live. Like, Webb has stamina. That's the other thing about him.
Yeah, Webb is just a cheat code in this thing.
But I'm wondering if it's Houck in case we go 13 pitchers.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah.
I mean, Benson has too much eye, right? I do actually like Benson a lot.
I'd probably take one of the outfielders, but Houck doesn't seem awful. I mean, I think I like a number of the live silver starters.
I do
like
too.
Morton, I think is pretty good. Michaelis is solid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ranger Suarez is card.
Don't say that, but it is.
Yeah, Alex Wood is okay.
I mean, the only thing is that there are a bunch of gold outfielders I like better than this. Like, I'd rather get Sawinski. I'd rather probably get Mullins. I'd rather get Bellinger.
Yeah, I think
there's some gold outfielders I like a lot also. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought Garcia was a diamond this year.
I believe he's an 85. But he's very splitty.
Yeah, I mean, Chisholm, the bat's a little one-sided. The defense is really...
Chisholm is splitty. Chisholm is splitty.
All right, let's go Houck, then. Yeah, and we're guessing what comes next. Well, this is a pretty good round, and I think I'm glad we went Houck. Because this is a solid round, but without the pitching.
Yeah, I really like Correa.
But I also really like Bregman.
Yeah, I think it's just those two. You just play Correa at second, Bregman at third. Looks good.
So, yeah.
But William Contreras is also a solid card.
Yeah, but I think we want Bregman at third, Correa at short's the combination then. Yeah.
Oh, Correa at second. Swanson's at short.
Sorry, that's right. Yeah, Correa at second's fine though.
Yeah, Correa at second's totally fine.
And actually, I mean, turn double play is a little low, but
yeah, not a big deal.
He's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, he's fine.
All right, it's looking like
Bill's ankle exploded.
Quite reasonable. Yeah, I agree. Manning's fine too. It's just I feel like we have two excellent middle infielders. Okay. Well, Newbar was absolutely the bailout outfielder I wanted.
Oh, really? I don't like Newbar all that much.
Well, it's got to take somebody's job.
That's true. That's true.
So Baruki is actually really a card I like.
Oh, splitty, but yeah.
But I kind of really like that card. I don't hate taking a reliever given that we have 2 more silver rounds, but I want to make sure we get starters pretty soon.
There are like a number of good starters, and I don't see any of them in this round. So I think I would just take the decent reliever.
I like Baruki then. Yeah, let's go
to find the starters that are actually good.
You did say they exist, right? You promised they exist?
I promise they exist. I like Jose Siri. Jose Siri, I think, is a good card.
Pull up Siri. He has no eye. I mean, no, can't say he has no eye. Can't say he has no eye. His third base defense is bad.
That's bad. Yeah, that's the
I
problem.
do like 100 range though a lot in the outfield.
Yeah.
Like a lot, right?
Yes. We again did not get any of the good starters really.
I'd still rather get, like a Grisham or Bader or someone like that if we get one.
For center, I think I'm the best silver.
But
All
Series
right.
fine.
Yeah, I do. It's not the range.
I have them a little lower, but it's just where you value range, and since it's always tough to tell from the stats they give, okay.
Yep.
Of these starters, I have Louis Varland as the most playable.
I mean, I don't like any of them, but I guess okay. I would say Sam Huff seems like not the worst catcher.
There's only a third catcher though.
That's true.
Um, Varland also only has 52 stamina. But I've got him as the least bad option. Maybe we just do that because we need we need starters.
I really don't like any of them. But I guess yeah,
Well,
probably at this point.
what else are you thinking? I mean, it's
I mean, Minter is
Lugo?
okay. Huff is okay. Yeah, it's probably a starter though.
I mean, because we could still hit like Trevino even in a. I mean, there are a bunch of.
Yeah, yeah. Alvarez I like a lot.
All right, let's try this and hopefully he ends up in the pen. Did we get 2 more silver rounds? Where is it? Yeah, so it's just 7. It's
Yes.
standard.
Again, we did not get the good
No.
starters.
Patrick Bailey's fine actually. Patrick Bailey's a solid option to catcher.
Yeah, he's probably okay.
Because he also has this 92 framing.
We have no one playing first base at the moment.
Who plays first?
I mean, every card plays first. It doesn't have anyone to put there.
Moncada, you're saying is versatile. Here, we can look at Moncada.
Yeah, I mean, every card is versatile. It's not too worried about it.
It's actually nice if people run some of the low avoid K stuff. I don't love the bat.
No, I don't love Moncada. I mean, is he a better first base? Maybe Berger even. Berger's a lot of power.
I mean, I think if we're gonna grab something, I'd rather grab an extra arm, just because you got to fill up a bullpen with something. Like it's easier to grab an arm somewhere than a.
Yeah. So what? Probably just take Gavin Williams in case you need a starter. And the relievers aren't that good. Or on for here.
Williams is,
He's not great. Yeah, but I mean, Campbell's bad. Pucker's also bad. I guess Campbell is sort of okay.
I've got Campbell is pretty good in my model.
Yeah, Campbell I guess is actually better than I thought.
Yeah, I got Campbell is pretty good.
Maybe Campbell's fine.
We could start Puck, right?
No. The Marlins are trying. It is not working.
It's not working, is it? You beat me to it. Well, we got one more shot to get the good. No.
I really like Bummer. And Mole, actually. Well, Bummer more, but I like Mole too.
Yeah, the problem is I really need to start somebody.
You do really need a starter. Yes, I know he's kind of missed all the decent starters.
Yeah, and Seth Lugo is really not even close.
No, it's probably better to wait for bronzes than take Lugo.
I think so.
And just take Bummer. I like Bummer a lot. I think Bummer is quite good.
I don't have Bummer as high as you do, but I've definitely got him like solidly playable.
Yeah, I mean it's a bit unfortunate with him and Baraki because they're kind of the same card, but
We gotta take 2 of these too, huh?
I mean, yes, Is Cronenworth okay at first? Is Tyler Anderson
No,
at all decent?
neither of these is good.
No, not really.
Taylor's not really good. Ruiz is not good. Although I like the pronunciation of estuary, Ruiz. That was a good one.
Estuary.
I think I heard that on a couple of streams this week.
Can you take him now because he's not even a major league player?
Well, I mean, Oakland.
He should be a major league player.
Oakland does count as a major league team, right?
Oakland. I think he means Sacramento.
Yeah. Okay, actually, I've got Sam Mole as being solid.
Yeah, I like Mole too, but it's the same kind of card. It's this giant split lefty.
All right. Well, you know what? We're going to be running a lefty bullpen into righty starters, right?
I guess so.
Let's do it. Because anytime you can take 5 relievers and only 3 starters, you're drafting good, right?
Well, we got Logan Webb. We can't complain that much.
That's true. Yeah, that's worth several picks.
Yeah.
It does make me think that we would have been better off not taking Acuna and like forcing ourselves to grab a perfect starter now.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't know we'd miss. I did the like 5 or 10 decent silvers.
No,
we missed them all.
we missed a lot of good options. That I agree with you.
Yeah.
No, I mean, look, that's the way you draft, right? You draft based on the probability of what could be coming, and
and if you don't get it, you lose.
All right, let's start with the pitching. Do we have any semi-legitimate pitching options here?
No.
Well, Falter and Liberatore are the only starters, huh?
No, they're just all bad.
I
mean, Robert Garcia is probably the best of these pitchers, but he's not very good.
I've got Luis Garcia is pretty playable. Okay, I don't want to pitcher this round then.
No, I don't think so.
Don't want to capture this round.
It's probably just take. I mean, but Candelario to get him to play first? Is he?
Candelario, I've got as the best of these options, just as a general. I don't hate him at third, so I don't hate him at third, and he backs up.
Well, they all back up everything.
Everything.
Yeah, they all play every position.
So probably Candelario, and Newman has a little bit of defense, right? You know, we have Dansby and Siri. We'll have some grit.
Well, there's good defense in the middle. You know, missing on all the pitchers is rough because there are some that are quite solid.
There are, yeah. Newman's not really giving us much.
They're all bad. I mean, they're just all bad.
Which of these outfielders is there any outfielder we don't entirely hate here?
No.
Okay, if we're thinking we're going 13 pitchers, do we just take the least bad pitcher?
I guess.
Which is probably Robert Garcia.
And
we just get even more left-handed, which is probably a good thing here.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's never Liberatore just in case, I suppose. We're not that yet.
There's a bunch of decent bronze stars too. We'll probably miss them all, but
well, we only have 7 more stars to see. All right. Drew Rom is fine.
Drew Rom is fine.
Drew Rom is actually legitimately a perfectly cromulent bronze starter.
Yep.
Although we're getting even more left-handed.
Who needs right-handed pitching?
Keaton Wynn I have is very playable. Not good.
Where are we on catchers? We need one now?
4 more after this.
Okay. Josh Bell is also kind of a decent hitter, I guess, but he's really just a DH.
He is a very decent hitter, though. I'm thinking it's Keaton Wynn just in case, because we only have 4 more starters we're seeing in the draft.
Oh, really? Okay. mean, he's not very good,
No, but
but sure.
we're only seeing 4 more starters, right?
Is Hoeing better?
Mm, let me see. With the model I've got,
Not sure. They're both so far down.
yes,
I
Hoeing
can't
is
even find them.
better. I've got Hoeing better by 200ths of a run.
Great.
200ths of a run it is, and hey, they're both 52 stamina. Hooray! Uh,
Oh, you said you like Luis Garcia.
I do like Luis Garcia.
I also like Luis Garcia.
So let's take Luis Garcia. Uh,
This is the last bronze round.
yes.
Is it time to
I don't
take
hate
the
Cooper
catcher?
Criswell either, but I think it's Luis Garcia. And then it's well,
Do
first
we just take the
baseman would be
catcher now?
useful too, actually.
I assume Candelario is our first baseman.
Sure, let's go with that. Let's go with that. Some kind of hitter at least.
Yeah, probably we
Oh,
should take
actually, I have
Bell, I
Alex
guess.
Call as pretty solid
Okay, sure. Take him then.
here. Like he actually plays reasonable defense at both
Yeah,
corners.
he's not the worst.
I wish he had a little bit more BABIP, but
I guess we don't have anyone great to stick in back center field, but maybe we'll find someone. Okay, so we have to take a catcher. We're offered one. We have to take it.
we're offered 2.
Or two. Let's do it for two. Okay, so then we don't have to
Okay,
take
so
the
first
one.
off, Nicky Lopez is great.
Yeah, Nicky Lopez is good.
I don't hate this Gus Barland actually.
Do you want one pitcher here? Probably.
I think at most one, but I'm thinking maybe we do want one. What do you think?
I don't love any of these.
Okay, Luplo's also solid.
Luplo's fine. Gotta take one of the two catchers. Whichever one you think is better.
Okay, does either of them have any sort of framing?
I don't think so. They both work. I
Rortvet
don't see them.
doesn't. Barnhart.
I don't see either one showing up
Well,
anywhere.
Barnhart does, but Barnhart's missing a bat.
Everything else.
like entirely missing a bat, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I do like framing. Let's just be clear, okay? I'm not saying I don't like framing. I do like framing. I way overvalue framing compared with everybody else. Now, with that out of the way, can I take the guy that actually knows what a bat is?
Yeah. Yeah, he must be better.
Is that okay to take the one that understands the proper application of a baseball bat?
Yeah, which side of the baseball bat you should use to hit with?
This end up.
Yeah.
It's like the old cricket sledging thing where you go up to the guy and like you got some crap on the end of your bat, and the guy looks and doesn't see anything. No, the other end.
Yeah.
Yeah, Luplo's great. Nicky Lopez is great. So we actually got 2 really solid options. Clevenger's another solid lefty. Can't have too many of those.
We've got 12 pitchers right now, right? So this is number 13. So we just want one. We don't. 214 is going to be too much.
We want at most one. We don't have to have any.
Yeah, I guess that's true. So is Bay? I remember he played both center and middle infield for the Pirates.
He plays
Austin Adams.
Oh, Bay actually plays everything.
Wait, was it?
Okay, I think Bay is the right option here then.
Wasn't 2021 the season where Austin Adams hit like 15% of the batters he faced or something?
I could approve of that.
He was like hitting everybody.
Okay, he's not a control guy. Should we just politely say he's not a control guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Okay, yeah, good call. He's not a control guy.
That's probably the worst live pitcher.
So it could be Stone Garrett or okay. So Clevenger was really not great, but at least you could run him versus lefties.
I don't think we really need that kind of a card at the moment.
No,
Kind of got the lefties
just do
covered.
we want a 13th? Do we want a 13th arm? Is really the question.
Are any of these even decent? I guess no. Is the answer.
I think the brief answer is no.
Jupiter probably
Brief
is the best.
answer
Like, but
is.
it's not very good.
Let's see. The less brief answer is no.
So the other option, we're not taking Barnhart because Barnhart is miserable. It's either Stone Garrett or Clevelander, right?
Unless it's like McGill, any at all. No. Maybe it's Clevenger then. It can't hurt to have a 13th arm, right?
Yeah. Like I don't. Stone Garrett seems like he's never actually getting in the game. So
No, but the thing is, it gives you an extra win condition in these tournaments, right?
yeah, these are best of seven for the best of
It
nine.
just gives you a win condition of like you play a 20 inning game 2 of the series, and you just win because you have a 13th arm and they don't.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'd say it's maybe like a B or C level draft. Would you say? I mean we hit Logan Webb.
It's a really bad draft that has Logan Webb. That's pretty much it.
Draft is kind of a bummer.
Yes.
Let me see what they did with the lineups. Bailey, Keller. I mean, well, it's pretty much what we were gonna have, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of hard to screw it up when it's just the cards with more overall are more better.
I mean, is there a better bat to run instead of? Oh, probably not. I was trying to think if there's a better bat to run instead of Call, like you run Nootbaar in left and you run a better bat at DH.
I guess
better bat.
No, we don't. Yeah, this looks like the only thing to do.
And Loop Low, yeah, all right, except
Yeah.
no defensive subs. All right, I think we did fine.
Yeah, if it didn't have Logan Webb, it'd be a kind of a disaster, but it does, so it's okay.
Yeah, I think that's about fair. All right, this is a good place to just about stop. I don't know if there's anything else.
Yeah, I think that's about it.
We can check in. Actually, it's probably been going for a while by now, our 1919 draft.
Oh yeah, I guess we could check on the chemistry thing too. We should be right all the way at the start of the
We're
stream.
gonna see how the chemistry did. Oh, okay, we're only in round 1, so. And it's no, it's not a triple round robin. It's just a best of 9.
Best of 9, yeah.
And they are playing 5-man rotation.
Probably not advisable.
Now we should be. I mean, considering going 2, but whatever. We'll just do that. We'll do this. It'll be fine.
Yeah, we're gonna run a pitching with 2. I don't. Well, you might not, but it's not great.
Look at this. Buzz Hart, has been fine through 5 shutout innings.
Hey, good job, John.
He's fine. All right. Probably a good place to wrap up. I guess let's keep the discussion going about, whether we want to keep doing the stream this way.
Yeah.
But I think this is really like kind of to recap. We can't be the ones to like battle against fake experts when OOTP is kind of officially endorsing fake experts. So I think it has to be a community decision about, whether we're going to keep doing this or not. But it kind of has to be a community decision because I don't think like dueling whatever is actually viable.
Yeah, I mean.
Wow, Daily Late Iron is already filled. That is quick.
A Daily Iron fills in like 10 minutes.
So have they? I didn't check. Have they at least? I'll put my alt in. Why not? Have they at least made it so that you can't sign up for both Daily Iron and Daily Iron 2 with the same account?
They have not, as far as I'm aware.
That's
The
unfortunate.
thing is that, I mean, I kind of understand the idea behind the system. The weekly slot, weekly daily slots, the quick slots. Try to get the quick, dedicated quick players to play the dailies. But like, to be honest, it's not working.
But you knew it wouldn't work.
No, of course, but it's not really having the desired effect of getting people to expand the format they play. They just play the daily that matches the quick. And then it fills in 10 seconds. And then you complain because you can't get in it because it fills in 10 seconds, which is fair.
Right.
The weekly iron fills in like less than an hour to 128. Then they expand and then filled in like another hour to 256.
Yeah.
I think there needs to be a better solution.
So you're saying giving everybody extra slots didn't have the obvious effect of, having a bunch of people competing for the same format? Oh, wait, no, it did have the obvious effect. Sorry.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's true. Yeah, there are a lot of alts that can only have the funds to play Iron and Bronze, which is fair.
Yeah, well, that's one of the reasons that that's one of the reasons that I sort of wouldn't, So one of the things that if I were kind of running things, I would most talk with someone about internally. I think it's a problem that, trying to figure out how not to name names here. I think it's a problem when high-profile people are entering both their main and their alt in the same tournament, and doing so in a very public way.
Technically, against the terms of service on the same license, but I don't know if that's the case.
Then they're on different licenses. But they've blocked it on the same license. They're on different licenses.
Yeah. I think the other thing, I don't know what to do with this, but like, there's a daily low iron. The daily low iron has no park, no era, just modern neutral park open low iron. Right? It should be equally accessible as full iron. Right? It's the same format, just
But you have to build a new roster, and you don't have data, and you haven't optimized it, and you can't copy somebody else's roster. That
format takes about 4 or 5 hours to fill. As we saw, the open iron fills in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And like, there's no reason that people who play iron shouldn't be able to play low iron. It'll cost you a few extra 100 points. No big deal. So I think in some ways the problem is that, like, yes, you have to spend a little bit of time building an extra roster, but it's not really that much. I mean, you can put together a roster in 10, 15 minutes and just play it every day for a week.
Sure.
Like, I think there needs to be some, I don't know how you do it, but some way to make it so that people, if you're going to do the system, are forced to expand beyond like the single comfort zone, because that's the idea of the system, I think, right? I think most people who play the game, or a lot of people play the game,
sure,
they play the one.
Simple solution would be, if you enter a tournament, you cannot enter the next day's tournament of that format, or something like that. Like, you can't have 2 slots in, or maybe if you get eliminated or something, like, you can't have 2 slots in, say, Daily Iron simultaneously.
Yeah, that would work. That would solve the problem.
So you at least have to skip a day.
Yeah.
Of course, the problem is these are all coding intensive, and you'd have to successfully implement them, and you know how that tends to go.
Yeah. So Tucker, I don't know if you played it on PT23, but PT23 had only 2. There was a daily and a weekly. But there were a lot fewer dailies. So I think, I don't know if it would motivate people to have like a combined leaderboard for all 8. or something like that. But it would, I think, do a better job of telling you who the really strong players are than the current split setup.
I think the other problem is if you so Ajax, if you were to do something like that and have these different slots, I mean, this is the other part of the problem. So not only are these things filling quickly, but they're filling with a lot of awful teams. Because, in general, if you have a game and you give somebody a non-renewable resource, that you either you spend or lose, right? You spend it.
Of course.
Okay. So I wouldn't normally have played a bunch of quicks because it's not worth many packs, but if you give me the free resource, I'm going to spend it. And so now I'm a team that's entering quicks. If you give me specifically daily or weekly slots, and I normally would just play quicks, I will enter them, but I may not enter them very well. So if you give me a slot that can only be used in open, I may not normally have bothered entering open if I don't have the cards, but I'd rather use the slot than not use it. So now the open tournaments are going to fill very quickly because you lose the slot if you don't use it. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, highest 3 placements or something. I just don't think that. I mean,
then it's going to be everyone with 3 firsts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know how many. I don't know how many of these. I don't know how many dailies you win a week at this point. But it's certainly going to be more than 3 in a bad week, right?
Yeah, I would think so. I don't pay that much attention, but I have to assume it's not more than 3 weeklies. Winning 3 weeklies in a week is pretty rare.
3 weeklies in a week is something I like to do once or twice a cycle.
Yeah, a couple times a cycle.
But dailies, there's just so many dailies you can enter, and it's 64 instead of 128. No, but the problem is the 3 highest disciplines. The problem, Tucker, is that you're kind of not aiming for that. So it is true that if I focus on one discipline, I could get 50,000, points or something for winning that discipline in a week. But I think I'm doing, what I'm really trying to do is qualify for all the PTCS formats. And so that means that once you have enough points in something last cycle, I think I played 1 silver tournament. Played 1 silver tournament, won it, realized 25 points was enough. Didn't play any more silver until the last week of the cycle when I accidentally entered a silver tournament because I sort of misclicked and didn't realize it till the thing fired.
Yeah, I think, what I do, what I think you do as well, and probably a number of, other sort of long-term successful players, is weeklies are the most profitable because they're basically a daily with a big reward at the top, which you sometimes win. So I try to play as many weeklies as I can, and then enough dailies that I qualify for everything else.
Right.
And what that means is that, I'm happy to score 15, 20 points in a week in various daily formats. That's plenty to call over PDCS, and I just spam as many weeklies as I can fit in between them to try to win the big prizes.
Yeah, I'm much lazier about it. So I'll usually spend the first 3 or 4 weeks, with a 4 or 5 week cycle, just playing Diamond, Open, Gold or something, because those are the easier ones to get in. And then the last week I'll say, oh crap, I forgot to play Iron Bronze, and, basically spam that for a week to qualify.
Yeah, that works also. You just missed the weeklies in 1 week, which is a little unfortunate, but...
Yeah, but that's kind of what I did, and, because my thinking is that normally I think the PTCS cards are going to be playable. No one, unfortunately, isn't. And also, it's a format. Normally the PTCS is great for a player like us because, the prizes are really good, and the formats are things that nobody's ever seen before. So the players that are just working from collecting data instead of modeling it are at a disadvantage compared with the modelers.
Yeah, no, I mean,
who,
and also, in honesty, building rosters for the different PTCS when they're tough
is a skill.
It's all not a skill. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I enjoy doing that much more than actually playing the tournaments.
No, sorry, tax on action. No, I'm not talking about multiple accounts. I run a second account just to like show stuff on stream, but no, I mean one account. So like, one account, I'm
Yeah.
playing one account. I'm playing the eight PTCS
Yeah.
formats.
All the 8 normal ones are pretty. Last year, all 10 was like pretty easy if you were having good success.
I
This
think
year,
this year all 10 is going to be a little harder, but
yeah, the draft, well, both drafts is going to be hard because the weeklies just take ages to queue. You have to spend so much time waiting in queue for the weeklies.
right. And I just, yeah,
Um,
using 3 teams per license. Well, I don't see why you can't qualify for all 8 on 3 teams.
Yeah.
You just don't, and change which week you play which group.
So the biggest problem, in all honesty, with doing that is that most of your income, at least most of my income tournaments, comes from weeklies, from winning weeklies and selling the hundreds once they come in.
Well, so one thing is there have not yet been tournament edition cards this cycle.
No, but the problem with doing 3 accounts is that you can't queue all 3 accounts in the weekly, right? You can only queue 1 account at a time in the weekly. And that will drastically cut your income down.
That's a fair point. So I see. So it's tough. That's a good point. So it's actually tough to sustain. You have to have a really good dailies win rate.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, so far there are no tournament edition cards, and if they continue with this idea that instead of having tournament batch cards, it's going to be pack based.
No, they said they're going to be tournament cards. They're just not in yet.
Okay.
I think they said like a month or 2 months from the launch.
Just because if they were to continue making it pack based, then the weekly rewards are maybe not as big, and you can actually skip weeklies.
Yeah, then
potentially.
Then it's more doable. But like, yeah, I mean, usually you kind of want to aim for winning, probably average of 1 weekly a week, and the 1 weekly win a week is going to get you, a few 100,000.
Yeah, something.
And that's like more than all your dailies combined for the whole week.
Right. But that does mean you need a weekly like overall win rate of 4 to 5%, and obviously there aren't going to be 100 teams that have a win rate of 4 to 5%.
Yes, it's like
so
usually.
Yeah. I mean, the weekly 128 team tournaments. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, the draft weeklies work too, but you have to queue for them for 2.5 days. So it's like.
Sure. Yeah.
And they're super random.
I've included draft weekly in that as well, but there's no way you can have a 4 to 5% win rate in a draft weekly because it's just too dependent on card luck.
Yeah, no, it's impossible to win that. I mean, probably you're pretty happy to get like 2% even.
I'd be thrilled with 1.5 probably for half of them are 256 actually. So with that, I'd be thrilled with anything.
Oh yeah, with that certainly. Yeah, absolutely.
But obviously there are a limited number of teams that are going to have that win rate.
Yep.
But that's where most of the income is going to come from.
Yep. And as long as you spike, 3 in a week, like you said, and it doesn't happen that much, but then you make, a couple million points in a week. And that's quite nice.
Yeah, you have to time it well, but that's not under your control.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think the point is, at least the way that I'm kind of attacking this, the biggest prizes are PTCS and then PTMS. The next biggest prizes are weeklies. So I want to play enough dailies to try to maximize the number of opportunities I have to win PTCS cards. And then I want to play weeklies beyond that. So essentially, my goal in the tournament rankings is not to finish number 1.
Well, my goal is to finish number 1 weekly.
It isn't even for in weeklies maybe, but in everything else, like if I look at where I'm at here, I don't want to be number 1 on this list. If I'm number 1 on the list for say daily silver, it basically means I've put too much effort and too many resources, I should say.
Yeah.
Effort's different than resource, right? I've put too many resources into playing silver, if that's the case, right?
For a single account. I mean, if you're trying to play 3 accounts, you don't care which account, then yeah, finishing first is fine.
Yeah, sure, but like if I'm playing, here you got 51 silver, dailies over 3 weeks, it's very difficult to do that and still give yourself, 10 chances to win
Yeah, you'd
PTCS,
probably like to play, like 5 or something.
right? Like the perfect number here would be,
Every number was
28
1 and win
19
it.
points.
Yeah.
My target was 25 points here. See these guys that played one tournament in 125? They did it perfectly.
Yep.
Like I said, I made a mistake. I was on that and I misclicked something, so I accidentally entered a second tournament. But like, that's using a minimum amount of resources so that you can go ahead and try to just barely be top 128 in the other formats, right?
Yeah, and the seeding is irrelevant because, like, you see, a bunch of good teams down in like 100 range.
Yeah, I mean,
because they played like 3 tournaments and stuff.
Actually being seeded like 10th or something is probably, if anything, worse than being seeded, in the middle of the pack.
I mean, I just don't think it matters at all. Like, it's hard to predict because like,
it's hard to predict exactly, but like there are a lot of good teams that will be in this, kind of 110th range, because that's right around where, the teams that use just enough resources end up.
Yeah. Well, okay, the bonus for leaderboards is nothing right now, but in 2 months it will be nothing. I mean, 50,000 points in 2 months is a worthless amount.
It's still pretty close to nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of something now, especially at the start. You're trying to do live awards, but in 2 months, it's nothing.
Would you rather have 50,000 points, or would you rather have 3 additional chances to win PTCS cards?
Much rather the second, of course.
Because that's the trade-off.
50,000 points.
Yeah.
50,000 points right now is worth 250,000 in a few months, something like that.
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
So. But certainly by the end of the cycle, the 50,000 points is just completely useless. I mean, it's just, if the 50,000 points is relevant, then, like, you don't have the funds to keep your tournament team up anyway, so it's not going to matter.
Probably about right.
Yeah. We're aiming for qualifying for 8 and giving up. I mean, open, I think you don't have to give up on, because like the open caps are really not hard to like get a couple like. Yeah, you'll lose to the guys who got like all the 100.
I'm giving up on actually playing the open PTCS because I'm missing too many cards, but that's because they gave this stupid format.
But qualifying,
I would have played open.
If you want to qualify for all 8 constructed, does not matter what your card pool looks like really, as long as you have like live rewards semi-close to done, it'll be easy.
I think 1 or 2 of the formats are... So, I don't think that's quite true. I think the problem is you actually have to do really well at sort of iron, bronze, silver to have enough slots to qualify for everything.
Yeah, but iron, bronze, silver are the ones where like...
5, I think you're fine.
Iron, bronze, silver are the ones where it's just like random, half the teams are just random cards. So like, yeah, you'll do well. You don't not much to do. I just to play a decent roster.
Yeah, but you still have to, the times you enter, you have to be pretty efficient.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm expecting like even at kind of something close to a meta roster to run 60+% game win rates against random stuff. Like, you're gonna win a lot if you have something that's really strong.
I don't think I was doing that well in iron this time. I did okay in bronze because I was playing kind of the early era one where there's a little bit of an extra edge.
Yeah, that thing,
iron,
sure.
I'll check how I did, but I seem to remember I actually played a lot of iron tournaments to get in. Like I think I kind of struggled in a lot of round 2 and round 3s. Let me see. I'll be somewhere down the list, presumably. Yeah, here you go. See, 99th is about what I was aiming for. Okay, yeah. See, I actually had to queue 9 iron tournaments to.
Yeah, see, I played too many. I played 7. That was I didn't want to play. I probably won one of the 7th one. That's the issue. That's the thing is that.
Are you way up here?
27. Yeah, I did well in iron, but I probably won my 7th one and stopped. Right, that's most likely what happened.
Okay, yeah.
I had 25 points. I wasn't sure if it was. I guess I had 35 points. So I shouldn't have queued 7. That was just a mistake on my part. Queue so many.
I mean, the thing is, you're used to the idea that it's going to take 40 to 45 in a typical month, and you forget.
Yeah, that's probably what
You
happened.
know, actually, plus maybe you played him at the very beginning because week one, if you only had the iron card, you probably should have been playing extra iron just because it was your best shot.
Yeah, well, that's funny though. We almost played each other. Only 3 spots off.
Oh, are we playing each other first round? You're saying?
No,
Oh,
no,
we
we're
just
not. But
missed.
if I was 30th, I would have played you because you're 99th.
And then we probably would have oh no, we wouldn't have an identical build because I'm giving up on I.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, something
Anyway,
amazingly, I don't think we ever played in the first round of PTCS, even though really by this point we should have just by chance at some stage.
no, actually, but we should never play in the first round of PTCS because we should both be comfortably in the bottom quarter of almost
I
every
guess that's
format,
true.
except for weekly, where we should both be comfortably in the top bit.
Yeah, I guess that's true. There's not going to be much. Yeah.
Draft. I think we could match up for sure.
Yes, definitely in draft we could.
But apart from draft, like because we're both trying to maximize what we qualify for, because to match up in the first round, you kind of have to be like a top half and a bottom half. But we're both aiming for
Right.
bottom half.
Yes.
So, yeah, but I think that's well, here you go. This is impressive. 140 points on just 15. So that's actually pretty efficient still.
Yeah, that's a solid rate.
So
That's a pretty solid
if you
rate.
can win at that rate, it probably is worth going for the leaderboard points because you're still not using that many slots.
Especially right now when there's no if they're TV100s, still would not be worth it. TV100s are just worth so much more than every other reward.
Probably, yeah.
But with the perfect pack is only worth what 50K ish probably, and the 3 diamond packs are worth like 30.
Yeah, something like
So it's not the hundreds of thousands it usually is.
So and to be clear, I don't want people to feel attacked. Like, if the thing you have the most fun with is picking one kind of format and trying to dominate it, go for it. The leaderboard's available. They give you recognition. You even get some points, kind of as a bonus for doing it. Rather, what I'm saying is, if you're trying to identify the sharks are not likely to be at the top of any of these leaderboards because they're kind of trying to maximize their resources. And it's hard to maximize your resources and be at the top of anything but maybe a weekly leaderboard.
Yeah, I think looking at the top of the weekly leaderboard after a full cycle will usually be pretty good.
And even there, I don't think I played any weeklies last week. I'm going to check, but
well, you would turn the weekly, but you draft weekly there. But yeah,
okay. That I might have played because I was trying to qualify. Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we don't have the all-time one anymore. We used to have it.
So you're actually up here, so you started playing him again.
Yeah, I'm playing. I'm not. Normally by the time we get to the middle of the cycle, I'll be playing almost all of them.
Yeah, I got 1 point from weekend last week.
But at this point, I just don't have the cards to play everything yet.
Yeah, we'll get there. Anyway, maybe there's a good point to wrap things up. I was trying to do a quick stream today, and
yeah, that was not successful. Not that it ever is, really.
Who can we raid into?
It's like there are a couple of people streaming. What's it be?
That sounds good. Well, I think being muzzled and all that, why don't we raid into the one that's not an affiliate streamer?
And muzzled. That's definitely what this is. We're very clearly holding everything back here.
Actually, there are 2 of them. All right, so there's Attica Online and there's Project Yeti Sports.
I
think I've seen Attica before. I don't think I've ever seen Project Yeti.
Okay. Sure.
You know what? If we've never seen Project Yeti, why don't we raid into them? Maybe that'll be fun.
I mean, I have never seen a Yeti. That's true.
All right. Project Yeti Sports. All right. Sounds good. So we'll figure out whether we're doing something next week. But I think, like I said, I think this needs to be a community discussion, not just ours. So we'll figure that out over the course of the week. Yeah. Thanks, everyone. Say hi to Project Yeti. See y'all next week,
Yeah.
maybe.
Bye.